Hello and welcome to LNAudioBooks. Please subscribe and leave your suggestions and favorite novels on this channel. Thank you so much, and please enjoy the light novel. Volume 8 of Wrong Way of Using Healing Magic. When we received the news that a shadow that looked like a scouting party of the Demon King's army was confirmed near the border, we immediately returned to Ringle Kingdom. In the event that the Demon King's army was seen to be on the move, we couldn't just casually go around greeting people and then go home, so it couldn't be helped, but it was a bit regrettable that we couldn't say goodbye to the people we met in Lukvis. I'm sorry that I had to send you back in such a hurry. We hurriedly drove the carriage back to Ringle Kingdom, taking about half the time it took to get there, and after dropping Amako off on the way, we heard from Lloyd-sama and Sergio-san at the royal castle about what had happened. So far, all we have been able to confirm is the movement of the scouts, but it is certain that there has been movement in the Demon King's army. While we're at it, let's include the decisions made at the meeting and strengthen our ties with the other countries so that we can gather our forces at any time. Even I could tell that this was an emergency situation when there was movement in the Demon Lord's army. It was a good thing that it was after the talks had been concluded. Because if it had been a few days earlier, it might have been quite late to coordinate with them. We don't know when we will be able to confirm the advance of the Demon Lord's army. Suzune and Kazuki, be ready to go into battle at any time. Yes. Senpai and Kazuki replied to Lloyd-sama's words. Nodding at their reply, Lloyd-sama continues to look at me. Yusato would be better off returning to the rescue squad with Rose for once. I'm sure she'll be waiting for you to come back, too. Yes. Should I ask Rose to make a decision first? I didn't expect to find myself in such a tense situation right after I returned, which makes me feel uneasy. Like the first time, a battle is a scary thing. Then Lloyd-sama gave instructions to Welshi-san and Sigurd-san, and they were dismissed on the spot. Is this the second battle for me? As I walked along the road leading to the rescue squad, I thought back on the previous battle. I managed to survive the first battle, but even so, if it hadn't been for Amako's presence, it would have been a battle I would have lost for sure. I don't want to imagine that the Knights of the Kingdom of Ringle will be confused and demoralized if Senpai and Kazuki, who are also the spiritual pillars of the Knights of the Kingdom of Ringle, are beaten by Farum Black Knight. And with the onslaught of the remaining Black Knights and that vicious giant snake, the Kingdom of Ringle will be defeated. Even if Rose existed, it would take a long time to conquer the Black Knight if they didn't know how it worked. If there's one thing that's different from last time, it's that it's not just the Ringle Kingdom that is fighting. From the three kingdoms of Samaria, Helio, and Nirvana, we have friends who will come to fight with us. I don't know how much the strength of the Demon King's army is this time, but it's still reassuring. As I was thinking about this, I noticed multiple footsteps approaching from behind me. As I turned around, I saw a group of strong men running towards me, side by side, looking so scary that a child would have started crying immediately. One of the strong-faced men, Tong, notices me and calls out to me. Hey, Yusato. You're back, aren't you? Yet. I was actually supposed to be back later, but I came back as soon as I could. The black clothes of the rescue squad. They are responsible for rescuing the wounded on the battlefield instead of kidnapping them, and transporting them to the place where the healing magicians are. Their faces are scary, but they're not bad guys. Are you guys running? The tough guys nodded at my words. Yet. Now that the Demon King's army is coming, we'll have to get serious. It's our role to save the wounded, you know. I'll have to take them in the middle of it all. Hee, if you're fast, you won't get caught. Well, we've got to do what we've got to do. If we're going to do it, we're going to do it hard. What he said was right, but did it sound like he meant something else? Well, I know he didn't mean anything by it, so whatever. I trust these guys, too. No, I would never say that to these guys face to face. Come to think of it, this little shit is the vice commander. At first, he was crying and whining when he saw us. Ha ha ha, because you guys look like some monster. It's normal to feel scared. Ah. They let out a fierce voice and we stared at each other. After a few seconds or so, we relaxed our shoulders and turned towards the dormitory. This isn't the time to be doing this, is it? Yet. If Anya finds me, she'll beat me up. I'd better get back to training. I'll see you later. Oh. Rose always beat me up, but now was not the time for that. I'm going to go back to my training. After watching them run off, I regained my composure and walked on, and saw the rescue squad's dormitory. Well, I wonder if leader is in the quarters. As soon as I see the quarters, the figure of a black-haired, red-eyed girl wearing a rescue squad training uniform running towards me comes into view. Yusato. Oh, Nia. Hey. I felt a sense of discomfort as she waved at me with a huge smile on her face. Her uncharacteristic behavior is more worrying than ulterior motives. I catch her, backing away to avoid falling. Whoa. I've missed you. So much. What's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Do you want me to cast a healing spell on you? What? Nia's face turned serious, and a blue streak appeared on her forehead, but it only lasted for a moment, and then a natural smile appeared on her face. She's acting in a way that's so unlike her that I'm more worried about her than her ulterior motives. Could it be that her personality has been reversed due to her training in the rescue squad? According to those tough guys, it rarely happens. There are some horrible stories out there. Foo. I'm fine. It's just. Nia smiles as she pulls away from me. At the same time, I notice that her upper body is not moving. If I look, I can see a familiar magic pattern floating on her body. Restraining spell? Why? Why is it necessary to make me immobile now? As I tilted my head at the incomprehensible situation, Nia threw a flying kick at me with all her might. Because I can get back at you for leaving me in this hellhole. Ho ho ho. Hebu. Before Nia's flying kick hit my abdomen, I opened my legs half a step and tightened my abdominal muscles. Nia's kick slams into my abdomen, but my upper body doesn't move an inch, and in fact, Nia falls to the ground with a shocked expression on her face. Hey, what was that? A wall. Hey. You're too sweet, Nia. Did you really think you could pierce my abdominal muscles with a kick like that? I told the stunned Nia with a bit of coolness, and she winced in frustration. Ugh. You're a monster, even if you can't move. How badly did you want to give me a blow? After breaking the restraints with my upper body, I held out Nia's hand and helped her to her feet. I'm home, Nia. Yet. Nia nods unfaithfully and transforms into an owl to sit on my shoulder. I chuckle at her and walk to the rescue squad. It seems that she hadn't gone crazy during her training, but was simply trying to get back at me. I was only gone for a few days, but she's become quite mobile. Maybe it's because of Rose's training? Well, she's a demon, so I guess she has high potential. I'm sure she just didn't have the chance to train it until now. By the way, the restriction of not being able to harm me is almost not functioning now. It's because an attack of Nia's level can no longer be called harm. Did anything happen while I was gone? Nothing much, really. Except that I was made to run to my death. As usual. How's the training going? They told me to avoid the magic bullets, and they kept hitting me with healing magic bullets. Avoid magic bullets, hey? I miss throwing magic bullets at him over and over again to train Nak's evasion skills in Lookvis. At that time, it made me happy to see Nak's steady growth, too. I see, training to learn evasion. I've done that with Nak, so I understand. Yeah, I didn't think you both had the same thought process. I mean, did you do that with a kid like that? Nia was distracted, but I could guess why Rose had made Nia do that training. It was a weakness in the way Nia and I worked together. If I couldn't protect Nia during a fight, she would have to take care of it herself. I guess she was trying to solve this problem by having me train her to avoid ultra-high-speed magic bullets. How did your training go? I barely managed to dodge a few times after they told me where to hit. Rose's rapid fire, of magic bullets, or rather her rapid throwing speed, is not unusual. I've fought once and I know what she's talking about. The fact that she was able to avoid it a couple of times means that she has developed a good level of evasion. And also, she's probably getting stronger after being hit by magic bullets for a long time. That means that you've trained your dynamic eyesight to a large extent. As expected of our leader. She's trained you in the exact areas that you lack. That's not as expected. I can't tell you how many times I've already been blown away by. Ha ha ha. It's a healing magic bullet, so you won't get hurt, right? Well, I might get a heart attack. I'm sure you'll be fine. I opened the door to the dormitory while exchanging words with Nia, who was desperately pleading for help. Where's leader? She's inside. The Demon King's army is coming, and she has a lot of things to do. That's true, it sounds like there's a lot to do. This time, the scale of what we'll be covering is bigger, so it might be different from last time. As I was about to proceed towards the stairs, convinced by Nia's words, a girl with distinctive horns and brown skin, Farum, came out of the entrance leading to the cafeteria with a difficult expression. She met my gaze and gave me a puzzled look. Ah, Farum, I'm back. Oh, welcome back, not. Hey. I see you're here. Like before, you return it well. It's honest and a little comforting. The first thing I did was to take my luggage down to my room, while fending off Farum, who tried to hit me as soon as we met. Well then, let's go meet the leader. You're going to talk about the Demon Lord's army. Yes. Rather than that, I guess it was already communicated here. I was soberly surprised that Nia knew about the Demon King's army, since I try not to let too much information get out to avoid confusion. Rose informed me about it a few days ago. This place is important to the Ringle Kingdom, right? I nodded at Nia's words. The rescue squad is the lifeline of knights and soldiers on the battlefield. On the battlefield, we have to run to save the knights who are fighting. That's why we train so hard every day. The black suits are the ones who bring injured people to life on the battlefield. It is the white suit that heals the wounded brought by the black suit. My role as a white suit is to run on the battlefield and heal the wounded on the spot. I'll have to do what I can while I'm here too. What are you going to do? I reply to Nia, who asks somewhat tentatively. Training. Just training. So it's business as usual. I shook my head at Nia, who held up her wings as she cowered in disgust. It's true that training as usual is important, but this battle is clearly different from the last one. I know that Koga, the commander of the Second Corps, is going to try to put up a fight against me, and I know that I'm going to have to fight hard, and at one point I even feared for my life. No, we should do the special training that can only be done here, and that can only be done with the leader. What kind of training is, based on the premise that there's someone more monstrous than this monster? It's going to be a lot of work, but it's definitely going to be a plus for me. I understood Nia's I can't believe it look. But I'm not sure if it's because it's before the battle. In addition to the fact that I was aware of my inadequacies during the mock battle with Senpai and Kazuki, I have a feeling that this next battle will not be easy. That's why I don't have time to make any compromises in order to drown out this anxiety and be able to move when the time comes. Speaking of which, there's something I wanted to ask the leader. I remembered as I finally arrived in front of the leader's office. Before going to the meeting, Rose mentioned the name of a demon race called NeuroArgents. He is the one who caused the scar on Rose's right eye, and he is the one who controls the wind, which is a title that can only be considered disturbing. It's just a guess, but it seemed to me that Rose and NeuroArgents had an uncanny connection. Now that the meeting is over, I wonder if you'll tell me. Tell me what? No, it's nothing. Come on, let's go in. I gave Nia a vague smile and knocked on the door of the leader's office, where Rose was supposed to be. When I returned to the Ringle Kingdom, I carried Nia, whom I had met again on the road, on my shoulders and visited the leader's office. When I entered the leader's office after saying no, I saw Rose at her desk looking over some papers. I was surprised to see her looking through the documents and writing something on the paper in her hand. I knew that she was working as the head of the rescue squad, but I had never seen her actually working. After a bit of dismay, I quickly came back to myself and told her that I had returned from the meeting. Leader, I've just returned from the meeting. Oh. I've heard about the meeting. It was your first assignment as vice leader, but it seems that you managed to do well. I got a lot of help from a lot of people, though. Ha ha ha. I don't know if I was able to fulfill my duties as the vice leader. I'd like to say that I did it in my own way, but it's also true that there are more things to reflect on in this meeting. Rose paused at my words, looked at me, smiled and put her pen on the desk. So, it's about the Demon Lord's army. Until the Demon Lord's army arrives, how are you going to move the rescue squad? Last time, it was a sudden march, so we immediately headed to the battlefield after calling all the rescue squad members, including Yururu-san and Olga-san, but compared to last time, we have more time, so we should be able to do a lot before we leave. Basically, unlike the knights in the castle, we won't make any major moves until the Demon Lord's army starts moving in earnest. If they do move, it will be when they meet up with the armies of other countries. What do you mean? It means that we should prepare for the coming march. The rescue squad itself doesn't need to make such a big move. Rather, it's only when the battle begins that the rescue squad needs to start moving in earnest. When I was satisfied with myself, Rose slid a document on the table in front of me. What's this? It's a plan that was flown in before you came back. Take a look. I picked up the document and moved my eyes to the words. I look at the first sentence and let out a gasp of dismay. Sending healing magicians from other countries to? Leader, this is. Literally, it means that more healing magicians are coming from outside. The healing magician from outside? And you're going to train them? Like me. You idiot. No matter how much healing magic they use, they'll never be as good as you. I'm not going to train them, I'm just going to treat their injuries. I don't know, I don't feel right at all. It's as if I was never sane from the start. You're the one who created this hell though? I've been kicked around and cursed at a lot. No, I was the one who didn't want to lose and I was determined to give Rose a run for her money. Nia, who had been quiet until now, looked at me sideways and muttered, I knew it, my mind is in trouble. Is it going to be okay? I'm happy to have more people. I'm glad, but I'm a little worried about the perception of healing magicians outside of Ringle Kingdom. Perhaps sensing my anxiety, Rose put her chin on her crossed hands and looked at me. Don't get your hopes up too much. Not all healing magicians are as strong as you and me. Yes. A time of peace, when there is no more fighting, it changes people's perceptions a lot. The same is true for healing magicians who were needed in battle. I heard about this from Well Shay-san. She said that healing magicians were also very useful in the past. Although it was ironic, healing magic was active in the world because it was a world where there were battles. However, after the battle against the Demon King's army, and the hundreds of years of peace that followed, the need for healing magicians disappeared, and finally they came to be equated with recovery magic that could be handled by all. The general perception of healing magic now is that it's just magic that heals wounds a little faster than recovery magic. Pulled by this perception, the users themselves do not face their own magic and rot. They think it's a useless magic, a magic that heals only halfway, and they stop trying. In other words, you're destroying your own potential, just like Nak once did. I'm not sure if it's a good thing or a bad thing. As a result, he stopped moving forward, as Mina had said. When you think about his past, I can understand what Rose is saying. It would have been a little better if I could have handled systematic enhancement, but in this day and age, it is difficult to learn systematic enhancement, and as far as I know, you and I are the only healing magic users who have reached that level of proficiency. If you hear that the system enhancing healing magic can even heal diseases, you will think it is very useful, but it is extremely difficult to learn itself. It's not something that a normal person would do, like me, forcing myself to learn to strengthen my system while ignoring my injuries. I've been told by Shay-san that I'm crazy. What about Olga-san? That guy was just born with magic power on par with a systemic enhancement. There is no special training in systemic enhancement. I see. Then there really aren't enough healing magicians in this day and age who can handle systemic enhancement. An age where healing magicians are no longer needed. That would certainly be something to be happy about, but it seems like a hard time for healing magicians. Leader, are you going to accept this increase in staff? For once in my life, there's never enough manpower. The healing magician that will be dispatched may not be as skilled as Yururu and Olga, who deal with healing magic on a daily basis, but they are still healing magicians. It's definitely better than not having them. Indeed, it is. There were only 5 healing magicians in the rescue squad, including Olga-san, Yururu-san, and Nak. However, since we will never take Nak to the battlefield, Olga-san and Yururu-san are practically the only 2 who can treat with healing magic at the base. When I think about it, I'm very grateful to have an increase in healing magic even if my ability is unknown. There's a possibility that I might not be able to move. You'd better be as prepared as you can be. I didn't dare respond to her musings. This person never speaks of weakness. If that's the case, it means that there might be a situation where Rose, who is as strong as a demon, gets stuck as she says. I don't want to imagine such a situation, but at that time, like the other white coats, I have to take the initiative. Do you have any opinions? As the vice leader? Yes, I have no objection to the decision itself. However, there are 2 things I want to do before the Demon Lord's army arrives. What? The first thing is to send a letter to Nornzama, the Queen of Mirak, about the weapons of the heroes. The hero's weapon is necessary in the battle of the Demon King's army. If we can't get them in time, we'll have to think of a way to fight on that basis, so either way, contacting them is essential. But since it's the other party that you're sending it to, you have to send it through the castle as an official letter approved by Lloyd-sama. Also, there are some questions I want to ask him about my gauntlet, so I want to visit him about that as well. One more thing, if you have time, I would like to ask the leader to teach me in person. HOH. You're going to get hurt again, you know. As you wish. Hey, fine. Hoot, Hukama. Rose twists the corner of her mouth into a grimace, and Nia lets out a frightened sound. There are no shortcuts to growth. If there are certain results ahead, even if you are beaten to a pulp, you have no choice but to train. As I make up my mind, I notice that Rose, who has her arms folded and her eyes closed, is thinking about something. Leader. About time, hey. She muttered that after about a dozen seconds of silence, and looked at me. I can't tell what she's thinking from her expression, but I vaguely know it's something important. After dinner, come to my office. I want to talk to you. What? Can't it be now? I'm sorry, but I have some work to take care of. So later. Okay. Night. I don't know if it's about Nero Argents, the demon who injured Rose, or something else. But I had a feeling that it would be an important story for me. After listening to the report and instructions, Nia and I left the leader's office and went to the lifeguard quarters where Blurin was staying. Our goal was to check on him. After all, he hadn't been away from him for this long, so I was worried that he might have done something wrong. I could assure that he wouldn't attack anyone, but there was always the possibility that he might mistake me for someone else and end up on Nak's back in his sleep. According to Nia, he hasn't caused any disturbance, but... Blurin, have you been a good dash? Gwa. Q. Oh, Yusato-san. When I visited the stables where Blurin was staying with Nia on my shoulder, I found Nak and Kukuru, a black rabbit sitting on a bundle of straw, beside Blurin. I was relieved to see that he seemed to be getting along well with Blurin from the looks of it, even if I had to ignore Nia, who was blatantly alarmed at the sight of Kukuru. Welcome back. Yusato-san. Yeah, I'm back. It looks like Blurin is okay with. Yes. He's basically a quiet guy, so he was totally fine with me. Goor. I pet Blurin, who squeals as if to say, of course. As I was thinking that his fur was as coarse as ever, Nia on my shoulder jumped up without warning. As I was wondering what was going on, Kukuru jumped on my shoulder instead of Nia. It seems that Kukuru jumped up to the shoulder where Nia was, and Nia avoided it. Ha, I'm not the same person I used to be. A rabbit attack like yours seems to stop at nothing. Stupid. Idiot. Nia uttered a low-level rant while flying through the air. I pull back a bit and look at her. Nia, doesn't it make you sad that you're dealing with a rabbit? Not at all, if you know his true nature. Well, he's a devilish rabbit who doesn't mind seducing people. Kukuru, on the other hand, is rubbing his head against my cheek, as if he doesn't care one bit about Nia's agitation. Cute. Key. That's my spoot. Q. Nia, with a surprising lack of agitation resistance, charges at Kukuru. Sensing this, Kukuru jumped up from my shoulder and kicked Nia's owl back towards the stable entrance. Nia, who was kicked in the back, let out a pathetic scream and almost crashed. But I catch her with both hands before she does. Are you okay? Nia. Ugh, that rabbit. I'm pissed. I'll never forgive you. With a flash of light, Nia reverted to her black-haired, red-eyed girl form and ran out of the stables in pursuit of the fleeing Kukuru. I'm glad you're having fun. Kukuru is happy to have someone to play with, I guess? I look at the exit of the stables, let out a vague smile and sit down on a pile of straw. I've met Kiriha and the others in Lukvis. And also with Mina. I see. It was still the same, right? What can I say? I thought you and that girl had a lot on your plate. It's not like your relationship was complicated. If they had met at school, their relationship would have been somewhat easier to understand, but the fact that they were childhood friends made it more complicated. I'm not going to say that much, though. Do you still think so? Yeah. Well, me and her both had our bad points. I can't easily forgive her for what she did, but I don't have time to think about it right now, so I'm putting it on hold. On hold, hey? Well, I'm almost an outsider, I don't need to interfere, and I should keep an eye on it if I can. Now I'm feeling a bit like an old man, aren't I? What's wrong with me lately? Has having a younger brother like Nak made me a bit mentally old? Anyway, how are Kiriha and her friends? I was shocked to see that my mentality was turning into that of an old man, but Nak changed the subject. I quickly changed my mind too and smiled at him. Of course. Kiriha, Q, and Satsuki all cared about you. Everyone has been. Why don't you send them a letter or something? I'm sure you can ask Amako to deliver a hootbird to Kiriha and the others in Lukvis. By all means. To Nak, Kiriha and the others must be invaluable friends. Smiling at his cheerful answer, I stood up and did some light preparatory exercises. Well, since we've been traveling in a carriage until today, I think I'll do some exercise. How about you, Nak? If it's okay with you, Yusato-san, I'd like to run with you. Maybe it was because Lloyd-sama and Rose had told me about the Demon Lord's army today, but I couldn't help but feel like moving my body. In fact, Rose has told me to take a break. Well, if you don't overdo it, you won't get mad, right? It's also a good idea to wake up Blurin, who is coasting through the night. He woke up sleepily, rubbed his back and walked out of the dormitory with Nak. Then, outside, Nia was still lying on the ground, looking breathless. Get off of me. Quu. This, ridiculing me over and over again. Nia tries to get rid of Kukuru, who is bouncing and agitating on her head, but he dodges and runs away again. I turned away when I saw the situation. Nia looks like she'll be fine without an invitation. Yeah, I guess so. After passing through Nia, who was already exhausted, we started running at a slower pace than usual. Perhaps it's because we're running with more room than usual, but I can't help but think about a lot of things. I was thinking about what Rose was going to tell us tonight, when the Demon King's army was going to arrive, and what kind of plan I should follow from now on. My thoughts are mainly going in the wrong direction, but if there's one thing I can say for sure. We don't have much time left. Fighting is inevitable. That's why we have to do the best we can with the limited time we have. After finishing dinner at the rescue squad, I was standing in front of the leader's office, a little nervous. Thinking back, Rose's appearance at that time was more emotional than before, but also had a slightly different atmosphere, as if she was determined to do something. I come to the leader's office with the assumption that I have something important to say, so I raise my hand, which feels heavier than usual, and knock on the door. Opening the door slowly at the sound of "come in," I found Rose sitting in her usual position, hands folded, looking out of the window in silence. The papers had already been taken care of, or perhaps the pile of papers that had been there during the day was neatly gone. Make yourself comfortable. Yes. Excuse me. Following her words, I sat down on the chair that had been prepared beforehand. As I was feeling a little uncomfortable in the silence for a while, Rose suddenly opened her mouth. A while ago, I was remembering the time when you came to this world. By me coming, was it when I was caught up in the summoning of the heroes? Yet. Rose's words made me think of the time when I came to this world too. When I think about it, it would be fair to say that the present me started from that day. Well, I was forced to join Rose's team from the very beginning, and it was like a hell of a full house, so I have a lot of feelings about it. In retrospect, it must have been a miracle that I found you. Hey. I was taken aback by Rose's words as she muttered that without taking her gaze off the window. It may sound rude, but I was surprised that the word miracle came out of Rose's mouth. It doesn't fit the image of her, at all. Being taken aback, Rose finally turned her head toward me. Yusato, you are a genuine ordinary person. It should have been impossible for you to have been caught up in the summoning of a hero and come to this world. Well, I don't have any qualities or talents as a hero. And there's no way I could have been summoned normally. The talent as a magician and the sense of battle are far superior to that of Senpai and Kazuki. The amount of magic power is just a little more than normal. The only thing I've done up until today is to train my body. If I hadn't been taken out of the castle by you when I came to this world with Senpai, I'm sure I would have taken a different path. I suppose. You would have learned magic from Welshi or Olga and become a proper healing magician. They wouldn't have had to use their arm strength in melee combat like they do now, or run in the middle of a battlefield. Feeling a little emotional, Rose twisted the edge of her mouth. What? Would you have preferred that? No way, I like myself the best here and now. Rose said teasingly, to which I replied with a chuckle. Besides, there are people who have been saved because of my training here. The images that come to my mind are of the people I met in the kingdoms I visited on my journey to deliver the letter. Sometimes I was in a pinch, sometimes things got out of control, but in the end I was able to help them. In my original world, I was really just an ordinary student. I wanted a chance to change myself, and I wished that my irreplaceable daily life would change. But after I came to this world, that idea changed. As my daily life changed drastically, my thoughts gradually changed as well. I believe that the catalyst for this was Senpai and Kazuki, the two heroes and the rescue squad. At first, I wanted to help my Senpai and Kazuki, so I tried my best to train hard. I didn't want to be a nuisance to the two of them, and I thought I might be able to use my talent of handling healing magic to help them. At that time, I feel like I was pushing forward self-motivatedly along with the training of the rescue squad. In other words, it could be said that I was trying to move forward for vague reasons. Then, in the battle against the Demon King's army, I ran across the battlefield to save the lives of all the knights. The battlefield was terrifying, but I'm still glad that I was able to save Senpai and Kazuki. So, I thought about it. I'd been pushing forward on my own, but somehow I'd found the path I'd been directed to. A path as a rescue squad, healing those who are wounded on the battlefield. I want to protect the everyday life where someone can laugh and live a normal life. If there are people who are sad, I want to reach out to them, and if there are people who are hurt, I want to help them. When I said this, Rose looked at me and fell silent for a while, then put her hand on her forehead. For some reason, her expression looked grim. I'm not sure if I said something that offended her or not. No, I think I said something embarrassing, but... Yusato. Yes. I guess your idea is a compliment. I'd like to praise the idea myself, but, you haven't said what you really think yet. Hey? No, that's not true. I was dismayed, because I hadn't expected her to say that. Yusato, what did you see on the battlefield? I feel as if my heart has been grabbed by the point. This person has the same role as me, so there's no way she can't understand. I'm aware of that, but I'm so upset because I thought she wouldn't point it out again. Maybe you've already got over it. You're not telling anyone, but you've got the answer and the will to do it. I didn't even let myself notice it until now. It's really a big deal, you know. Leader, I'm. But you should get it out when you can. There's not a single good thing about having something like that. Fortunately, you and I are the only ones here. I was silent for a while, but once I looked at my palm, I gave a small nod. Yes, that's right. Indeed, Rose was right, I had hidden my true feelings. Of course, I meant it when I said it. I want to help someone who is hurting, and I want to keep the peace in my life. However, my underlying feeling of wanting to help people in pain came from a different place. I think it was during the battle against the Demon King's army that I developed this feeling. It was during the battle against the Demon King's army, that's what I'm talking about. Thinking about it, this might be the first time I've told anyone about this. Once again, I stare at my palm as I think about it, and speak up as if I'm squeezing it out. I can still remember it vividly. The faces of those who ran out of power right in front of me. In the first battle against the Demon King's army, I wasn't able to save all of the lives. There were people I couldn't save. There were people I was so close to, but couldn't get to in time. There were people I grabbed, but they were already cold. The next time I saw the person I had saved, they had collapsed and had stopped moving. Even so, I kept running through the battlefield. There were still people fighting, so I couldn't stop. They all wanted to live. And yet, I couldn't help them. I didn't think that I could save everyone. Still, the helpless regret of having nowhere to go remains. If only I had been a little bit faster, if only I had been able to reach out to them. No matter how much they thank me and praise me, somewhere in the back of my mind I keep thinking about it. I will continue to do reckless things. I'm sure I'll get myself into trouble, like I've done in my travels so far, but still. I'm sure it will be easier once I break it off. It can't be helped. I did the best I could. I tried my best, but it was impossible. If you think about it like that, you can erase the regret that is weighing on your mind. But I will never allow that. I decided to carry this regret with me forever. I don't want to regret not being able to help someone out there again. I clasped my open palm tightly and locked my gaze on Rose. Hearing my monologue, Rose uncrossed her arms and... I'm sorry. Those were the words of apology she uttered. At this unexpected apology, I revealed my agitation. Why are you apologizing, leader? No matter how exceptionally strong your heart is, you were a 17-year-old child living in a peaceful world. It was I, of all people, who put you through such a painful experience. I did feel that it was painful. But at the time, I don't think I thought of it as a reason to resent Rose. It was because I had gained so much more from the rescue squad. I don't resent you, and I'm glad you brought me here. I'm more surprised that you apologized. Leader. That kind of thing, you never do that, Bufu. Sigh, even though we're talking seriously. You're still a man who can't read the air. A healing spell shot to the forehead in the manner of a pin hit me and I fell back lightly. I was rubbing my forehead with a wry smile, and Rose was smiling in disgust. It's been a long time coming, hasn't it? It's time to get down to business. Yes. Rose put her elbows on the desk and folded her hands. I'm a little nervous too, but I wait for her to start talking. Nero Argents. If we're going to talk about him, we also need to talk about the reasons that led to the creation of the rescue squad. The reason why this place was created. First, let's talk about when I was a battalion leader in the Kingdom of Ringle. A battalion leader, I don't know how high a position it is, but I know it's a high position. In the first place, there is no way that this person, who has outstanding physical ability and even the ability to judge the situation, is only a soldier. I was a captain in the Kingdom of Lingle before the creation of the Life-Saving Corps, and I was in charge of a small group of troops. And the members of that unit were Tong and the others. No, they were my men before them. They were a troop of troublemakers that I had handpicked. There were only 7 of us, but we were all known for our abilities and were unbeatable in group battles. I feel like they are similar to the current members of the rescue squad. Especially the fact that it was made up of troubled kids. In addition, the fact that Rose is guaranteeing their abilities means that they are quite capable. I was quite interested in my former subordinates and decided to ask them a question. How are those people doing now? They're dead. Before the battle with the Demon King's army started. What? Don't worry about it. I didn't dare tell you. It's no wonder you don't know. The people who used to work for Rose. Those people are no longer with us. I could immediately guess what that meant. Because I was able to guess, I was ashamed of my too blunt question. She didn't seem to be particularly bothered by my inappropriate words, and continued. Those guys, they never acted right, all of them. They were causing problems everywhere, so I dragged them into the unit by hand to teach them a lesson. So that's the same as the current rescue squad? Not at all. You remind me so much of those guys. Why is it just me? I feel like there's a connection between me and the people who worked for Rose. If those people were still alive, maybe we would have hit it off? I would have liked to have talked to them if I could have. Fortunately, I have plenty of time. I'll tell you about them, those guys. Are you okay? It must be hard for leader to talk about. Again, don't worry about it. Besides, telling you about them is something that I need to do it as well. As I was thinking about this, Rose began to tell me about her subordinates, one by one, whom she used to lead. Rose's subordinates who were different from what they are now. They were truly a mass of individuality. Rather, they were people with such strong egos that if they weren't so good, they would have surpassed even the strongest men except for their appearance. I wondered for a moment how such a group of people could have been put together in one unit, but then I remembered that the captain was Rose, and my doubts were instantly resolved. However, while I was surprised, Rose's expression seemed somewhat amused as she talked about them. That's the seventh one. Yeah, I know. This one looks a lot like you. What, to me? The gender is female, though. I felt that Rose's words were more emotional than the others' introductions. Is she that memorable? Her name was Aul, and she was entrusted as the second-in-command of the unit, the one who can be considered my second-in-command. Aul-san, is it? She was not much older than you. She was ridiculously cheerful, but at the same time she was a cocky person who couldn't keep her mouth shut. It's like she's saying I'm too cocky to talk. I'm aware of the fact that I can't talk down to Rose, but Aul was the one who hated to lose and would bite no matter how much I tortured her. Ah, you're right, she's a lot like me. Right. The only thing I have going for me, aside from my healing magic, is my competitive nature. When I was training with Rose, I got through it with nothing but my thoughts of I'll never give in and I'll never lose. I'm sure she got through Rose's training with only those thoughts of I'm never going to give in. But on the other hand, she had the mental strength to keep looking forward without wavering at any time. At all times. Even in the midst of a situation that would break anyone's heart, Aul can look forward without wavering. It's a dangerous part of the game, but her mental strength to not despair and just keep moving forward gives energy to her friends. She's just so positive. That's how I would put it, but I think it's great to be able to remain unfazed in any situation. To not give up is a power in itself. If there is just one person who is willing to keep moving forward, even if it is just one person, the people around them who are in despair will be inspired and will rise up as if they are being pushed. I'm sure that Aul-san is a person who has that kind of power to inspire others. If I'm being honest, there were a few times when I put you on top of Aul. It was the same when I appointed you as my vice leader. Oh, because Aul-san is the vice captain, therefore I'm the vice leader. And it was almost the same thing we were doing. The fact that no matter how many times I blow her up, she still keeps coming at me, and the way she keeps talking down to me and my friends. If you ask me from the side, she sounds like a tough and rude person. Rose looks fed up, but nostalgic. Well, these are the men from the squad I was leading. What can I say, they're tremendous. Even before the rescue squad was formed, you were leading people who were thick in many ways. That hasn't changed, though. Besides, it's like half of them were brought here by you. Ah, you're talking about Nak, Firm, and the others. It's true that I'm the one who brought them here. I can't speak for others either, I thought, smiling bitterly to myself. So, you know. There's a reason why I told you about my former men. Reason? Which, I'll tell you now. I'll tell you about my history with LNAudioBooks and why the rescue squad was founded. I listened to Rose's former subordinates, but still, I knew too little about this man. With this renewed understanding, I concentrated on her words, making sure I didn't miss a single word. The reason for the founding of the rescue squad and the LNAudioBooks. I just heard about the people from the unit that Rose used to lead, and it's probably related to them. It seemed to me, though vaguely, that it was more than just an injury, a connection with a powerful enemy that had wounded Rose. The story goes back to before the Demon King was revived. I listened intently to Rose's story. I was a member of the Knights, and I heard that the demon races, which had never shown any significant movement until this time, were acting suspiciously. The full-fledged battle with the demon race started after the Demon King was resurrected, after all. That's right. There have been skirmishes, but there hasn't been a large-scale battle for several hundred years. That's why the Ringle Kingdom was unnecessarily alarmed by the suspicious behavior of the demon races. That's right, it's not unreasonable to be alarmed when forces that have never taken any major action before start acting strangely. The question is, what was the Demon King's army doing? And the place where the demon race behaving suspiciously was seen was the darkness of Ringle that you know. Isn't that close to the Ringle Kingdom? Yeah, that's why the Ringle Kingdom had no choice but to move. However, the demon race is a group with physical abilities that exceed those of humans. There was no point in sending a half-hearted force against them, so they entrusted me, the captain at the time, with the task of scouting out the demons. I was also surprised to see that the place where the demon race was moving was close to the Ringle Kingdom. It was a road that would take a few hours, but it was still within reach if they wanted to head there. I could understand the impatience of the people of the Ringle Kingdom. But if Rose had been assigned to scout the area, then perhaps her subordinates were also. I've decided to take my most trusted troops, Aul, and the others, but... Leader. Tilting my head at the unnatural break in the conversation, Rose opened her mouth again after a moment of silence. I've been thinking about it a bit. At the time, I had too much faith in the power of healing magic. If it doesn't kill you instantly, it won't make you die, and it won't kill you. And my subordinates relied on me like that, and they had complete trust in me. Let me continue the story. You're relying too much on healing magic. These were the words Rose had said to me when we were training to learn evasion. Now that I've heard the story, the words sound different then. We took our troops and went on a reconnaissance trip to the darkness of Ringle, where it is said that the demon race was seen, and there we were confronted by a dozen or so demon race members. What are the demons doing in the darkness of Ringle? From that, we've captured a powerful demon. Maybe it has something to do with the snake demons from the war, but I don't know exactly what it is. That giant snake? It was a demon that was powerful enough to bury a grand grizzly, but, you're saying that the root of that strength might have been brought about by a demon race. So, there was one nasty guy in that demon race. That's Nero Argent's. So this is where you encountered Nero Argent's? Rose closed her eyes as she remembered that moment. I recognized at a glance that this guy was different from the rest. I'm sure the other person thought the same thing. It's something I've never done before myself. I've heard that he can control the wind, but what kind of fight is he going to have? I know it's not unusual when he can wound this person, though. I saw through his ability and warned them to retreat to the Demon Lord's territory to avoid unnecessary fighting, but he immediately dismissed it and tried to take care of us, the witnesses. It's like no questions asked. Does that mean that the demon race had their own reasons? Yeah, they were expecting the Demon Lord to come back from the seal. So they were gathering their forces in preparation for that time when they ran into us. So the demon race started to move because the Demon King is coming back. Based on the situation at the time, the Ringle Kingdom must have been in quite a state of confusion when they found out about it. Immediately after the battle started, I left the other demon races to my subordinates and I took on the role of suppressing Nero Argent's. He was far too powerful to be left to my men. What kind of fighting style does this Nero Argent's guy have? I understand he uses wind-based magic. He used a technique to clothe himself in magic. The wind acts as armor and assists in everything from evasion to attack, and was a foul fighting force in general. Thanks to him, my attack was blocked by the wind armor. I'm not saying this casually, but being able to defend against Rose's fists is crazy. I can say this because I've been hit by it many times, but even if you take it easy, you'll still get blown away by 10 meters. Yeah, how can I fight such an opponent? My fighting style isn't that much different from yours. I get close and hit him, that's it. But I made sure to never hit the red-colored sword that he was holding. What? Why is that? Because at that time, I had guessed that it was a magical sword that gave some kind of curse to the slash. Well, as you can see, it was a dangerous-looking sword. It imparts a curse. I can't believe that such a sword is being used by someone who is so strong that he can make Rose say he's strong. What can I say, it's not on the level of dangerous. Do you remember when I warned you before that healing magic doesn't work on curses that affect wounds? Yes, there's no way I could forget that. Rather, even if I wanted to forget, I couldn't. Because it was a shocking training session where Rose beat me silly to learn evasion. The reason I advised you to do that is because that's exactly the kind of sword Nero has. The magic sword he has is one that grants a curse that temporarily cuts off the flow of magic power in the area he slashes. A curse that temporarily cuts off the flow of magic power means that the magic power will stop flowing. Because healing magic heals by pouring magic power into the wound. What? Which means he's a natural enemy for us. Yet, if the magic power stops flowing, it means that the effects of recovery and healing magic on the wounded area will be blocked. It's probably a sword that's effective against all kinds of magicians, not just healing magic. Fortunately, the curse is only temporary. Even if the curse lasts only temporarily, how could it be such a power, of all things? It's a terrible sword that can be used to your advantage in almost any battle against an opponent. After all, it's the only thing that can disable the first aid of healing magic that everyone can use. How could you fight against someone who uses such a sword? It ain't that hard. Wind slashes are healed by healing magic and ignored. And we dealt with them by dodging and repelling their sword attacks. Well, it was troublesome that they weren't just swordsmen, though. They made slashes and tornadoes that cut up whoever was inside, it was quite troublesome. Wait a minute. Based on what she said earlier, she didn't know the effect of the curse, but she was trying to avoid hitting the sword just because she felt that it would be dangerous if it hit her, and she was trying to get close to it and hit it. Excuse me, but what? Did your instincts tell you that you were in trouble? So you were just going up against a guy with a dangerous-looking sword? I know I'm not fit to be saying this, but aren't you too cerebral? Or is it that when you look at physical ability, the best solution is to use a muscle strategy? Well, the problem is that no matter how many times I fought, I couldn't win. We're evenly matched in speed, and I'm superior in physical ability, but he's superior in skill and variety of techniques. My attacks were blocked by the wind armor, and his attacks were met with healing magic and physical techniques. I even thought that we would never be able to win at this rate. I'll be able to get the upper hand with my arm strength. No, the point at which it becomes an antagonistic situation is well beyond anything I can imagine. On the other hand, my subordinates who were fighting separately from me had the upper hand even against a dozen or so demon races. Even though there were only 7 of them, they were strong, weren't they? Aul-san and the others. Yet. But you see, I was wrong about them. There. Nero Argent's and the demon race's determination and persistence, you know. Rose looked at the window and covered her right eye with her palm. I could sense Rose's extraordinary emotions from her appearance, and having a bad premonition, I fearfully asked her a question. What did you do to them? They gave up on getting out alive, you know. What about? In order to eliminate us on the spot, who may become an obstacle to the Demon King's army that will eventually move, the entire demon race has prepared to destroy themselves and rush in. Ah, no, that's... For a moment, I couldn't understand what Rose was talking about. Everyone wants to live. I had thought that this was the same for both humans and demons. I don't know what kind of purpose and ambition the demon race had in taking such actions, but they seemed unreasonable, both for their enemies and their allies. When the demons heard Nero's order, they rushed towards my men without regard for their own wounds. I guess they never imagined that all the people they were fighting would be ready to rush in to destroy themselves. One of my men managed to intercept him, but the one who was pierced by the sword held his arm down, and the other who fell to the ground clung to his leg, and when he was unable to move, the next demon attacked him, and they all fell to the ground. This is insane. They attacked with no regard for their own lives. It's also not possible for all of them to do so, immediately. I was so upset when I saw that scene. And Nero wasn't the kind of guy to let that slip through the cracks. The moment of unrest was exploited, I had my right eye torn out, losing half of my vision. Because Nero Argent's sword has a curse on it. Yet. The curse cuts off the flow of magic power and nullifies healing magic. I lost half of my vision. It's not a simple matter of fighting with only one eye. It's nearly impossible to fight as usual with half your vision, distance, and everything else you can see differently. Rose mumbles to herself. I guess the bill for overconfidence in healing magic came due then. I can heal my wounded friends with healing magic. As long as I have healing magic, I can fight in a perfect state. This conceit led to the worst possible situation. That conceit was not a small part of me, either. That's why what I'm talking about now is no stranger to me. But, you know, the really bad part is after this. The worst. What could possibly be worse than this? I don't want there to be if I can help it, but it doesn't seem to be the case. At the moment when Nero was about to finish me off, as I could only watch my subordinates dying one after another, the only one who was safe, Aul, became my shield and was sliced open by Nero's slash head-on. If it was just a sword, the wound could have been saved by healing magic, but the curse of the demon sword would not allow that. The surrounding area was filled with the corpses of the demon race and their men, and the only ones alive were Nero, myself, and the mortally wounded and dying Aul. I am speechless. I don't know what to say to the horrible situation where even hell is lukewarm. I felt like I was going to lose my mind with rage. I was so angry at myself for not being able to do anything for my fallen men, for not being able to save Aul from dying. But more than that, I hated Nero Argents for creating the situation at that time. Hate. When those words came out of Rose's mouth, I couldn't help but shake my shoulders. This person was outspoken, but she never said anything that made me hate or curse people, so I genuinely felt scared. Well, in short, I was so angry that I forgot myself. I forced my body to move in anger and hatred, and I shook my fist to kill Nero while destroying my body to the point where even healing magic couldn't reach me in time. You killed him? No. I used the demon sword I had smuggled to pin him to a tree and corner him, but I couldn't. In addition to the fact that my body couldn't take it, I saw a red-haired demon girl, who wasn't there, come to the aid of the guy who was trying to stop him. The sight of her overlapped with Aul. Aul-san, who was fatally wounded for defending her, and the demon girl who saved the injured Nero Argents. It would have been an ironic sight for Rose at the time. This is the fate of my relationship with Nero Argents. This person had a past that was unimaginably painful. I could painfully understand how much she trusted and cared for her subordinates from the calm tone and expression on her face when she spoke of Aul-san and the others. That's why there was something I wanted to ask her. Does leader still hold a grudge against Nero Argents? I'd be lying if I said I didn't hold a grudge. He was a bastard who even used his own men as pawns. I'd be crazy to forgive him. After saying that much, Rose finally smiled. That girl told me on his deathbed, Aul. She told me to stay the same me they've always wanted. Aul-san told you. How much better would it have been if she had said something against me? She said it while laughing, you know? I was trying so hard to help her. Aul-san spoke of her until the end of her life. After speaking about her, Rose leaned back in her chair as if weakening and continued to speak. Then what else can I do? I'm going to live my life in such a way that I can show my face to those people who admire me like this. The words left behind by Aul-san may have created the person we now know as Rose of the Rescue Squad. It seemed to me that she had the presence to have that much of an impact on this person. And so, I created the rescue squad. In order to prepare for the coming battle against the Demon King's army. And to make sure that no one else has to go through the pain of tearing themselves apart like I did. That's why the rescue squad was founded. The root of why the rescue squad was founded. It is a unit to keep people from dying. That's why she was running faster than anyone else on the battlefield, trying to save as many people as he could. She didn't want anyone else to experience the same pain that she had experienced when she lost her trusted comrades. The rest is yours. Me. It was one of my goals to raise a healing magician just like me. A subordinate who won't die, who can fulfill the role of a replacement if something were to happen to me. I'm still a work in progress. I have a lot to learn, and the fingers of both hands are not enough to train me. Even if I'm recognized as a full-fledged professional, I'm still just starting out. It's too far from the goal I should be aiming for, and now that I've heard what you've said, that goal is even further away. About Aul-san and the others, about Nero Argents, and about the rescue squad. I'm really glad that I was able to hear these things from your mouth today. Still, it made me feel proud. I knew once again that Rose, the leader I had learned from and looked up to as my mentor, was unquestionably an amazing person. So, please keep up the good work. I couldn't think of the right words to say, so I stood up with all my energy and bowed deeply. At times like this, I hate my lack of vocabulary. Rose, who rolled her eyes when she saw my flushed face, laughed in a daze. That's our line. As the vice leader, I'll be counting on you to keep up the good work. Yusato. Ah, yes. It was good to know this before the big battle. I don't know how to say this, but after hearing about Rose's past and the people who used to adore her, I had a lot of things on my mind, but for now, I feel like I'm definitely going to make it out of the next battle against the Demon King's army alive. No, I was planning to do so from the beginning, but I came to think so more strongly. It seems I've rambled on long enough. You have an early day tomorrow. You can go back to your room. I didn't get the feeling that the story was too long. It felt like a blur because I was listening so intently. I obeyed Rose's words and was about to leave the commander's office after standing up from my seat and bowing my head, but before I could, I remembered something and stopped. No, wait, there was one thing I wanted to entrust you with. Yes? What is it? What do you want me to do? Is it as a vice leader? As I was wondering, Rose, who had her arms crossed, opened her mouth. It's about Farum. Farum. The girl from the demon race who was once a black knight who stood in our way as our enemy. She's now a member of the rescue squad, but her position is still precarious. That's why, when the name of Firm came out of Rose's mouth, she had a vague idea of what she would be entrusted with. I heard about her past from Rose's mouth. I had a lot of thoughts when I found out how painful her past had been. Welp, time to continue with my training. Well, that's just that, I'll just continue with my training. With that thought in mind, I stopped Nia and Farum, who came out of their dorm sighing absently after running endlessly around the rescue squad's training grounds since early morning the next day, and trained them in the evasion skills that I once gave to Nak. Nia. Farum. Unlike the leader, I can't hit fast. I know it's not fast enough for you, but you'll have to put up with the change of pace. Don't be silly. No questions asked. Healing bullet. With the gauntlet on my right arm, and a couple of magic bullets floating around, I'll swing them at Nia and Farum without aiming. Farum and Nia are smiling coldly as they fly sideways to avoid the magic bullets of healing magic that are being shot at them. He didn't hesitate to hit me with a ranged attack. It's all good that I dodged it just in time, but I can avoid your magic bullets with ease. Blag. Oi. Why are you provoking him without thinking? It doesn't matter. The current us should be able to avoid his magic bullets. Nia grabs up Farum's collar as she sticks her tongue out like a kid. I think I'm still being far too lenient. It's no wonder. If you're used to Rose's magic bullets, my magic bullets will feel as slow as a turtle. Aside from Farum, I'm happy to see that Nia handled the situation so well. I guess she's also working hard. But I can't have a situation where I'm not good enough to train the two of them. Guess I'll have to get serious about training too. Farum. You still don't know anything about that idiot's training. You don't understand him at all. Ha ha ha, as expected. You've grown up, both of you. Then I guess it's time to go all out. Look. I knew it's going to end up like that. I create a magic bullet in my right palm. Recently, I've only been creating an advanced version of the healing punch, but now I'm going to practice an enhanced version of the healing magic bullet. First up, Farum, better keep up. Why me? No, wait, I mean come on. I can easily avoid those magic bullets. I grasped the magic bullet created in my palm and lightly swung it over. It's a rapid-fire healing magic bullet that emits a healing acceleration fist from the back of the hand. By using instantaneous acceleration in my palm, I can dramatically increase its speed. I call it Healing Acceleration Bullet. It's quite Fosblag. The magic bullet, which is released with an acceleration in the manner of a side throw, hits Ferrum in a panic. As soon as I saw the bullet landing, I moved my target to Nia. Nia, who turned pale when she saw Ferrum kneeling next to her after taking a direct hit from a magic bullet, hid behind Ferrum and used her as a shield. Oi, you piece! What are you doing? Be useful as a shield for a change. Why does this muscle for brains healing magician have so many tricks up his sleeve? How dare a member of the rescue squad uses an ally as a shield? Nia is a member of the rescue squad, albeit a familiar. Even if that were the case, there's no way for a rescue squad member to use an ally as a shield, even in training. This time, I threw a magic bullet at Nia's forehead in the wrong direction. Foo. Where are you throwing it? Don't let your guard down. Healing remote bullet. What? I swung my right arm wide, bending the magic bullet just once. It suddenly swooped down, hitting Nia's head whilst she had a triumphant look on her face. Muho! Nia let out a strange scream, held her head and frowned for a moment, but soon looked up with a strange expression on her face. Ogigu! Wait a minute, it's not as shocking as I thought it would be. Oh, now that you mention, I'm totally fine too. Ferrum, who had been hit first, looked at me with a surprised expression. I smiled wryly at Nia and Ferrum, who looked at me strangely. Of course. This is also a training exercise for me to adjust my magic power. I thought I'd train you both while also training my senses to regulate the amount of magic I have. This training isn't just for Ferrum and Nia, it's also for me. In order to reduce the amount of magic power consumed by bursting the systemic enhancement, I have to get used to manipulating the magic power. It's like adjusting the amount of magic power itself, so it's a little different from Kazuki's outstanding magic manipulation. Even if you get hit, you won't get blown up, so maybe it's easier. It's better than being a monster. I don't know what they were thinking, but their expressions brightened. They seemed to be muttering something to each other, but I couldn't hear them at this distance. Could it be that they are thinking the same thing as me? I know what you two are thinking. I know, less shock and mental damage is a good thing. Yes, it is. You didn't do this training knowing what you were getting into, did you? Yeah, you think so too? If that's the case dash. I nodded to the smiling Nia and created a magic bullet in my right hand. The impact and mental damage are minimal. In addition, it saves my magic power as well. You can train a lot. I couldn't tell if it was because they were a bit far away, but for a moment it looked like the light was lost from Ferrum and Nia's eyes. In the evening, as I trained incessantly, I checked the amount of magic power I had, and called out to Nia and Ferrum, who were on their knees and gasping for breath. Are you okay? Your magic bullets are harder to avoid than Rose's. It's too crazy that the same throw can change into 3 different types. Are you really a healing magician? What a total slap in the face. Well, the difference between me and Rose is that we have some application for magic bullets. Healing magic bullets that release multiple magic bullets. Healing acceleration bullets that rapidly accelerate. Healing remote bullets that can change their trajectory by only one direction. If these were flying at random, I could see why it would be impossible to avoid them. You dodged them properly a few times, didn't you? I got hit a lot more than that, though. Nia sat down on the ground as well, looking at Ferrum who sat down in disgust. I also sat down on a training tool or rather, a square-shaped stone weight that I kept in the training area. Ferrum, there was a reason why I was in charge of your training today. Hey! The leader put me in charge of you. Ferrum looks at me suspiciously. Nia, on the other hand, glared at me with a scowl. Hey, then why did you make me train with this person today? If you wanted to talk to her, you wouldn't have needed me, would you? Well, evasive maneuvers are good for you, so there's no reason to leave them out, right? Yeah, I didn't get caught up in it, it was purely out of kindness. As for Nia, it's for her own good. Even if this girl doesn't want to, we should do it if the accumulation of what we're doing now will save her from danger one day. While looking sideways at Nia, who has an indescribable expression on her face, Ferrum speaks to me. You're in charge of me, why? I'm talking about what you're going to do once the battle with the Demon King's army starts. Perhaps she knew that she would be told this someday, but Ferrum held her tongue without much surprise. Regardless of that, I say the words with a slight frown on my face. Ferrum. Just to be clear, your position is very much in jeopardy. Black Knight. That was the figure and name of this girl when she was fighting in the Demon King's army. And she was also the enemy that almost killed Kazuki and Senpai. You were originally our enemy who belonged to the Demon King's army. On the battlefield, you may have hurt and killed many knights as an enemy. I don't know about that. Maybe our strong Omon took away the injured and miraculously saved them all, maybe not. According to Rose, some of the knights have a grudge against her, and some are afraid of her. She didn't tell me if it was because she was a demon or for some other reason, but they are suppressing those feelings. I told Farum again. You can never pretend that fact doesn't exist. Do you understand? That's what I know best. I could see the regret in her face. Living here may have changed her way of thinking, but it may have conversely become a mental burden. The battle against the Demon King's army is imminent. What do you want to do then? What do you mean, what options do I have? You can stay in this kingdom. In that case, you will be temporarily placed in the dungeon. Hey Usato, what's a dungeon? Nia tried to raise her voice when she heard the word dungeon, but Farum was not so perturbed and reacted with conviction. Well, you can't just leave me out in the kingdom without Rose. It's a natural response. So, what's the other one? The other thing is that you'll be going into battle with us as a member. The next battle is going to be on a larger scale, so we're going to need at least one hand. Up to this point, I was speaking as a vice leader. But my true intentions are different. Honestly, I don't want you to choose this side. Not only because you'll be dealing with your own kind, but also because it would put you in danger. Originally, the reason why Farum was put here was to correct this girl's character as a Black Knight. I heard that making her a rescue squad member was something of a pretext, but Rose left me in charge of Farum. This means that Farum is well equipped to be a member. What does Usato want me to do? At this point, Farum left the decision to me. Hearing these words, I stood up, crossed my arms, looked down at the anxious expression on Farum's face, and said, "It should be your choice." When I said that, Farum looked surprised. Nia has a I knew it look on her face. That's not true. No, this is a choice you have to make. I gave you a choice, but you don't have to follow it. You have to figure out what you want to do. If you need more time, wait as long as you can. From the way Rose was talking, I didn't think it was possible for her to betray me. I, too, strangely didn't think that she would betray me. For as long as I can remember, I've been able to use my own magic. At first, I think it was a black robe that protected me from everything. I don't think I had the power to return wounds to anyone. Still, people around me, including my parents, were afraid of me. They thought I had awakened to the dark side of magic. That I was a child who would bring bad luck. That I was a child who would bring disaster. I have wished many times that my magic would disappear. But when I was in danger, my magic would kick in and cling to me on its own. When the people around me saw this, they moved away to avoid me. In a way, it was natural for me to leave the people who were my parents. I began to think that I didn't want to be understood or understood by others if they would hate me or be afraid of me anyway. If they can hurt me, I will hurt them. If I can hurt you, I will hurt you. In a place called the Demon King's Army, where it is allowed to hurt others, I kept thinking like this, and after a long time, my magic was equipped with the characteristic of reversal. It is the ability to return the wound received on the armor to the opponent. As long as I'm dealing with living things, I'm invincible, but I'm not as effective against the second legionnaire, who has the same dark magic as me. The bastard was the first type of demon I had ever met, but I somehow understood that he was fundamentally different from me in his thinking. I remembered that bastards. Farum, you and I are looking for the opposite of what you are looking for. I'm looking for a rival, and you're looking for someone who understands. He said something like that, but at that time I denied it, letting my emotions take over. I thought I was fighting because I wanted to feel alive. When I objected, Koga said, "I knew it. You'll deny it." Yet. But recently, I think I understand what he was talking about. The man in front of me right now, looking down at me with a serious expression, is Usato. The guy who recently became vice leader of the rescue team is giving me a choice. Farum, what are you going to do? My emotions are stirred by Usato's worried look at my mute face. He, or rather this place, is too kind to me. I can assure you that what is being done to me is a devil of a place. It's a fact that will never change. They make you run endlessly, kick you around, and hurl abusive language at you to the point of breaking your heart. It's a hellish place, but this place was still kind to me. Hey? Do you really think there's anyone in our house who's afraid of demons? This is the first time that Rose said to me when I first joined the rescue squad. They're not afraid of me because I can use dark magic, and on the contrary, they treat me like a normal person, even though I'm supposed to be their enemy. It's not that I don't care about them, it's just that they're more terrifying than the demons. In such an environment, they receive training, eat together, and live together. This was different from the time I had spent living alone, sharing time with someone else. I realized that I really liked my life in this rescue squad. All the people here are weird. If only I hated myself as a demon, I wouldn't have to feel this way. If only he had blamed me more for my sins when I was a Black Knight. If you had been angry and hated me, I wouldn't have felt so heavy and painful, but now I feel like I want to be here so much. The Black Knight disappeared, and the rescue squad came to be in this place. I guess that's the kind of change that came to me. As I thought about this, I pushed down the emotions that were building up in me and muttered. I hate you. What? Oh, I'm sorry. I was amused by Yusato's normal hurt expression, but I continued to speak. I hate it when you go into people's hearts and stir them up. I hate it when you do that. Oh, wait, Farum. You're crying. Shut up. I'm not crying. I shouted to Nia next to me and wiped my eyes. Yusato looked at me and gave me a surprised look, but without saying anything, he locked gazes with me. I've always been alone. I used to think that being with someone was really stupid. But then they put me in here, and I got hurt a lot. Yet, there were people who looked like demons, and there were people who looked human but were monsters. Yet, I thought you were weaker on the outside but weirder on the inside, and in some ways you were more of a monster than Rose. Calm down, Yusato. Okay? Deep breath, deep breath. Nia tried to calm down Yusato, whose expression did not change as he smiled. For a moment, I felt something like fear, but I didn't care and said the next words. But then I realized that I wanted to be here. This is the place where the Black Knights and dark magic have accepted me regardless of. I've only been scared my whole life. I had accepted it and lived with it, but now that I know this place, I guess I'm dead as a Black Knight. A Black Knight who rejected everything and refused to accept anyone's words. The man in front of me now must be the one who saved me. This is where I'm going to return. That's why I fight as a member of the rescue squad. There was no turning back now. I was now completely an enemy to the Demon King's army. The moment I came to that conclusion, I remembered my earlier words, and a fierce sense of embarrassment came over me. Yusato nodded to me and walked up to me. Then let's fight together. Not to steal, but to fight to save lives as a rescue squad member. Ah. I looked down at Yusato's words, but nodded. Then, without warning, Yusato extends his hand towards me. Well then, I guess you don't need this anymore. What? Just as I was about to brace myself, I heard the sound of something snapping around my neck. In the hands of Yusato, there was a magic tool with the belt torn off, which had been attached to me until now. The leader gave me permission to take it off. Oh, but don't abuse it too much. Worst case scenario, you'll end up sealing your magic power again. What? Yusato laughs as if it's nothing. But that wasn't the part that surprised me. Did this guy just tear off a keyhole with his bare hands? Oh, don't worry about it. I have a spare, and I heard it can be used again if you repair it. He put the magic tool away in his pocket as if it were a matter of course. I've never been able to handle something that he could rip off with his bare hands. No, don't even think about it. At any rate, I've got my magic back for the first time in a long time, so I'm going to put it to the test. The magic clings to my body from my feet and changes into the shape of my clothes. Yap, I feel better with these clothes. What took shape was a black version of the white group uniform Yusato was wearing. A disgusted voice leaked out at the shape that hadn't changed since Yusato had called me. Dark magic changes with the mental state of the user. The fact that it took the form of our uniform means that, yeah, that's what it is. That's what this is, isn't it? It means you like it here a lot. Shut up. Don't say it so clearly. I shouted to Yusato and Nia, who were staring at me. I can tell that my magic is changing. I know it's that kind of magic, and more importantly, I'm aware that I've changed. Hey, Yusato. I'm going to check if my magic has changed. Check what? Try pinning it to this dress. I'll see if I can reverse it. I held out my left arm and covered the end of my hand with magic. This is the reversal ability that I used when I was a Black Knight to return the wounds I received. Isn't it going to return the pain to me? Don't try to sound like a decent human being now. I want to see the power of dark magic too. Oh, so terrible. While carrying Nia, who had somehow transformed into an owl, on his shoulder, Yusato brought the finger that had made a flick closer to me. Yusato doesn't seem to put much effort into it, as if he knows the pain will come back to him. Then let's do it. Once I'm hit by the magic, I can reflect it back. With a shudder, Yusato's flick hits my left arm. I don't feel any pain, just like before. So far, it's the same, so I try to remind myself to reverse it, but I knew I couldn't do it anymore. I don't feel any pain either. So that means that my magical ability to reverse has disappeared. In a way, it is natural. Now that I don't need to keep others away or hurt them, I shouldn't need the ability to hurt them either. As I convinced myself of this, the magic power covering my left arm started to move regardless of my will. The magic power that started moving was absorbed by Yusato's left hand that was being held up. Hey! The movement of the magic power as if it was biting, Everyone in the place was shocked. Whoa! It sucked. What? The magic was drawn to Usato by itself. Usato is confused when he looks at his left hand. Ugh, what's this? It feels disgusting. Don't talk about it like it's dirty. It's my magic. No, it's stuck to me. I feel like it's sucking my magic, are you sure it's okay? Usato impatiently shows me his left hand. The black magic was sticking to his left wrist like a glove. Immediately, I remind him to go back, but since it's been a while since I've handled this magic, I can't control it well. Hey, I haven't used it in a while, so I can't handle it well. From the looks of it, there's been a sudden change in the magic itself, so I guess it means that Farum herself can't control it either. Don't be so cool about it. If Farum can't do it, I guess I'll just have to pop her with an impact from the inside. It hurts a bit, but it's better than letting it go in this state. I don't know what Usato will do, but for now, I strongly remind myself to get my magic under control as soon as possible. This isn't the first time something like this has happened. This kind of thing is just a matter of making sure you recognize your own magic. It's not that difficult, so after a few seconds or so, the magic is back under my control, and I quickly try to restore the magic in Usato's hands. However, healing magic burst palm. Whoa! Something like a shock emanates from next to me, and I lose my balance and almost fall over. If you look at the direction of the impact, you will see that Usato has released the green magic of healing magic from his left hand. As usual, my magic was clinging to my left hand, but it soon left Usato's hand and came back to me. I'm glad I got it. For a moment, I thought it was no good because it kept its shape. What was that all about? Usato and Nia are relieved to see his left hand unharmed. Well, as it turns out, we were able to put back what was clinging to Usato's hand, and that's all that matters for now. As I was thinking about this, Nia, who had her wings over her mouth, turned her body towards me. But you're stuck to Usato, it's like you're assimilating him. Maybe that's what you've become capable of. Key, don't be creepy. Nia's words gave me goosebumps. It wasn't impossible, considering what had just happened. But to think that it really was. Haha. That's right, Nia. With abilities like that, I'd be in trouble too. I kicked Usato in the shin with my toe as he laughed and said that. The person who was kicked had a paralytic expression on his face and scratched his cheek. Hey, why did you just kick me? Shut up. Think for yourself. I knew it wouldn't work, but I knew I had to try. It was a feeling I had experienced many times before. I felt as if I were floating in water, and my thoughts and vision were inversely proportional to this. The first thing I understood was that this feeling was caused by my own precognitive magic, and I looked at the scene in front of me to make sure that I could see the future that I was about to be shown. This is... The first thing I saw in front of me was the soldiers of the demon race riding on the backs of dragon-like demons, running on the earth and flying in the sky. In addition, there is a wolf demon that looks ferocious, and other forces that are incomparable to the prediction that we saw before are about to attack the knights of the Ringle Kingdom. And behind them, there was a snake as big as that evil dragon, and around it, there were also several smaller individuals about a size smaller. It's a different scale and everything from the last battle. I expected this, but when I wake up from my dreams, I have to tell him about this prediction as soon as possible. As I think about this, the scene of the prediction shifts as if it were a painting. Usato and Kazuki are facing off against Koga, who is clad in a beastly robe. Suzune clothed in lightning, and a female demoness clothed in flame. In the middle of the battlefield, a huge tornado is spreading damage around. The scene of the future is changing like a picture book. Perhaps the scene you've just been shown is the key moment that will determine the course of the battle, or perhaps the future of demons and humans. The same premonition that I had when I saw the future when Kazuki and Suzune were killed by the Black Knight. As you are thinking about this, the scene changes to something else. I braced myself, but I was taken aback by the scene. What are you doing? Usato. I can see that Usato is about to kick a flying dragon in the air with a demonic look on his face. I don't understand the situation at all. It's hard to tell from a distance, but Usato's uniform seems to have changed slightly, and I can't understand how he's in the air. No. Let's not think too much about it. It's Usato. Experience has shown that Usato's behavior in the lead up to the scene is definitely not normal, so thinking about it no more will not resolve the question. A sense of being drawn back to something that signifies the end of foreknowledge. Apparently, this is the end of the predictions I can see. The sight of the prediction fades away, and with it the sensation of darkness in front of my eyes. The next time I woke up, I was on my bed in my familiar room. Wiping my eyes, I sit up lazily and think about my earlier prediction. Why is Usato in a special situation every time he sees the prediction? I know no one can answer that. I know, but I couldn't help muttering to myself. In the days following the day Farum became a true member of the rescue squad, I had been doing a lot of work to prepare for the battle. I had been doing my job as vice leader, sending messages to Mirak through the castle, checking on the materials for the additional healing magician personnel, etc. But things changed dramatically when Amako visited me. I've seen a prediction of a battle with the Demon King's army. Lloyd-sama and the people at the castle, who understood the importance of Amako's premonition, immediately called a meeting to hold a conference on the premonition she had seen. The following is a brief summary of Amako's premonitions. The Demon King's army will use demons as a fighting force. Kazuki and I face off against Koga, the leader of the 2nd Legion. Senpai fights against a demon who controls flames, probably Amira, who San fought in Hinomoto. In the middle of the battlefield, there is a tornado that seems to overrun the surroundings. I'm not sure why I'm fighting a flying dragon in the air. I'll leave aside the question of why I'm being predicted as a punchline, but it must be important information. Right now, we are at the critical stage of setting up a base on the plains where the battle will take place. If we can find out what they are up to in that timing, we might have the upper hand. Kazuki and Yusato will fight the second in command, and I am with the flame-wielding demon. Don't think too much about it, Suzuan. It's not uncommon for the future to get twisted if you try to force a change. Yes, I know. But when it comes to the people I'm fighting, I'm not so sure. After the meeting, Amako and I were walking in the corridor of the castle with Senpai. The place we were heading to was the castle gate where Arc-san was. Senpai wanted to ask her more about the time when she fought against a demon called Amira, so Amako and I, who knew her well, decided to follow along. If it's about that demon, I heard that Arc-san gave you a report. I've already looked through that. But I thought you'd like to hear from him about the circumstances of the fight. I see. It's certainly easier to imagine what it was like when you hear the story from Arc-san himself than from the written word. I was convinced by his words and decided to ask him about one thing I was curious about. Are Kazuki and you going to be at the base soon? Yes, because the Demon King's army is on the move. We heroes must also head to the base and get ready. The Demon Lord's army is already on the move. In addition to this, they have called the forces of the kingdoms of Nirvana, Samaria, and Helio to their bases in the plains, and in less than a few days, the 4 kingdoms will form a coalition army. We, the rescue squad, will be heading to the base a little later than Senpai and Kazuki. There is already a sense that we have a battle ahead of us. But it's a bit of a strange feeling, because I have more time to prepare than in previous battles. Isn't there something I still need to do? Am I missing something important? That's what I'm thinking about. Yusato-kun. Hey? Oh, yeah, sorry. I've been in a bit of a daze. I replied to Senpai, who looked into my face with a start. I'm not sure what she was thinking when she saw my reaction, but she made a show of being embarrassed. Could it be that you are worried about me? Yes, I am. I'm worried about Kazuki. Me too. I'm also worried about Senpai, but you seem to be able to manage on your own after all. In fact, I feel like this person could get through most pinches. I mean, if she's in trouble, I'll be there to help. After shaking her head desperately at my words, Senpai points to me and talks to me. Yusato. I'm the one who should not be left alone. I don't know what I would do without you, Yusato. If you're okay with that, then you'd better prepare yourself. Why should I be threatened in this way? Amazing. I've never seen anyone threaten to use themselves as a shield. If I wasn't there as a stopper, I'd be scared to death of what she might do. And Amako, don't mutter to yourself that you're impressed. I'm not impressed at all though. Anyway, Senpai can let most things slide, but Kazuki has a tendency to let his worries accumulate, so I'm worried about him. That's what worries me. When he asked me for advice before the first battle of the Demon King's army, I saw in him a weakness appropriate to his age. Of course, that weakness is also in me. Of course, I have that weakness too, more so than Kazuki, I think. But I was prepared for it after my conversation with Rose before that. He's got Celia and Franna, he'll be fine. Besides, I don't think you can speak for anyone else, can you? Oh, really? No, it's just that I've had a lot on my mind lately. I cross my arms and think about what I'm struggling with at the moment. The first thing I need to do is to behave as a vice leader. I've been thinking about the strengths I need to develop for the fight against the Demon King's army. Secondly, the training policy for Nak, Farum, Nia, and Blurin. And Yusato's problem is training related, isn't it? Isn't that all you've been thinking about lately? Amako. How do you know? Because it's Yusato. Why are you asking me something so obvious? As though that's what she's thinking while tilting her head with a look of innocence in her eyes, and I was at a loss for words. She was a fellow traveler, after all. I'm sure she knows what I'm going through. Senpai. I talked to Senpai, who also tilted her neck. Is there something on her mind? I feel like you don't really think of your problems as problems. What? Oh, don't worry about it. It's just a feeling, that's all. Anyway, we're almost at the gates. I was taken aback by Senpai's words, and found myself nearing the castle gate, and out of the corner of my eye I spotted the guard, Arc-san, guarding the gate. Once I regained my composure, I called out his name and waved my hand. Arc-san. Oh, Yusato Dano. And Suzumu Dano and Amako Dano too. What can I do for you? Yes. Actually. I tell him that Senpai wants to ask him about the flame-wielding demon swordsman that he fought. When he heard about the situation, he gladly agreed. After letting his fellow guards handle the situation for a while, he turned to us. This is about your fight with Amira Burger Rat, isn't it? Yes. I'm trying to find out what kind of fighting style she's going to have. Well, my impression from the fight was that she was a tremendously skilled fighter. As if remembering the fight at the time, he placed his hand on his chin and started talking. Senpai listens to his story with a serious look. He has more fire magic than I do, and more swordplay. Plus the skill to make it completely my own. If she had come at me with the intention of killing me, I wouldn't be here. The fact that Arc-san, who controls powerful flames, would go so far as to say that this was a very tough opponent. As she listened to Arc-san while thinking, Senpai asked him a question. The report says that she wore the flames like armor, what on earth does that mean? It means literally. By wearing the flames themselves, she was able to repel all attacks with hot air, even simple movements were boosted by the flames, and slashes with her sword were always covered in flames. Sounds a lot like my Thunder Beast mode. Yes, it does. In my opinion, Amira's technique is similar to Suzumu Dano's technique. A technique that Senpai has acquired through her travels, the Thunder Beast mode. It is a powerful technique that enables you to move at high speed by being covered in electric shocks. It seems to me that Senpai specializes in movement, but from Arc-san's point of view, the techniques used by Amira and Senpai are similar. Clothed in magic, hey. Amira's fighting style is also very similar to the fighting style of Nero Argent's that Rose told me about. You can see that it's not a half-baked technique, so it can't be a coincidence that Amira is dealing with the same technique as Nero. To be honest, I wasn't able to bring out her true spirit. Even my best blows only temporarily tore through her armor, and very few of my attacks reached her in the flesh. Amira Belgret is a very dangerous opponent. Her swordsmanship and skill are extraordinary, and when facing such a woman, Suzumu-sama may as well use her own strengths to fight. My true strength. When I hear my strength from Senpai, I think about it. The first thing that came to mind was the part where you don't read the air. I know exactly what you think of me, Yusato. This means that I can be serious, right? I didn't know what I was getting myself into, but for some reason I had a bad feeling about it. Senpai grabbed me by both shoulders and said a few words of excuse. Oh, please calm down. Isn't it sublime that you can ignore the other person's pace and go at your own pace? I don't feel like I'm being complimented. When I was wondering what to say, Arc-san, who had been quietly watching the exchange between me and Senpai, opened his mouth. Haha, Yusato Dano has a point. Even Arc. Also, I think that Suzumu Dano should seek a way to fight that makes use of the strengths of her own system of magic. The strengths of Senpai's Thunder system magic. It's not like I'm using gauntlet and system enhancements to force myself to expand my range of abilities, my magic can handle any situation depending on how I do it. Her own magical talent and unparalleled sense make it possible for her to apply her magic in ways that anyone else would say are impossible. The best example of this is the Thunder Beast mode. The first half is not easy to explain, but is my way of fighting. It's worth thinking about. Thank you, Arc. It's been very helpful. I'm glad I could be of some help. Now, I'd better get back to my duties. Arc-san bowed to us on the spot and returned to his guard duty at a short run. After watching his back, Senpai turned to me. I really want to go play in the city with you guys, but I think I'll just go back to the castle. I, too, have things I have to do as a hero. Senpai said with a rueful smile. As the rescue squad's vice leader, you're also a hero and you've got things to do. In addition to that, you can also call it the hope of the knights, the importance of the knights will not be incomparable with me. I'll go out with you as much as I can after the battle is over. Right, Amako? Yes. Not at all. Of course, Kazuki is with us then. When I and Amako said that and smiled at Senpai, she turned around and put her hand on her chin with a straight face. Are you sure? You promised to do that to me? I'll never forget it. Yusato. Suzumu, you have a serious face, are you okay? Saying it in such a serious face gives me a bad feeling, but I know it won't be bad, so I won't take it back. Anyway, here's another reason why I absolutely have to go home alive. The two heroes, Senpai and Kazuki, were to go to the base they had set up earlier in the plains area. After seeing them off with the knights, I was carrying out my duties as vice leader while making preparations to ensure that there were no flaws. What's the matter, Yusato? Is that all you've got? Of course not. Then show me how you can fight back. With Rose's shout of anger, a gouging kick was unleashed as if to pierce my temporal head. As soon as I received the kick with my gauntlet, I jumped to the side to escape the impact and did a couple of spins on the ground before standing up, but I immediately did a backflip and managed to avoid a crushing heel drop from directly above. Looks like you've got pretty good at running away. I'm not quite there yet. I'm sweating profusely and out of breath, but Rose smiles at me. The day before I head to the dorm, I have a practical training session with Rose, an act that would normally make me question my mental health, but since I won't be able to train if I go over there, it's now or never. I'll at least hit you once. Bring it on. If you can do that, that is. To be honest, I've been fighting under extreme conditions for the past hour, so my tension is a little out of whack. I let my impulses get the better of me and shouted out, heading towards Rose who had her fists tightened. Why am I here? With Nia at my shoulder for support. Should we stop here? Yes, I think so, thank you. Rose looks down at me as I'm lying down in a big heap in the middle of the training ground. Nia is also tired, lying on the ground in her owl state, completely deflated like a stuffed animal. I'll definitely get you vomiting blood, otherwise it's not worth it. I know. You better keep your words. I promise. I don't know if I should be so sure. Well, I'm not going to say no to that. In the first place, the reason why we are having a mock battle with Rose the day before we head to the base we set up in the plains is because I wanted to get used to Rose's movements at the last minute, as she has more physical ability than me. Also, as the vice leader, it was my duty to consider the possibility of acting in place of the leader in case of emergency. I didn't know how well I could take Rose's place, but I figured I had no choice but to do it since no one else could do it. I've put a healing spell on you, but make sure you get some rest. I understand. I nodded at Rose's words, who didn't look tired at all. Quit it with the polite speech. Also, are you taking Blurin to the battlefield this time? Ah, that's Dash. A while ago, I asked Blurin if he would go to fight against the Demon King's army. In response, he angrily tapped me repeatedly on the leg, signaling his intention to go to war. I nodded at Rose's words, remembering that, maybe I was being too overprotective of Blurin. Yet, I'll take Blurin with me. I see. If that's the case, I've had the rescue squad's special armor prepared for Blurin. You should equip it for him. What? When did you make such a thing? While you guys were at the meeting with Lukvis. I had it made just in case, but I'm glad you need it. So it's a special armor for Blurin. Blurin armor? No, I think Metal Blurin would be better. I'll think about the name later, but I'll thank Rose for her help. Thank you very much. You don't need to thank me. It's something I did on my own. Oh, and one more thing. Rose pulled out a single note from the pocket of her uniform. When she tossed it over, she saw that it had been sent by Miarak. Miarak. Leader, this is. It was given to you personally. The kingdom has been sent a formal one. The content is, well, it is a report that the weapons of the heroes are not sure if they will be ready for war. I see. So they don't know whether it's going to be made on time. No, it's better that they didn't assure us that they won't make it time. Unlike that time with me, Falgasama is trying to create a hero weapon from scratch, and I'm sure it's a lot of work. If I think about it that way, I can't really blame Falgasama. It's fine to be pessimistic. Our departure is tomorrow. As soon as the preparations are made, you should rest your body in preparation for tomorrow. Yes. Rose replied as she got up and walked back to her dorm. I was sure she was busy preparing for tomorrow, but Rose took time out of her precious time to help me. I stand up, feeling both apologetic and grateful. Well, I have a lot of work to do for tomorrow too. I have to continue my preparations for a situation where the healing magician is useless due to the use of his magic power, such as first aid bandages and medicinal herbs. In fact, that's more important than my personal luggage. I forgot about the preparations. You can rest a bit longer if you want. I'll take care of the preparations. Kawaii. I activate my healing magic while placing Nia, who is lying on the ground like a stuffed animal, on my shoulder. I chuckle at the moaning Nia and look at the letter I received from Rose. Well, before we get to that, let's read this one. The letter that they've sent, there's a question about the gauntlet in addition to the hero's weapons. I carefully unwrapped the letter and opened it to find a beautiful, flowing sentence. This is separate from the letter sent to the Kingdom of Ringle, and is sent to Kenyu Sato personally. I am Leona, the hero of Miarak. I understand that this is not the time for a lengthy preamble, so I will simply state what you need to know. First, the creation of the weapons of the two heroes by Falgasama may not be ready in time for the attack of the Demon King's army on the Kingdom of Ringle. As soon as it is completed, I will send it by the fastest ship in Mirak, but there is no guarantee that it will be ready in time. And as for your question about the gauntlet. First, is it possible to transfer or lend the gauntlet to a third party? According to Falgasama, it is not possible. It is, in the truest sense of the word, a piece of equipment that is exclusive to you, a piece of armor that cannot be used to its true potential by anyone else. As an exception, I have the spear of the hero, but this is because Falgasama made it so that it can choose its bearer and change its shape, but your gauntlet cannot do that. I thought there was a possibility, but I guess it's not. Can't I lend my gauntlet to someone else? It may not have extraordinary power, but on its own it's a gauntlet case of extraordinary hardness. I thought if I could get it to Senpai and Kazuki, it might help them, but I guess I'll have to give up. But you're the only one who can use this gauntlet, right? It's only hard, and I think it's only good for defense. It's good enough to use as armor. Besides, it can help you control your magic power. If it was Senpai, the Thunder Beast mode would be further enhanced, and if it was Kazuki, his outstanding magic manipulation would be further enhanced. Ah, yes. Maybe you could try putting some cuirasses on your feet? That way, your technique will be even more awesome, right? No, it's just hand armor, so if you deploy it with it on your foot, you'll be in trouble. Specifically, the legs are forced to transform into the shape of a gauntlet. It looks painful just imagining it. It's not like you can fit a gauntlet around your ankle in the first place. Well, if you can do the same thing with your feet as you can with your gauntlet, I think you can do a lot with them. Nia muttered, looking bored. It's not that I hadn't thought of it myself, but the price is too high. I would have loved to have tried the healing kick by jumping with the healing magic bursting palm or healing magic bursting leg. Like, healing kick, or something like that. While I'm thinking about such stupid things, a dark-haired rescue squad named Nak comes from the entrance of the training ground. Nak, what's wrong? Usato-san, Tong-san wants you to come help him as soon as possible. Oh, okay. It's bad enough that they're the only ones getting ready, so I should get going too. I've almost recovered from the mock battle with Rose. I stood up and headed for the dormitory with Nak. Usato-san, you're leaving tomorrow, aren't you? Yeah, I guess so. Nak is going to the castle. Yes. I'll be the only one here, so Rose has made arrangements for me. If we left here, Nak would be the only one here. We can't let a 12-year-old boy live on his own, and Rose's decision is a natural one. If I'm being honest, I'd like to follow Usato and the others, too. Nak. I know. I'm still a kid, and I'm not as strong as all of you. I know that best myself. Nak's muttering, as he floated the healing magic in his palm, seemed to be somewhat stifled with emotion. As a healing magician, there was no way I could take the inexperienced Nak into battle. No matter how much manpower is needed, that's the only thing I can't compromise. But I thought it would be different if I just regretted it. Looking up, Nak looks up at me. The other day, I asked Rose if I could ask her to help me at the castle. Help? Yes. There are a lot of people out of the castle right now, and we're pretty short on staff, so I was wondering if I could help out. I see. Now that people are gathering at the base, it's safe to say that the castle is quite short on manpower. I heard that they left some knights in case of an unexpected attack, but even so, it's still a small number. Well then, I guess I'll leave the castle's defense to you. Such an overreaction. Besides, I can't do much yet. Nak, you've thought this through and acted on your own. I think that's great. Maybe if I were in your shoes, I wouldn't have been able to do the same thing. I might have stopped thinking and only trained my muscles or something, or I might have lamented my helplessness. Usato-san. Yes. I was surprised to hear Nak speak up with a determined look on his face. He looked up at me and opened his mouth in confusion. When Usato-san returns, please teach me how to do healing punches and healing magic bullets. If that's what you mean, now. You idiot. I tried to teach him normally, but Nia smacked me on the cheek with her wing. I looked at Nia in disbelief and she looked at me in disbelief. So that's it. I kneeled down to make eye contact with Nak and put my hands on his shoulders. You should not learn the art of hurting people, Nak. Even if the other person is unharmed in the end. Usato-san. You still have a choice to make. You don't have to force yourself to become a violent healing magician like me. I don't know, denying yourself outright sounds pretty good. But this was also to keep Nak from going down the wrong path. If that's what it takes, I don't care what kind of damage it does to my heart. But do you remember the training we did in Lukvis? There's no way I could forget it. That training was. That? I don't know, that's a strange thing to say. Let's not worry about it too much, yet. It's the same as that time. If you can't find it on your own, I'll do something with you. Yes. Good answer. I put my hand on Nak's head as he nodded strongly. His growth was far from over. As his one-time mentor, I had to see it through. I slowly stand up and thank Nia on my shoulder. Thank you. Nia, I guess this is what you meant to say. No, that's not it, but it was good in the end, wasn't it? I nodded my head at Nia, who was whispering in my ear, and started walking again with Nak. We'll leave tomorrow. I'm going to be temporarily away from the rescue squad's base, and only Nak will be left alone in the kingdom, but I'm sure he'll be fine. After all, he's the one that Rose, and the rest of us rescue squad team recognize. The day of departure to the base. We, the rescue squads, had left the kingdom of Ringle with the knights. Once again, I left the kingdom of Ringle with the scenery of the kingdom of Ringle, the place we had to protect, burned into my mind. We traveled by carriage, just as we had done in the previous battle, but now there were more members than before. 5 strong men, Olga-san, Yururu-san, and Ferrum and Nia. When I think that there are 10 of us in the carriage, including me, it makes me feel very emotional. No, there's also a Blurin in the rescue squad's armor outside, so it's 10 people and 1 bear. That being said, Nia, what's up with your outfit? You finally pointed it out to me. Nia, sitting in front of me, crossed her legs with a confident look on her face. Nia wasn't dressed in her usual training uniform, but in a cute outfit that looked like it had been designed for girls on top of a black version of the group uniform that Rose and I wore. Me and Rose look like coats, but Nia's is arranged a little more like the current look of my world. Humph, this is my very own troop uniform that I made up with my shape-shifting abilities. Yeah, I think it's nice. I'll be embarrassed to be praised so honestly. It looks very light, so you'll be able to move fast when you need to. Nia, whose expression has changed from happy to expressionless, kicks me in the shin. What is it? So now you're going for the shins like Ferrum? Ha, you still got a long way to go if you're so concerned about looks. The one who swears in the seat between Nia and the other is a demon girl, Ferrum, wearing a black uniform made of magic. At her swearing, Nia returns a mocking smile. I guess that's better than having a different color than Usato's. Hey. Who wants to have the same color as him? I don't want to be like him. Do you mind if I cry? It's not like I'm a different color, but I'm being disrespected in a roundabout way, and when it comes to Ferrum, it's usually hurtful. You're the one who should be dressed like that. I don't mind. As you can see from earlier, he's a dullard and a muscle brain anyway. Just as Nia and Ferrum's bickering was about to heat up, the person sitting between them moved. Both of you, I know you're shy, but please don't fight and get along. Ack. Ugh. It was Yururu-san, the most communicative person in the rescue squad. Let go of me. Release me. No. You have to get along, we're about to head to a very difficult place. With a sly smile on her face, she wrapped her hands around Ferrum and Nia's shoulders and pulled them straight into her territory and took them by the hand. And there's another reason why she had to stop. Besides, if I don't stop soon, the leader-san's thunder will swing. What? As I followed Yururu-san's gaze to the carriage window, I saw a horror-like scene of Rose holding the reins of the horse pulling the carriage, glaring at Nia and Ferrum with tremendous eyes. I only caught a glimpse of her back, but I wondered what it was, this horror movie blue power. So, got it. Nia and Ferrum looked pale and nodded their heads. Last time I was next to Rose at the reins, but this time I'm riding in the carriage. I've been told by Rose to rest, as there are things for her to do at the base, but will I be given the job of vice leader? Usato-kun. What is it? Olga-san. I listened to the voice of Olga-san, who is sitting next to me. As Yururu-san's older brother, Olga-san is more skilled in handling healing magic than I am. He opened his mouth with his usual kind expression. I was remembering that I hadn't said a word of congratulations to you for becoming the vice leader. Oh, no. I really want to say it. For my part, I'm glad that you've become the vice leader. Saying that, Olga-san once cut off him words, paused for a few seconds before saying congratulatory words. Congratulations on assuming the role of vice leader of the rescue squad, Usato-kun. I hope from the bottom of my heart that you will continue to support Rose-san in the future. I don't know if I can support the leader, but you're plenty supportive at this point, you know. It's just that you and Rose-san don't realize it. I hadn't thought of it the other way around, though it might be that I was being supported. But if that's what Olga-san said, then maybe it's true. I let his words ruminate in my mind, and nodded. I think I'll try my best in my own way. Yeah. I can't do it now that the battle against the Demon King's army is imminent, but if you have any problems as the vice leader, please consult me. If it's okay with this unreliable me, that is. When I tried to follow up with a bitter smile at Olga-san who was depressed after saying that himself, Yururu-san, who was joking with Nia and Ferrum before that, called out to Olga-san. You should have more confidence in yourself, big brother. It's not cool if the end isn't tight. Ha ha ha. It's not a laughing matter, is it, big brother? Yes. Olga-san was taken aback by the rather normal tone of voice. As I was watching them interact, I heard a loud voice coming from the opposite side of the room from where Olga-san was sitting. Tong, a skinhead man. A small, fat, muscular man, Mill. Gomel, a bearded man with a cross-shaped scar on his face. Alec, the rescue squad's cook, with his trademark bandana wrapped around his head. Gold, a goblin in appearance. I listen to the 5 strong men I trust as they talk about something thoughtfully. You're talking about more than just demons, right? What are you going to do? It's a little troublesome when there are demons mixed in. Yeah, it's hard to tell the difference. Isn't it okay? We'll still be doing what we're doing. Hee hee, that's true too. Demon race, demon monsters, depending on the situation, we'll still be doing the same. I see, so that's how it is. After listening to the conversation and understanding what they were saying, I called out to them to join in the conversation. First, let's think of a way to deal with it so that you guys won't be mistaken for demons and attacked. Hey ah! As soon as I said that, I was stared at by a group of strong men with bloodshot eyes. It's funny, I don't think my guess is wrong and… Hey? Because you look like demons, weren't they discussing it so that you wouldn't be mistaken for a demon brought by the Demon King's army and attacked? What, are you trying to pick a fight? I tilted my head at Tong, who had a blue streak of anger on his face. Hey! No way, this guy's serious. Gold has a criminal record, but we won't be mistaken. I can't be mistaken either. Maybe. Gold refuted Mill's words, but Alec shook his head as if to deny it. Didn't you get mistaken for a goblin by the Knights of the Ringle Kingdom and captured by them, and then picked up by your sister? Don't talk about my time as a bouncer. Oh, really? That's how she ended up joining the rescue squad, too amazing. And I'm starting to wonder what Rose's criteria are for recruiting members. What we're talking about is a countermeasure against the demons that the Demon Lord's army is bringing. I see, that's it. Rather, why can't you come up with this one? I nodded at Gomel's voice, which brought me back to the conversation. A countermeasure against demons. I'm sure the strong men have far more experience with such things than I do, so I might as well ask the question. What do you guys do when you face a demon? Oh, when there's an injured person lying near the demon. At my question, the tough guys put their hands on their chins and thought for a while. After about 10 seconds, one by one, they spoke the answer to my question from their tongues. Aim for the vital point. I'm going to graze him before he can stop me. I'll just punch him. Do your best to hit them with your body. I'll hit a handy demon and use it as bait. I see. Thanks, I'll keep that in mind. I thanked the 5 of them for their opinions. I'm honestly glad that none of them said abandon. If our legs can scare them even for a moment, we can save the injured near the enemy. I'm aware of the practicality of the full-force physical assault, since I once gave a blue grizzly a physical assault. Hey, Ururu. Can I use that as a reference? Even I can see that. I think it's an absolute no-no. Normal people can't do that, but I think Yusato-kun and the others can. I can hear Nia and the others muttering from the front seat, but for now, let's focus on what Tong and the others are saying. It's not that we don't get along, although we do fight a lot. Or should I say the kind of relationship that allows us to say whatever we want to each other without hesitation. I think it's a different kind of trust than Kazuki and Inugami-senpai. Now let's see what we can do to prevent Gold from being mistaken for a demon. No objection. Of course there are. You fucking morons. Although we were riding in a carriage headed for the battlefield, it seemed that we would be able to reach our destination without any gloom in the air. A long time had passed since our departure. We spent a long time discussing how to deal with the demons, and one by one they came to a conclusion. The first was Tong's suggestion that demons are incapable of responding to unexpected attacks. This is true even for demons, but it makes sense that they would be slow to respond to an attack that they have never seen before, or one that is unknown to them. The second is Gomel's idea of just hit him between the eyes and he'll be scared. I'm not sure where the source is, but it seems to be a reliable idea. I'm not sure if I'll try, or not. The third one is Mill's idea that if you intimidate them with your eyes, they will naturally run away. I heard that Rose practiced this when Mill was thrown into the darkness of Ringle, but please don't give me an idea that humans can't do. The fourth was Alec's idea of not fighting, but carrying out their mission. I think it's a very convincing idea. The fifth was Gold's idea, if we make them think we're one of them, they won't naturally attack us. Out of the question, discuss it from a human perspective. After a brief discussion, it was concluded that Tong and Alec's idea was a useful countermeasure against demons. It seems pretty long, doesn't it? Yes, it does. My brother is reading a book and falling asleep. When I looked away from the strong men who had started to take a nap with their eyes closed, as if they had become bored, Ururu-san, who had moved to a seat before I knew it, spoke to me. "Where are Ferrum and Nia?" I looked next to her and saw that they were both asleep with their eyes closed. They were leaning their heads on each other's shoulders, even though they usually fight each other. For the time being, I draped the two of them with their undressed team uniforms to prevent them from catching a cold. "Usato-kun, when we get over there, we're going to meet with the increased number of healing magicians, right?" "Yes, I guess so." "I see. I wonder what kind of people they are." "In a manner of speaking, there is information. However, it's only information, so I won't know unless I meet them. From what I've heard, there are 2 people in their 20s, about the same age as us. I heard that there are about 3 people coming all together." "3 people, hey?" "Surprisingly, that's a lot." "Yes, it is. Healing magician is a rare strain of magic that can only be awakened by humans. And with such scarcity, even when they do awaken, some hide their magic, so the number of confirmed users of healing magic is surprisingly low. In such a situation, 3 more healing magicians would be a great help to Yururu-san and Olga-san, who heal the wounded at their base. But there can't be any speculation, right?" "I suppose so. I've heard that they were sent from another country, but it wouldn't be surprising if the reason for that was also to learn the inner workings of the rescue squad. If you think about it deeply, you can also think that they sent a civilian healing magician to a dangerous place just for that purpose. To be honest, when I came up with that idea, my blood almost boiled in my head and I thought for a moment that I should refuse the reinforcements. But when I thought about how many dozens or hundreds of lives could be saved with those reinforcements, I couldn't do anything. After all, I was weighing the lives I could save with their help against the few healing magicians who would be involved in the battle. Once we get to the base, I'm prepared to take any swearing or complaining I can get. They have their reasons for doing so, and I have to take it in my position as vice leader." "Totally, Usato-kun, you know. That's the kind of thing that worries me, isn't it?" I don't know what I was thinking, but I raised my voice in confusion at Yururu-san, who started stroking my head as I looked down. Wait a minute, Yururu-san. You're just like the leader in that way." Yururu-san gives me a bright smile that hasn't changed since we first met. "Don't worry. You don't have to think so backwardly. You're not alone, and I won't make you take on everything just because you're the vice leader. Hey! We're both part of the same rescue squad, you know." With that, Yururu-san patted me hard on the shoulder to cheer me up. "Besides, the healing magician who's coming might be someone who really thought of us, right?" "Yes. You're right, Yururu-san." Maybe it was because the battle with the Demon King's army was imminent, but she seemed to be in a gloomy mood. Her cheerful and positive words made me wake up. I bowed my head to Yururu-san. "Thank you very much. I guess I've been thinking about it more than I realized." "That's okay, you're still almost the same age as me, and it's natural for you to be troubled." "You too, Yururu-san." "That's true. It's natural for her to be troubled, hey?" Maybe I was unconsciously driven by the idea that I had to do my duty as vice leader by myself. I'm glad I've realized that now. Thanks to Yururu-san, I feel like a weight has been lifted from my shoulders. "Hey, you guys." As I was thinking about this, Rose, who was pulling the reins, called out to us, tapping on the window. When Yururu-san and I looked out the window, Rose was pointing to the end of the road. There was a large encampment with lots of supplies and tents. "We'll be arriving at the base shortly. Wake up anyone who is asleep." "Yes. There's a lot to do even after we get to the base." After nodding strongly to Rose's words and tightening up, Yururu-san and I stood up to wake up the sleeping people. The base that was set up in the plains was much larger than I had imagined. I know that this size is only natural, since the armies and supplies of the 4 kingdoms are gathered here, but it was still overwhelming. Across from the base, is there a watchtower or wall being built? Even though it's unfinished, it's amazing that they can build so much in such a short time, right? I nodded to Nia's muttering while looking sideways at the walls and watchtowers being constructed at the front of the base. When we arrived at the base, the knights of the Ringle Kingdom welcomed us and led us to the place where we would be working. The soldiers from other countries we passed were looking at us curiously, but I think the reason for that was mostly because of Blurin. Knights of the Ringle Kingdom who were familiar with the Blue Grizzly would not think anything of it, but to soldiers from other countries, the Blue Grizzly was a dangerous monster. "How's your armor?" "Blurin." "Ker. Well, from your point of view, it's not very comfortable to wear." "Sorry, I asked you a weird question." I stroke his cheek and look at the armor he's wearing. The pure white armor, like mine and Rose's, covers his entire body. Of particular note is the belt and large saddle attached to its back. He could carry an injured person on this saddle, secure them with the belt, and carry them to the base just like the black clothes. "You know what your role is, don't you?" "Gru." Blurin nodded strongly at my words. In the rescue squad, Blurin's role is twofold. to take care of the injured from the black suits. He uses his armor to protect the injured and rescue them just like the black suits. Rather than attacking the enemy as a hexenbiist, his role as a member of the rescue squad is to save his allies. Yusato. Yes? What can I do for you? I was suddenly approached by Rose, who was walking in front of me. She looks forward and speaks to me. I was told by the knight just now that the additional healing magician has already arrived. I see. So we're going to see them now. Yes. But I have some business to attend to first. I'm afraid I'll have to wait until later to meet the newcomer. Well, Rose has her duties as leader, so I know she's busy. So does that mean I should explain about the rescue squad's members or something? You're starting to get the idea, that's right. Besides, I think you're the right person for this. What? Why? Because we can't afford to scare them now. You're probably a little easier to deal with than I am. Did this woman realize that she was scary? No, it was true that if the healing magician I was about to meet had a personality like Nax when I first met him in Lukvis, there was no way they wouldn't be afraid of me relative to Rose. If that's the case, please leave it to me. Oh, I'm counting on you. I've undertaken an important role without thinking about it, haven't I? Even though it's a sudden participation, I don't want to leave any strange awkwardness behind since we're going to be friends who share the battlefield. First impressions are the key, right? Yeah. I've got nothing but a bad feeling about this. Nia muttered something like that, but there was no problem. I, too, have learned how to deal with people I've never met before through my letter-giving journey. As long as I don't yell at them when I meet them, I'm safe. Oh, by the way. Kazuki and Senpai are here, too. I didn't see them, but Senpai and Kazuki must be here. I'm sure they're both busy with their work as heroes, but I'd like to see them at least once. The rescue squad's base of operations that I was shown to had quite a bit of space. With several large tents, first aid supplies, and rugs for the injured to sleep on, it seemed like they had everything they needed. With this much space available, it seemed unlikely that the place would be overrun with injured people anytime soon. The healing magicians who arrived earlier are in that tent. Yeah, okay. After seeing off the knight who was leading the way, Rose turned around and looked at me. Yusato, as I said before, I'm going to leave this place for now. I'll leave the rest to you. Yes. Please leave it to me. I'll see to it that you perform your duties as vice leader. Rose put her hand on my shoulder and headed towards the back of the base as she passed me. With a deep breath, I calmed down my rising sense of mission and turned back to the members. Let's start by organizing our stuff and supplies. Ferrum, I'm going to need you to not leave the base as much as possible. I know. Please okay? There's always the chance that you'll be mistaken and attacked. Even if you do, we'll do our best to protect you, but it's better that you don't find out. K. While we are in this base, we need to have Ferrum hide her face. The Knights of the Kingdom of Ringle are well aware of Ferrum's existence, but the Knights of other countries are not. At worst, he could be treated as a spy and cut down on the spot. That end. Olga-san, you must be tired from traveling, so please leave the rest to us and rest your body. And no really, I'll help with something too. Yusato-kun's right. Big brother is too poorly built, so don't push yourself too hard. Olga-san was born with a weak body. Traveling in a carriage is tiring, even just sitting in it, so I want him to rest as much as possible. Besides, it's not an exaggeration to say that he's the most important person to the rescue team. That guy and Yururu are right, you know. Olga. Tong, I'm sorry. It's just that my body's too weak. Olga-san apologized apologetically to Tong, who lightly tapped him on the shoulder. The other strong guys talk to him as if they care about him. If you were born with it, it can't be helped. We don't think you're a nuisance. Don't worry about it. You're the heart of the rescue squad. Get some rest. Leave the heavy lifting to us. Thank you all for. At their words, Olga-san nodded his head, thanking them. Even though his face is scary, he's basically a good guy. His face is scary though. So, the strong guys and Ferrum are going to check and organize the supplies. What are you going to do? I won't let you slack off just because you're the vice leader. Listen to me until the end. I've got to go see the healing magicians for reinforcements first. Besides, I was thinking of having Nia and Yururu-san come along with me. As I explained this, Yururu-san pointed at me and tilted her head. Yusato-kun, what do you want me to do? Yururu-san will go with me to meet the reinforcements. To be honest, I'm not sure if I can do this on my own, so I was hoping I could ask for your help. Of course, leave it to you. I'm glad you're relying on me so soon. To be frank, I'm nervous about facing this alone. So I can feel at ease if I have the vivacious and gentle impression like Yururu-san with me. Yusato, why me? Because you seem to have a good eye for people. I thought I'd ask you to come with me. Oh, I see. If I do say so myself, I'm not very good at suspecting people, so I can be easily fooled, and I've actually had a rough time. So I decided to take Nia, who is very perceptive in many ways. In addition to Nia, I'll have Yururu-san, who has great communication skills. Now that the initial assignments are done. As I was about to ask them to move on to their respective tasks, I noticed that Tong had a hand on his chin and a deeply moved expression on his face. But new healing magicians, hey? If they're going to be the ones to have our backs, I'm looking forward to meeting them now. No, I don't think you guys should meet them right away. Hey? Why not? I decided not to hide my answer to Tong's question. If a stranger saw you guys, the first thing they'd think is that you're some kind of bandits or brigands. That's why I thought I'd explain first and then match dash. I think you're quite there too. I'd say you're about as scary as your face. No, if anything, he's more vicious because he changes his mind. It's true that he tries to deceive you with his first impression. I'm not even sure I'm in my right mind when I get into a fist fight with Anu. I see. Okay, why don't we just settle this quietly with a fist fight? Yusato-kun. Oh, please calm down. Yusato. Oh, what do you mean, calm down? I'm sorry, I got caught up in my anger. I came to my senses when Yururu-san, Nia and Ferrum said, I'm fine. I apologized to the strong men who were wearing expressions that said, I'll help you with your work as soon as the meeting is over, so you guys go ahead and start? Just don't start any fights or make any noise, okay? Ooh. Ferrum too, okay. You don't have to keep saying that. I'll do what I'm told. I don't want to cause any trouble. Ferrum, who turned away and said. Then, after watching the strong men and Ferrum heading off to their respective jobs, I turned to Yururu-san and Nia. Then we'll go and meet the reinforcements of healing magicians. Nia, you can turn into an owl. Okay. I wonder what they're like. I'm anxious, but I'm looking forward to it. After confirming that Nia had transformed into an owl on my shoulder, I approached the tent where the reinforcing healing magicians were, along with an excited Yururu-san. We soon arrived in front of the tent's entrance, and taking a small deep breath, I put my hand on the cloth at the entrance and went inside. Excuse me. Look at this, look at this. This is the article that summarizes Suzune-sama's great confession to Yusato-sama. It's the complete version. Gah. The moment I entered I was brought to my knees. Upset, I looked inside the tent and saw a girl with bluish-black hair in a ponytail holding a bundle of articles and a woman with darker blonde hair and pigtails with a troubled smile on her face. Then, a blonde man about my age was sitting on a chair, far away from the two of them. The three of them were probably the healing magicians of the reinforcements. Yusato-kun, are you okay? Yes, but the healing magicians of the reinforcements are not to be underestimated. I wonder if it's not simply Suzune's fault. All three of them must have noticed my appearance, because they quickly lined up side by side. I would not allow myself to be further disfigured, so I would make sure to introduce myself. Nice to meet you. I'm Yusato-ken, vice leader of the rescue squad. The one on my shoulder is my familiar, Nia. Thank you so much for coming here this time. We, the rescue squad, sincerely welcome you to our ranks. Oh wah, sounds so fake. I introduce myself, nearly breaking my smile at Nia's muttering on my shoulder. The picture and the real thing is totally different. The ponytailed girl's murmur is cutting into my mental strength, but I managed to get through it and look to Yururu-san to introduce myself. I'm Yururu, 18 years old, and I belong to the rescue squad. I know you might have some anxiety or something after coming here, but let's all do our best to get over it. It's the kind of thing that's liked a million times more than my less than friendly self-introduction. If it were me, I would have a better impression of Yururu-san than I do of myself. Can I have your names, please? Let's get back on track and see what their names are. I'm Jurna of the Kingdom of Nirvana. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Kate from the Kingdom of Kamhelio. I'm Sharn from a farming village near the Kingdom of Thundera. It's nice to meet you. The tall man with short cropped blonde hair is Jurna-kun. The girl with black hair with a slight blue tint is Kate. The woman with blonde hair and pigtails is Sharn. Jurna and Kate are the same age as me. I'd say Sharn is in her mid-20s, which is close to Olga-san's age. I'm surprised that there are more young people here than I expected. Now then, I'll explain what you guys need to do, so listen carefully. Yes. Yes. I think I'm getting ahead of myself on this one. Especially Jurna, he's staring at me. At any rate, I'll give a brief explanation of what to do and what to watch out for in the rescue squad. It took me about 10 minutes to explain the main points, with some supplementary information from Yururu-san. After I finished giving them a general explanation, I called out to them to check their understanding. Do you understand so far? Yes. Yes, that's a good answer. That's all I needed to know. While I can hear Kate's lively voice and Sharn's faint reply, Jurna is giving me an observant look. He seems to be listening to me, but I'll have to try and ask Nia. I speak to Nia in a whisper, hiding my mouth in a gesture of distress. Nia, how is this Jurna so far? Is he suspicious? He looks at me with suspicion, but maybe that's not a conspiracy or anything. Maybe he just doesn't like you. I see. As I was soberly depressed by Nia's straightforward words, Yururu-san lightly tapped me on the shoulder. Usato-kun, Usato-kun. Yes. Now that the explanation is over, let's have a little talk in the sense of deepening our friendship. I guess so too. Well then, does anyone have any questions? So, if I may ask you a few questions. When I asked this, the first person to raise her hand was Sharn. I was surprised inwardly, but accepted her question. You must be Sharn-san. How can I help you? How many healing magicians are there here? There are only 4 of us, me, Yururu-san, the leader who isn't here, and Yururu-san's brother. 4, is it? Then, I heard that the healing magicians of the rescue squad go to the battlefield to heal the wounded themselves, but don't tell me that all 4 of you are going to go to the battlefield. Hearing Sharn's question, I reply while summarizing what I'm going to say. No, it's only me and the leader who will be running on the battlefield. Yururu-san and the others' role is to heal the wounded brought here with healing magic, and this will be the job that Sharn-san and the others will be doing. By the way, the color of the rescue squad's clothes has a meaning. The leader and Usato-kun, who are battlefield healing magicians, wear white, and my brother and I, who use healing magic at our base, wear grey. Although they are outside right now, the grey clothes are the ones who give first aid to the wounded who have fallen on the battlefield with recovery magic and bring them to the ash-grade clothes at the base. I see. Yururu-san explains to supplement my words. Sharn-san seems to have been convinced as well, nodding her head in thought. Then, yes. Usato-sama. Can I ask you an unrelated question? That's totally fine. And you don't have to use sama. The next person to raise her hand was Kate, a girl who gave the impression of being full of energy. So, Usato-san. What happened to your relationship with Suzune-sama? Guffu. I nearly erupted in shock, but kept a smile on my face and waved my hand to the side. I ask Yururu-san for help, but she gives me an expectant look, as if she too is concerned about the answer to this question. Nia holds her mouth with her wing and holds back a smile. No, that was a bit of a complicated situation. The article shown is incorrect. I'm sorry. Did I disappoint you? No. That's because it's interesting. What's so interesting? Let's not worry too much about that. So, do you have any articles related to Usato-san? Depends on the content, I guess. As you can see, the portraits and such are totally different. I'd like to give the person who drew my portrait an hour-long lecture someday. As for the article, most of the physics-related stuff is true, though. I can't believe the healing magician of the Ringle Kingdom is such a domineering guy. When I was having such an exchange with Kate, Jurna-kun muttered something like that. At his seemingly irreverent attitude, Kate, who was standing next to him, snapped at him. Hey, that's rude. Jurna-kun. You thought so too, didn't you? You were carrying around that bogus article. What's more, don't give healing magic any more strange impressions, like blinding with healing magic or punching with healing magic. What the hell? I'm not a fake, okay. What? Kate swings her arm at Jurna-kun while shouting mysteriously, but is easily stopped by a hand on her forehead. As I recall, Jurna-kun came from the Nirvana Kingdom, right? If that's the case, then it's natural that he reacts to the rumor that I've caused him some sort of reputational damage. If you have some complaints, let's hear it while we can. Hey! Jurna-kun, I understand exactly what you're saying. I'm sure that because of me, rumors about healing magic have spread. So you can say everything you want to say while you're at it. About 20% of the reason was that I didn't want to leave any loose ends. The other 80% of the reason was to avoid a situation where he would be in trouble when he talked about it in front of Rose. Somehow, I don't think he's that strong mentally. Even now, it seemed like he was being strong rather than angry. You're making the healing magician's reputation go crazy. Yet. He looked hesitant at my words, but he seemed to have made up his mind and spat out the words in a choppy manner. You can't possibly believe that I attacked, threw, and eventually fought a dragon man with healing magic that nearly destroyed a whole country. Now that I've seen you with my own eyes, I can't believe it. I've been told that I don't have high spirits, but what do I look like in normal times? I don't know if I look that pathetic. But the rumors are strangely believable, so the higher UPS got serious and tried to train me to be a healing magician in Nirvana. Did they force you to do that, by any chance? No, I volunteered. I still managed to get 3 people, though. The volunteer system means that in no small part Jurna-kun wanted to become a stronger healing magician? At first, I also wanted to become stronger with healing magic, which I've been ridiculed for. The other two were thinking the same thing as me. However, what was waiting for us was a painful process that could only be called training. What kind of training did you do? They made me run until I passed out. I nodded at him, his voice rising. And then what? And the day after that? They put me through some crazy training. Just because that's what they're actually doing in the Ringle Kingdom. Run until you pass out, hey? As a normal healing magician, he must have been in a lot of pain when he was made to run until he fainted. Don't think the same way I do. What, you'll forgive me for fainting? Hey, Yusato. I don't know, such training. Nia talks to me like that with empty eyes on my shoulder, but I'm talking about something important right now, so I pass it by. I've heard from Lucas-sama that they tried to raise healing magicians like me in Rose and Samaria, but they failed. Could it be that the same thing is being done in other kingdoms as well? The two other healing magicians besides me also lost their minds and deserted after only a few days of work. So only you're left. I still wanted to believe. I wanted to prove that healing magicians could be strong, that magic didn't have to exist. Hearing that much, I knew what kind of words he had been subjected to as a healing magician. He wanted to show his worth as a healing magician. That was why he had come here. I came here partly because I genuinely wanted to help you as a healing magician. But besides that, I wanted to know if the rumors about you were real. I see. I shouldn't hesitate to reveal my power here. If I hesitated, it means I haven't grown any since the meeting. For now, all I can show you are healing magic bullets and healing punches. If that doesn't convince you, let's have a mock fight with the healing flying fist. I made up my mind to do so and spoke to Jernikun. Jernikun. Hey, Yusato. If you've finished your greeting, then come and help me. I need your dumbass power. At this moment, Tong calls me from outside in a uselessly loud voice. The voice not only frightened Kate and Sharn, but also Jerna, whose shoulders shook. That skinhead bastard. I think someone is calling your name. No, don't worry about it. Sharn-san, you can think of that as the cry of a wild demon. Well, isn't that bad too? It would be too shocking to meet those tough guys without any explanation. Even I mistook them for bandits when I first met them and almost cried. It's impossible for Sharn-san, who is apparently a scared person, not to be terrified when she sees the strong faces. Yururu-san, please go and quiet him down, he's making a lot of noise outside right now. Yeah. I tell Tong what's going on and ask Yururu-san to quiet him down. Let's not think about this and be relieved to hear this, but just as Yururu-san is about to leave through the doorway. Are you listening to me, Yusato? They're somewhere else and I don't have enough help. What perfect timing. At this point, a head that looked like a sea monk came in from the entrance of the tent. When Jernikun saw the strong face of Tong, he squirmed, Sharn let out a small scream, and Kate said, "Wow." I couldn't tell whether she was surprised or happy. I looked at the three of them sideways and with a smile on my face, I grabbed the collar of Tong with one hand. Everyone, sorry about that. I've got some business with this guy, so wait for me. Whoa, what's with the suddenness? Tong-kun, let's go outside for a minute. I walked out of the tent with Tong fished out with one hand. A short distance away from the tent, supplies were piled up 2 meters square and 3 meters high. This was certainly too much for just one person to handle. Moreover, they were tied up tightly with ropes to prevent them from collapsing, so it would be difficult to untie them. In this case, I can understand why he would want to join forces with me to carry it all at once. No, I don't care about that right now. As I set Tong down on the ground, my smile finally faded and my shoulders shook with anger. You're a big guy, but you can't even do the job you're told? I told you to be quiet. You're still explaining that to me. Well, my bad. Now help me out. Sigh, let's get it over with. I lifted the 3-meter-long pile of supplies with him with both hands. I thought I heard a gasp from behind me, but I couldn't turn around because I was lifting the supplies. Nia, is there someone behind me looking at us? Yururu is. No, there's no one, okay. I see. I thought the voice sounded a little shaky, but... Well, if she says it, then it's fine. I carried the supplies along with Tong and set them down on the ground. I wiped my forehead and turned to Tong, seeing the supplies so large that I look up at them. Is this okay? Yeah. Thanks for the help. You know, next time you're in a situation like this, you should really go. Why bother, because it's going to come out soon anyway. I mean, look at the back. As Tong said, I turned around and saw Jernikun and the others peeking at me from the open entrance of the tent. Did they see me lift up the supplies from my earlier exchange with Tongs? With a delicate air, I enter the tent and see a smiling Yururu-san and the three of them looking at me. Oh, I'm sorry. I showed you something scary. With a bitter smile, Jernakun, who still looked confused as he barely said so, stepped forward. He bowed his head vigorously, and his voice came through well. I apologize for my cheekiness. If you want, you can hit me until you're happy. I'm not going to do that. As a member of the Kingdom of Nirvana, I have to pay for this. What world does Nirvana live in? I panicked, but managed to get Jernakun to look up at me. Looking at the other two, Sharn's person surprisingly looks the same as before, but Kate has a somewhat knowing look on her face, so it was all true. I was relieved to see that she wasn't scared, and Yururu-san, who was still smiling, spoke to me. Yusato-kun. I showed the three of them the exchange between you and Tong. Ah, so it was you, Yururu-san. I was able to open up with Jernakun without me having to practice my healing magic techniques, so I guess that means that Yururu-san made a fine play here. I'm really glad that they didn't get scared when they saw me and Tong's interaction. Thank you, Yururu-san. No thanks at all. Besides, for him, I thought it would be quicker to show him Yusato-kun's power. After saying that, she took a glance at Jernakun and the others and turned to me. After all, sometimes a forceful push is effective. I couldn't help but laugh at Yururu-san, who clenched both fists and spoke confidently, reminding me that she was no ordinary woman, but a strong person who belonged to the rescue squad like Rose. Author's note. And then what? I don't expect to end up passing out. And the next day after that. He thinks it's about the next day. Discrepancies in consciousness are terrifying. I'd like to give a brief introduction to the newly recruited healing magicians. Jerna, from the Kingdom of Nirvana. An ordinary healing magician who yearns for strength. He is mentally weak, but has a genuine desire to help others. Kate, from the Kingdom of Calm Helio. She is a healing magician whose only merit is that she is energetic. Sharn, from the Kingdom of Thundera, a nearby farming village. A woman who has healed people as the village's healing magician. When she heard that many people would be hurt, she couldn't stay and volunteered. After meeting with the reinforcements, the healing magicians, Jernakun, Kate-san and Sharn-san, I decided to help the strong men with their work. Once that was done, I also helped build the fortifications that protect the base. I was a little impressed by the surprised reaction of the soldiers around me when they saw me and the strong men carrying timber. Then, as the sun was setting, Rose returned to the rescue squad's base of operations to meet Jernakun and the team. As a reaction, all three of them, including Kate-san, had a uniformly tense expression on their faces when Rose gave off an overwhelming predator aura just by being there. I guess it can't be helped that she's giving off an atmosphere of being a scary person no matter how you look at her, but I thought it was great that she was not suppressing it, but instead was releasing it in a dignified manner. Later, Rose, who had been to the base operations center, told me her story. We have confirmed the advance of the Demon Lord's army. I muttered this quietly as I stared blankly at the fire burning in the stacks of wood like a campfire. The story Rose told me was about how the Demon Lord's army is currently behaving. The Demon King's army has already passed the place where the scouting was reported to have come, and is steadily moving towards us. It is also marching with a large number of demons. Q. Yeah, I'm fine. Blurin. After dinner, as I sit on the burlap-covered ground polishing Blurin's new armor, Blurin, who is lying curled up beside me, looks up at me with concern. I laugh at him and pat his head. Jernakun is with the strong men and Olga, Kate-san and Sharn-san are with Yururu, Nia and Farum, where they are interacting with each other. In truth, I should go to Jernakun too, but I wanted to think a little alone, so now I'm in front of the fire, lost in my thoughts. It's reassuring to know you're here. Hansuyu. You're so proud of yourself. The first time, the battle against the Demon Lord's army made him stay away, but not this time. Just like when we fought that wicked dragon, we are entrusting our backs to him as trusted companions. I have no worries about that. This is because he has a strong heart that will never give in to anyone he decides to fight. I naturally smiled at Blurin, who sniffed confidently, and continued to speak to him. Are you scared? Gwa. I knew you would make that face. Haha, I'm just joking, don't get mad at me. I chuckle at Blurin, who looks miffed. I mutter to myself as my vision reflects the sight of the flickering red and orange fire. I'm scared. When I mutter this, emotions flood out of my chest like a balloon that has been unplugged. I'm afraid of fighting, I'm afraid of being in danger. But I'm most scared of being reminded of my helplessness. Gwa. Haha, don't worry about it. I'm fine. I stroke Blurin's head as he looks up at me with concern. Did I sound a bit whiny? Well, now, let's stop talking and start working with our hands. Gwa. I moved my hand, which had stopped, to work on polishing his armor again. I was absorbed in my work, listening to the sound of popping flames and the lively voices of the soldiers in the distance. As night falls, I finally finish polishing and inspecting Blurin's equipment and stretch my back. It took me a little while, but it was a good time to gather my thoughts. Biting back a sore throat, I looked at Blurin, who was in a daze, and then tried to clean up the messy armor end. Who is it? My view was suddenly taken away by the hands of Inyakamai-senpai, who approached from behind. Thinking who the familiar presence is approaching. With my vision still pitch black, I begin to clean out Blurin armor without a care in the world. You chose to ignore. Senpai, please conceal your footsteps if you want to sneak behind me. And he's ruining it. Senpai moves in front of me in surprise. I am a little relieved to see Senpai unchanged from a few days ago. I'm a beautiful girl, you know. I see you finally got rid of the subject. I know what you are trying to say by pointing at yourself, but it is a pretty funny statement if you are not Senpai. No, even if she was Senpai, it would still be quite strange at this point, though. Why do you go off the template so much? I just thought it would be okay if it's Senpai. Then Senpai grabbed my shoulder, looking desperate. What if Eva did what I did? Well, I would normally be embarrassed, wouldn't I? The difference in treatment. I chuckle at Senpai, who kneels down, puts her hands on the ground, and shouts. I won't tell her that I was quite surprised when she covered my eyes. As I was about to call out to Senpai, Kazuki and Funasan walked up behind me, laughing. The exchange between Yusato and Suzune, it's kind of funny to watch. Senpai loves to give everything out at one go. Yo, Yusato. Looks like you made it over here in one piece. Yeah, I'm glad to hear that Kazuki and Funasan are doing well. You too, Senpai. When I look at Senpai and say this, her expression brightens with an almost onomatopoeic poof. No, I know I was teasing, but to see her emotions rise and fall. As I was thinking this, Senpai, who had changed her target from me to Blurin, was nipping at my heels. Blurin, you're here too. Let me pet you. Grr. She smiled belligerently at Blurin, who immediately flicked off Senpai's outstretched hand. Fu, you have some guts. I'm sure you can pet it if you go in Thunder Beast mode. That doesn't make sense. Yusato, I am longing for a situation where Blurin will voluntarily let me pet him. I have a feeling that it's not possible to do that, at least not with a whole lot of desire. I turn from the staring Senpai and Blurin to Kazuki and Funasan. Since Yusato is here, does it mean you came before the meeting? Yes, that's right. If Funasan is here too, does that mean you are going to join the fight? Is it safe to participate in a conflict between humans and demons, even though she's an elf? She shook her head firmly at the question that included that. Yeah. I decided to fight for Kazuki because this is what I chose to do. Besides, Kazuki is a bit of a daredevil, so I have to watch him closely. Am I a kid? And let's just say it's a direct request from the princess. Wow, even from Celia. You are loved, Kazuki. I stand up, smiling at the smug look on Senpai's face, as if to say, see, I told you so. As expected, it's bad to talk while standing, so let's get a place to sit anyway. I call out to Senpai as I lay the linen cloths that are gathered nearby on the ground. Since you're here anyways, want to sit down and talk about it? If you don't mind this place. That's totally fine. We'll just rest afterwards too. Kazuki and Lorana don't mind either, do they? Of course. Yeah. When the three people who had been standing sat down, I decided to ask them what was on my mind. Senpais must have heard. About the demon army. Yeah. It's probably only a matter of time before they get here. The battle is imminent. I frown at the words of Senpai, who turned to me. If the fight was the same as last time, Rose could go and destroy the bridge at the stage of building a bridge over the river, but she herself objected to that. The Demon Lord's army would not have left the previous failure as it was, and above all, this time there was a flying enemy called a flying dragon, so they had decided that it would be difficult to go and destroy the bridge. And Rose seemed convinced that it would be absolutely impossible to destroy the bridge. We've done what we've got to do to this day too. But I can't do the difficult thing of commanding an army like Sigurd's. What have you been up to today, Kazuki? Mainly to check on the assembled soldiers. After all, it's not easy to rally 4 armies, so I first had to understand the chain of command and its fighting style. It's not as if we've got it all figured out just from the previous exchanges. Unlike me, who runs the battlefield on my own, Senpai go into battle with their fellow soldiers, so collaboration is probably more important than anything else. You also met with the other commanders of the various kingdoms. Speaking of commanders, is it Hyde-san from the kingdom of Nirvana? Yeah. Helio and Samaria were not experienced enough as commanders, so the warrior chief Hyde will lead the front line and Sigurds will take overall command. Nirvana Kingdom warriors, warrior chief Hyde, who taught me many things in the kingdom of Nirvana. We can rely on Hyde-san to be there for us. Relieved that he was here, Senpai now spoke up. Yusato and the rest of the rescue squad, Sigurds gave them a big explanation. Oh, really? Just asking, what kind of explanation? If you encounter a person dressed in white or black on the battlefield, entrust the wounded who cannot move. On the other hand, if they are in a situation of danger, go to their aid with all your might. I see. I don't want to be in a situation like the second half, but in the first fight I was in danger too and the knights saved me. I was really saved that time. Besides, it's very nice that they know about us beforehand. I mainly find injured people myself, but I can help them quicker if they see us and ask for help. I heard that Usato's side has received an increase in healing magicians. Yes. We have just finished meeting with the 3 healing magicians who came as reinforcements during the day. In answer to a question from Senpai member of the team, Flynn-san speaks to me in a gingerly manner. A healing magician other than Usato. They don't hit you or move very fast, do they? Haha, they are all general healing magicians. In fact, healing magicians like me and leader are extremely rare. Yes, that's right. There are fewer healing magicians like Usato and the leader of the rescue squad. It's not that there aren't many, but I've never seen anyone other than Rose either. No. Did Rose start it all in the first place? When you think about it, she's really tremendous, that woman. 3 people, hey? What were they like? Well, let me explain one by one. I introduce them with Jurna-kun, Kate-san and Sharn-san in mind. I myself have only known them for a short time, but I kind of know their personality. I'm glad they've come in and they seem to fit in well with the other members. Yes. I was worried about it too, so to be honest, I'm relieved. I nodded honestly at Kazuki's words. Then, after hearing my introduction, Senpai puts her hand on her chin as if in contemplation. I'm a bit interested in a girl called Kate from Com Helio. What makes you think that's Suzuan? No, I don't have any reason for this, but I have a bad feeling about it or something. I wonder if I'm overreacting to the word Com Helio. I remember Kate's condition during the day and she didn't say anything. Let's talk about it before Senpai is left badly injured. About Kate-san, I'm sorry. It might be better if Senpai and her meet up. Why do you suggest so? She brought the complete version of her article at Com Helio here. Gaffu. Senpai collapses to the ground as she is sitting down. I somehow knew it was going to happen, so I immediately supported her shoulders. What, is that for real? I'm serious. I've denied it regarding the rumors and the article, but Kate-san is a pushy person, so I thought I'd pass it on. Senpai, the public must be quite embarrassed when their public confession is reported in an article, and when it is known by so many people. I'll also say this, which I kind of felt when I heard Kate's story. This is just speculation, but maybe Kate was there to see the scene where Senpai turned down Prince Kyle's confession. I feel like there was a lot of enthusiasm in the narrative. The way Kate-san mentioned the name of Senpai was somewhat like when she met someone she admired or, in my world, a celebrity. I had to correct her immediately because she was calling me like that too, but it was the same then. Hey, Kazuki. Suzuan is lying there writhing in shame, but is it okay? I'm sure it'll be fine, but, yeah, I wish Senpai would reopen. Senpai grunts, her face turning red. I know very little, or nothing at all about the scene where Prince Kyle refuses to confess, but he must have said something quite embarrassing. Otherwise, I wouldn't have reacted this way. Senpai, in case you are wondering, what did you do in the case that was the main source of the article? I can never tell you, Sato-kun. Oh, God, I can't do it. VE completely remembered, oh. Ah, okay. While hugging Blurin, who always refuses to be stroked, Senpai is just writhing in shame. Seeing such Senpai, I was afraid to find out what she had done in Com Helio. If you find out about this, I have to be ready for it. Excuse me. Is that a curse or something? She has to prepare mentally for this just because I know? Or rather, preparedness for what? In some cases it is more frightening than the Samaria's curse. Now that the battle with the Demon Lord's army is imminent, there is only so much I can do. One of the few things I can do is to take Rose's place as Vi leader and organize all the members of the group. At the central base, while Rose was participating in a strategy meeting with Sigurds and the others, I was reconfirming my role in front of the group and the 3 additional members. Olga-san and Yururu-san, in grey clothes. And Jurna-kun, Kate-san, and Sharn-san. You are all here to treat the injured. However, if the soldiers of the demon race come here, please run away as soon as possible. It's not an exaggeration to say that your presence is a lifeline for those who are fighting. Let's save everyone. Yururu, I don't think you need to be so enthusiastic right now. Yururu-san nodded to me, who replied cheerfully. I'm sure she's anxious too, but she's still acting cheerful, which is great for us. I looked from Yururu-san and Olga-san to Jurna-kun and the others. Kate-san is smiling, but Jurna-kun and Sharn-san look anxious. Once again, if you feel your life is in danger, run away immediately. No, if you want to run away at this point, I want you to be honest with me. No, I'm here to help heal people who are hurting. I'm not going to get scared and start running away now. Now that I'm here too, I want to fulfill my mission. I haven't even met the hero Suzune-sama yet, so even if I die, I can't die. Jurnikun and Kate-san uttered words that expressed their determination. Jurnikun reminds me of Nak, although their ages are different. I was relieved to see how straightforward he was. Kate-san is. Yeah, let's not let her meet with Senpai until the battle with the Demon Lord's army is over. Even though it's a joke, I really don't want it to become a thing that I have no regrets about, or something like that. Sharn-san nodded deeply at their words, so it would be foolish to say anything else. Then, next, the strong men and Ferrum. I'm sure you guys know what you're doing, but for Ferrum's sake, let me explain again. Yeah. The role of the black suits is to rescue the wounded from the battlefield and provide first aid with recovery magic. Do you understand? You don't have to remind me, I know exactly what I'm doing. With a huff, Ferrum turned her head away. She is a demoness who has been trained in the rescue squad. I'm not sure if it's the same as mine or the strong men's, but she has the ability to change her clothes with dark magic. Even if she loses the power of reversal, she is still invincible in terms of defense. Hey, Yusato. Yeah. I looked at Tong, who called out to me. He had his arms crossed, but he relaxed his shoulders and opened his mouth with a smile. I've never called you before now. Since it's before our battle, I thought I'd acknowledge. You. What? Vice Leader. We're going to save our wounded allies and bring them back alive. Well, it's not really my style to call you Vice Leader, but I'll call you that for the duration of this battle. When Tong said this, the other strong men followed suit and smiled. These guys, who until just now had only called me Kid or Yusato, were now calling me. I took a step back and held my mouth in shock. Are you guys going to die? We're not going to die. The crisp atmosphere I had just been in was broken, and we were all chided at once. I didn't want to say anything like this either, but I guess I can't help but be confused when someone says something like that. Can't you really read the air? Are you kidding me? We're embarrassed too. He's got muscles in his head. No, it's like we're parting for life. When a bad guy suddenly says something good, it is commonly called a death flag. I myself am frankly perplexed by the fact that I was suddenly and honestly called Vice Leader. I had thought that these guys were equals, so the way they called me as their superior was uncanny to me. Still, how could I not be happy to be called Vice Leader? Well then, I'll have to work hard to not get kicked out by you guys. Oh, if you show me a disappointing appearance, I'll take the Vice Leader's position away from you as soon as I can. If you can, I'll avenge you. After exchanging a few words with Tong, I looked at my friends here again. Everyone here has a role to play. Some of them are dangerous, and some of them are important, where a moment's slackness can make or break your life. Yusato, what about me? As I was thinking about this, an anxious-looking Nia tugged on the sleeve of my group uniform. I had barely forgotten about her, so I smiled and placed my shoulder on her shoulder. Nia is my support. That's all. Isn't that a little too short? As I soothed her teary-eyed pestering, the moment was broken up. It was the second night after arriving at the base. When I went outside the tent, I could see the soldiers, but they looked somewhat tense. Perhaps it was because the Demon King's army was approaching. Whether it was fear or elation in the face of battle would vary from person to person, but without exception, everyone here was not in a normal state of mind. Looking at them with a sidelong glance, I weaved my way through the tents that had been erected. The reason why I had left the base of operations as a member and gone outside was because Rose had called me to the wall that had been built near the front line of the base. If we wanted to talk, why not do it in a tent or something? I thought to myself. There you are. When I arrived, Rose was standing on a watchtower built into the wall, quietly looking in the direction of the plains and the Demon Lord's domain. I silently climbed up the ladder installed in the wall and approached her. Yusato. Yes. So, what brings me here? If it's about the strategy meeting, I heard about it earlier. What we have to do is not so different from the last battle. In the early stages of the battle, the white-clad Rose and I would focus on treating the wounded at the base of operations, and when the battle was in full swing, we would go out and run across the battlefield to heal the wounded on the spot. I simply wanted to talk to you. You don't have to put so much pressure on your shoulders. I see. I did as I was told, relaxing my shoulders and placing my hands on the edge of the watchtower. I look over the plains area again and think it's a beautiful sight. The plains as far as the eye can see are illuminated by the moonlight from the sky, giving them a different look from the daytime. I feel a little wasteful when I think that this place will soon become a place of battle and desolation. You've been left to my own devices since I got here, but are you doing well as vice leader? Hey? Yes, of course. Then good. I'm relieved to see you're doing decently. Leader. What? It's creepy when you're suddenly nice to me. The reply was an elbow to me. I managed to keep my foot on the ground as I took the blow with centrifugal force to my chest. Which one? Give me your face. I'll do whatever you want. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I hurriedly apologized to Rose, who approached me with her hands clacking. It's too scary, like an elbow that ignores defenses. Ha, I was just trying to take care of you. You'll always be a cocky little bastard. Yeah, not so much. I'm not complimenting you. I'm not a big fan of this kind of thing. Her gaze seemed to be looking not at the planes in front of her, but beyond them. Do you think LNAudioBooks will come? It's only a hunch, but I'm sure he'll come. From what I've seen so far, this woman's intuition is basically spot on, right? It's so accurate that it can even detect Falgasama's invisible magic. But if a demon swordsman with tremendous power is coming, just from what I've heard, it could be. Is leader planning to deal with them? Rose didn't open her mouth. She didn't seem upset, nor did she pretend to deny it. Just as I was getting worried by her silence, she finally spoke up. If he's on his way here, I'm guessing his goal is to fight me. Is it, revenge? I don't know about that, but I don't think he's happy with the way that battle ended. In order to get rid of Rose and the people in the unit at the time, LNAudioBooks instructed his men to attack with death in mind. And yet, they couldn't defeat the all-important Rose. Is that one of the reasons why Nero can't ignore? I've been wanting to ask Rose something since she told me about her past. I think I can ask it now. Do you also have a desire to take revenge, leader? No, I don't. That's long gone. She answered so simply that I felt my shoulders relax. I'm relieved to hear that answer, but then I have a question. LNAudioBooks was Rose's important enemy, and he was also the avenger of her friends. Isn't it natural to want to take revenge on someone like that? I've got things to do. I don't have time to worry about revenge in the first place. Is it about the rescue squad? Yeah. And there is no way they would want that. You mean Aul-san and the others? Once again, as I was reaffirming the magnitude of Rose's former subordinates, Rose suddenly let out a laugh. But I'd like to punch his clear face again. You've suddenly become very boisterous, haven't you? I don't pity LNAudioBooks, who would be seriously beaten by you. No, when you were more than evenly matched with this person, that's a bad opponent too. Leader. If LNAudioBooks and I were to encounter each other, you should run away. You're not ready yet. What if I can't escape? I could immediately imagine a situation where there was a seriously injured person near LNAudioBooks. If I ran away, that person would surely lose their life, and even if I fought to save the injured person, there was no way I could stay unharmed in a fight with someone as strong as Rose. When I asked such a question, Rose answered without looking at me. Surpass it with all your might. By surpass, you mean fight. Even if I tell you to run away, I know you are going to try to fight. Then do your best to surpass him and wait for help. How belligerent do you think I am? But if I go on the defensive at all costs, I might be able to buy myself some time, even if they're as good as Rose or better. The moment I go on the offensive, though, I'm more likely to get my head blown off. I thought I'd ask you while I'm at it. Yes. Rose's voice made me turn towards her. Are you going to use your healing punch? My healing punch, hey. A punch that heals the person you hit. I immediately understood what Rose was getting at. I have to admit, teaching you that technique was a mistake. After all, it's an attack that heals the enemy. It consumes a lot of magic power, and more importantly, it heals the enemy you are trying to defeat. You understand that, don't you? Yes, of course I understand that. The healing punch could not be more useful in terms of leaving the opponent unharmed and incapacitated. But it's also a useless technique in a fight. In the first fight, I used it as a means of self-defense so that I wouldn't overdo it, but this time, the scale of the fight was too different. There are far more people for me to heal, and the area I have to cover is much larger. Under such circumstances, there was no way I could use a healing punch that would consume unnecessary magic power. I'll use the applied techniques I've developed during my travels, but I'm not going to go out of my way to heal my opponent. I also have a mission as a white suit, you know. I see. And besides, I don't need to use a healing punch to stun my opponent. I think I'll be fine there. It's not like I've been traveling around just delivering letters. The wicked dragon, we have stunned the brainwashed Arc-san at Samaria, Fegnisan and his men, and at Hinomoto, the beastmen soldiers who protect the country. Hey, now that I think about it, those are quite some achievements. You seem to be more okay than I thought. Were you worried about me, by any chance? The moment I turned to Rose with a smile on my face, a shock slammed into my forehead. I groaned at the unexpected shock, and Rose let out a laugh as I held my forehead. Ha, I wasn't worried about you. I was just nailing you so you wouldn't screw up. That said, I don't think I'm going to be flicked on the head. It doesn't really matter now, does it? It certainly didn't hurt that much, though. Rubbing my forehead, I leaned my back against the edge. As I relax my shoulders and look up, I can see the entire base from here, which is in the opposite side from where the planes are. We're going to have to work hard. Looking at the many tents, the light from the bonfires, and the people dotting the landscape, I made up my mind once again. Amira's point of view. It's a memory from when I was an apprentice soldier in the Demon King's army, before I became the leader of the 3rd Legion. It was when I accompanied my master, LNAudioBooks, and his men on a mission. It was supposed to be a simple mission. We went into the human realm to capture a powerful demon for the demon lord who would eventually revive, and to create a new demon, a demon that would now be called Bardnak. A scene that is still vividly etched in my eyes. I was ordered to wait in the back, but when I arrived at the scene of the battle, I sensed something was wrong and it had turned into hell. Trees torn up in a messy manner. My compatriots and humans were falling down. And then there was Master, crucified in a tree with his own sword through his right shoulder, and the woman glaring at him with eyes full of hatred. I'll kill you, I'll kill you. With her right eye slit open and blood seeping from all over her body, a normal person would not even be able to maintain consciousness. The woman was crawling on the ground, trying to put an end to Master, who was already on the verge of losing consciousness. Her body was dying, but her eyes were fixed on Master. It was truly frightening. I never thought there was such a person in the world. I struggled to move my body, which was too terrified to move, and fled the scene with my master. All the way until I escaped and got on my horse, I felt that woman's gaze on me and didn't feel like living. Me. What? What's that? A greeting? I'm your superior officer, right? Me. Before the battle, I was reminiscing about the past, but I was interrupted by the 2nd Corps commander, Koga. The reason why he was still my superior was because it was easier for me to move around as a soldier, and also because I had grown attached to the men who followed me. The place where our army was currently camped for the night was in the forest in front of the great river where Rose had destroyed the bridge the last time, and having experienced firsthand the failure of the last time when the bridge was destroyed, I was on guard duty on the other side of the river with a few of my men. What do you want? No, I went to a meeting a while ago, but it just ended. Oh no, that 3rd Legion commander is a nasty piece of work. That's why she's better suited to be a corps commander than me. Hana Lomia, the newly appointed 3rd Legionnaire, is excellent. Compared to me, who is intuitive and can only fight, she is flexible and cunning in her thinking. She also possesses magic that is suitable for logistical support. I'm sure she'll be a problem for their soldiers. So, is there anything else? Old man Nero says he's going to leave the command to his second-in-command and go on a raid. I see. In Master's fight, a person with half-hearted power would instead become a hindrance. It's not strange at all, but it would be a lie to say that I don't have some thoughts about it. Oh, speak of the devil. I looked up at the sound of Koga's voice and followed his gaze. Then I saw a blonde-haired demon master, LNAudioBooks, standing near the riverbank with a sword at his waist. I could only see his back, so I couldn't see his expression, but he was looking intently at the scenery beyond the river. Is it okay? He's your master, isn't he? Shouldn't you at least talk to him a little? Yeah, I know. We hadn't spoken to each other since Master's return. This is because I was busy right before I marched into battle, but also because I simply didn't know how to talk to my current master. After returning to the Demon Lord's territory, my master had changed. The wounds he had sustained from his own magical sword were so great that even after the Demon Lord was restored, he was unable to return to battle and was forced to recuperate. At that time, Master was carrying an uncommon amount of remorse for forcing his subordinates to die, and an uncommon amount of obsession due to his defeat in the battle against Rose. Perhaps, even now, that would not change. I'll leave things to you here. What? Hey? You want me, a corps commander, to be on guard? Wait, don't ignore me. Ignoring Koga's voice, I headed towards my master. The closer I get, the clearer his figure becomes. His dull golden hair, the armor covering his right shoulder, and the magic sword at his waist made me slightly nervous, but as I was about to call out to him without warning, my master drew his sword and with a light movement, swept the space in front of him sideways. Ah! Instantly, a wind blade shot out from the red sword blade and headed towards the one-head-high mountain at the end of the great river. A few seconds or so later, a tree on one of the mountains was cut down, creating a cloud of dust. Confused by the sudden action, Master with the red magic sword in its sheath spoke as he looked at the mountain. 5. Hey! They are scouts. I took care of them before they sent them the information. I don't know if it means anything, though. I didn't understand the meaning of Master's words for a few seconds, but the moment I did, I got goosebumps. Master had taken care of a person who had been scouting from the mountain. And that was despite the fact that he couldn't see properly in the dark. Once again, it made me understand how out of the ordinary master was. It's been a while, hasn't it? Amira. As I was simply amazed by my master's ability, which I had long forgotten, he suddenly called my name. Stopping a little behind me, Master smiled as he moved his face slightly towards me. It's been a long time. Master. Master, hey? Can you still call me that? The self-mocking words surprised me. Master's appearance was completely different from before. At least, before the fight with Rose, he had never spoken such words of self-deprecation. You are the master who taught me the art of fighting. That will not change, no matter what. You're getting stronger, aren't you? I muttered deeply, and Master closed his mouth again. I cannot even begin to guess what Master's state of mind is. However, there was something I had always wanted to ask. Master, are you thinking of taking revenge against Rose? Is he trying to humiliate himself against Rose like I once did? He must have a reason to do so, unlike me, who was so angry that I only wanted to avenge my master's death. Master had lost all of his men except me in the battle with Rose. Master gave a small shake of his head at my question. No, I'm not qualified to avenge my enemy. Rather, I am the one who must atone. What do you mean, atone? Because I'm the one who forced them to die. I let Rose's men get in the way, and they fell together. Considering the strength of Rose and her men at the time, he would have known that they would become a threat later on. I'm not saying that my master's decision was correct, but if Rose's men had lived like that, they might have become untouchable. My time has stopped since the day of that battle. The murmur was filled with strong emotion. Before, I used to think that any sacrifice was unavoidable for the prosperity of the demon race. However, after my defeat to Rose, my enthusiasm and ideals disappeared, and all that remained was the urge to fight. Other than that, nothing. Yet, I have only one goal, to fight Rose. That's it. Master was trapped in the past. He was hungry for a fight with Rose, someone he had never faced before, someone with equal power. Everyone here should be fighting for the Demon Lord for the survival of the entire demon race, but this person was fighting not for the present, but for the past. Isn't Rose fighting now? I answered, surprised by the unexpected question. Yes. As a healing magician, she travels the battlefield and heals wounded enemy soldiers. So she chose to save them instead of killing them. I couldn't look into the expression of my master who muttered that, but I knew he had something on his mind. He was silent for about 10 seconds, but finally opened his mouth. If that's the case, she must be quite troublesome. Yeah, totally. When it came to the last battle, even his disciples came out of nowhere, and even just the two heroes were a handful. I remembered the healing magician called Usato and the two heroes, and even though I was in front of my master, I complained. Disciple? Are they a healing magician? Yes. A true healing magician of the same kind as Rose. How good is he? At least as good as Koga. Strictly speaking, Koga had a lot of power, but there was no way that thing was a proper healing magician when he was forced to faint, even temporarily. Once I saw him locked in a cage in Hinomoto, he looked like an ordinary boy, but I could see the strong will in his eyes. I see. After listening to my story and nodding quietly, Master went silent. Did he have any thoughts after listening to Rose's disciple's story? Either way, for Master, this march is a battle with the past. For me, it is also a battle for the Demon King, and by extension, the demon race. The allied forces of the four kingdoms of Lingal, Samaria, Nirvana, and Kamhelio. At the head of the armor-clad knights and soldiers of each kingdom was the captain of each unit, and all of them were quietly burning with the will to fight. The infantry troops equipped with weapons, the cavalry troops on horseback, and the troops carrying bows, were all divided into their respective groups and lined up. Me and Kazuki-kun looked ahead to the plains. It's the same scene as the first time, isn't it? Everything's different from that time, though. The Demon Lord's army would be coming soon. This time, they'll be coming with ferocious demons, but we haven't been sitting on our hands. We've done everything we could, including sending letters to the major countries, offering our cooperation, and holding talks in Lukvis. Me, Usato, and Kazuki have fought dangerous monsters and pulled ourselves out of tight spots. If only I could meet with Usato-kun. Why don't you just attack him rather than regret it? Can I do that? It's me, you know. That's not something you say with a lot of confidence. I replied to Flana, the hooded elf girl behind Kazuki-kun, but what came back were words of dismay. I'm not going to die like this. If you make it back alive, we can meet anytime. Kazuki-kun is wearing white-based armor and I am wearing light armor that does not inhibit my movement. It's based on the one we wore in the last battle, but it's been upgraded in every element thanks to Samaria's magic tool production technology. I wanted to at least show it off to Usato-kun, but it would be too late now. Either way, you can't screw up this time. Kazuki-kun. I know. I can't let Usato save me again. I'm not going to make the same mistake as last time. I wonder how Usato-kun is doing now? He may be waiting for the time to fight with the members as the vice leader of the rescue squad. He has to go to a place that is as dangerous as ours, if not more, because that is the path he has chosen and the role he plays as a member of the rescue squad. But I want him to be safe. I don't want him to get hurt, and I don't want him to do anything dangerous. Suzuan, that. When Flynna looked ahead, she saw Sigurds emerging from his base, wearing heavy armor and ready for battle. Receiving the gazes of the people present, he stood on the watchtower where he could see the entire army. With just that, the buzzing armies of the four kingdoms fell silent and were enveloped in silence. I am Sigurds, the Knight Commander of the Kingdom of Lingle, who has been entrusted with the command of this time. My friends. Our battle with the Demon Lord's army shall begin. I'm sure he didn't use any magic tools, but his voice sounded surprisingly good. Even with all eyes on him, Sigurds raised his voice even higher in an imposing manner. The enemy is the demon race. They fly through the sky. They run the earth. It's a terrifying opponent with more power and magic than humans. The difference in race is huge. It's not as bad as a beast, but humans and demons have different sturdiness and physical abilities. The soldiers of Samaria and Comhelio look up to Sigurds with anxious faces. But it is not that humans are inferior to demons. We have the power to unite. We can help each other. We have friends who care about us. The warriors of the four kingdoms gathered here today are proof of that. These are just words. However, they will reach the hearts of everyone here and give them strength. Even those who were anxious and fearful of the battle found themselves listening to the inspiring words. If we lose, the innocent people of the continent will be in danger. We can't let that happen. We are here to stop the demons from advancing. At the sound of his voice, the soldier raised a yell. The air vibrated. The will to fight could be felt as heat. Just as the morale of the soldiers reached its peak, they sensed a piercing presence coming from the direction of the plains. Senpai. Yeah, we have to be prepared. Turning towards the presence, a plane full of green reflected in my vision. Feeling the change in the air, the soldiers of the coalition belatedly looked at the plane, and at the moment something like a blackbird soared into the sky from behind the hills of the plain. It was the flying dragon that Amako's prediction had told them about. As the swarm of flying dragons with the demons on their backs soared into the sky, the demons and the demons that followed them appeared from the ground as well, rushing towards our base. Sigurds looked at it calmly, drew the sword from his waist and pointed its tip at the soldiers of the Demon Lord's army. This is the time to decide our fate. Everyone. Prepare for battle. Uooooo. In line with the order, I also draw my sword and let my whole body be covered with the magic of electric shocks. Kazuki-kun floats a ball of light in his palm, while Flynna floats a smoky, shimmering purple magic from her dagger. I was ready to fight long ago. All that remains is to take the lead as a brave warrior and lead your fellow man with that determination in your heart. In the midst of Sigurds' speech before the battle with the Demon King's army, Rose and I were standing in front of a door in the wall, watching off the black-clad strong men, Farum and Blurin. They were on a mission to bring the injured to us right after the battle started, so we had to tell them what we could while we could. Blurin. Be careful, okay? Gruu. I put my hands on both cheeks of the armored Blurin and make eye contact with him. Bluri is my partner, the one I fought and traveled with. I know his strength better than anyone. I know there's nothing to worry about with you. But if you're in danger, hit him with your body and knock him out. Just like you did to me when I was stuck. Gruu. Don't worry, I'll allow it. You think you're advising him with that? Farum muttered as she pulled away from the side of the room. She had her head completely covered by her hood, ready to go to work in a black suit. Farum, take care of Blurin. Also, you take care of yourself. Yeah. Leave it to me. Then the voice from outside turned into a yell. Rose, who was close by, turns her gaze towards the wall. It seems to have started. The yells of the soldiers could be heard from outside the walls of the base. The shouts of a large number of demons echoed to mix with it. What we're going to do is the same as last time. You guys will carry the wounded here. Do you understand? Yes. What? They just have a little bit more scope for action. There shouldn't be anyone here who would be dented by that. Rose's words were met with a strong reply from the row of strong men. Rose pokes me in the shoulder, and I cough. I guess Rose is trying to tell me that I should give them a word as their vice leader as they are about to head into battle. I don't think you guys are going to die, you're more demon than demon, but if you do, I'm going to punch you and pull you back. Sweet talk just isn't really my thing. If we're going to talk, it's going to be with the same hateful words we've always used, and rough words with no consideration for each other. The tough guys seemed to understand this, and they smiled as hatefully as I did. Farum looks at me and the tough guys and is taken aback, but I don't let that bother me. After watching our exchange, Rose looked around at the black-clad men and Blurin, then walked over to the door and put her hand on the handle. It looks like we've exchanged enough words. Then get on with your rampage. Go save the injured from those demons who are getting carried away. The moment Rose opened the door, the black-clad men and Blurin ran out with a yell. Perhaps she missed the timing, but after a slight delay, Ferrum also hurriedly followed. Oh, Guaye. What? Wait. I watched them run off. After that, I puffed my own cheeks to get my energy up, and headed to the tent where I would be working with Rose in the beginning. Looks like the fighting is more intense than I expected. We'll be on our way to Olga and the others soon. Yes. 5 healing magicians, led by Olga-san, are already waiting at the tent. When we arrived at the entrance of the tent, we bowed to the knight of the Lingal Kingdom who was escorting us healing magicians Ark-san. I'm very relieved to have you here, Ark-san. Ark-san and his fellow knights are guarding this place where Olga-san and the others are. He puts his fist on his chest and shows the same dependability as when he was traveling. No matter who I'm up against, I'll definitely protect this place and show them. Please take care of Olga-san and the others. Leave it to me. After exchanging a few words with Ark-san, I stepped into the tent with Rose. Unlike the other tents, this one, where the rescue squad will be working, is huge with enough space to carry out dozens of injured people. In the tent, there are 6 people, including Nia in her human form, Olga-san, Yurura-san, and Jernikun, who line up when they see Rose and me. As you probably know from Musato's explanation beforehand, your main job is to heal the injured that the black suits bring in. From here on, you may be faced with some tough choices as a healing magician. But don't ever forget that the lives you save include your own. Yes. Then, go to your respective posts. Following Rose's instructions, Olga-san and the others moved to their respective posts. Of course, I'm also a healing magician, healing the injured, so I wait for the black suits to arrive. Then Nia, in human form, comes up next to me. It's just the beginning, why do you have to be so prepared? You're too naive, Nia. Hey. Just as she tilted her head, a black figure came flying in from the entrance of the tent. The black figure, Tong, shouted at me as he carried 3 injured knights. I've brought them here. Too soon. That's how fierce the battle is going to be out there. Then, following Tong, Gold came carrying the injured man. From the looks of him, it looked like he had been kidnapped by a demon, but still, he was trying to save the injured. Heh, don't worry. Don't worry, the pain will disappear as soon as the vice leader takes care of it. Hi. It is often misunderstood, but I think it goes without saying that those words were said with good intentions. The female knight of Com Helio, who is being carried, is screaming her head off. While suppressing the urge to make a retort, I lay the injured who are being brought in one after another on the burlap ground and apply healing magic. Please don't worry. I will heal you now with healing magic. Why Yuri the rescue squad's healing magician? Yes. I don't mind if you don't overdo it, so can you tell me what kind of battle is going on outside? I decided to know what was going on in the battlefield while I could, so I asked the female knight while applying healing magic to her wounded shoulder and leg. After the pain eased and she calmed down a lot, she told me about the scene she had just seen on the battlefield. Outside, the demon race and the demons brought by the Demon King's army are fighting. A lot of people were being killed by the big snake-like demons and the flying dragon-like demons. The big snake is the snake that the Demon King's army brought back from the previous battle. That thing uses poison, so it's pretty nasty. While we were having this conversation now, I finished healing the female knight's wounds. As she thanked me, I moved on to heal the next injured person. There are more people being brought in than expected. In other words, that's how many injured people are coming in. There's still room for more, but seeing the injured being brought in by the black suits, one after another makes me uneasy. I'm not sure if I can handle me and Rose being out. With this concern in mind, while applying healing magic to the warriors of the Kingdom of Nirvana, I noticed that Jernikun is concentrating on healing magic next to me. He was trying to heal a knight who had fainted, his face turning pale, but his concentration was disturbed by the rush of injured people being brought in one after another, and he was not able to apply his healing magic properly. It was his first real battle as a healing magician, wasn't it? Unlike me, who got used to being near death. Jernikun. Yusato-san. After healing the person in front of me, I crouched down in front of Jernikun who is desperately trying to cast a healing spell. He looked up and his eyes wavered greatly. Calm down. Let's focus on helping the person in front of us first. I'll help too. He was slashed deeply in the side with a sword. It is likely that the blade unfortunately passed through the border of the armor. The black-clad man gave him first aid with recovery magic, but he would have died if left alone. I raised my palm to Jernikun's hand and cast a healing spell. Jernikun. I've been taught something by my friends in Mirak. What have you been taught? That we shouldn't only think about using healing magic, but we should also look at someone who is suffering right now. I was a colossal idiot when I was trying to help Karen-san with his unfinished systemic enhancement. I was so focused on making the system enhancement successful that I didn't see the important thing, that is Karen-san. It was Leona, a hero from Miyaraki, who told me about it when my eyes were cloudy. Yes, it is important to hurry, but you must not forget about the people you are facing now. Perhaps he immediately understood what I was trying to say, but the strong will returned to his eyes, and he began to concentrate on healing his wounds, basking in the power in his palms and returning his unstable magic power to normal. Seeing his condition, I was relieved. Do you understand? Yes. He's a much faster learner than me when it comes to recognizing things right away. His expression is still awkward, but he looks like he's going to be okay at this rate. I feel relieved when I see Jurna-kun, and I leave him and start treating another injured person. I'll help you. Please. I nod reassuringly to the knight who grabbed my hand with his bloody hand and applied healing magic. The battle outside has only just begun. It will only get more intense. Still. Everyone is fighting. Tong continued to carry the wounded without stopping. In addition to the healing magicians here, Nia is also providing first aid with cloths and bandages. I have to face the challenges ahead of me with everything I've cultivated in this world. The mistakes I've made up to this point in my life have been very simple. The first is that I was summoned to this world as a hero with Senpai and Kazuki. The second was that Rose found me and put me in a rescue squad. The third is that I wanted to help Senpai and Kazuki fight as heroes. If you think about the training that Rose gave me and the strong enemies that I have faced in this world, you can definitely say that these were mishaps and bad choices. Without them, I would have been able to live in a much more peaceful world and not have to suffer so much. But I can assure you that I would do the same thing over and over again. Because no matter how hard the path I have taken, the encounters, the lessons I have learned, and the things I have gained here are things that I could never have got in the world I came from. That's why I'm going to keep moving forward. Even today, on this day of battle when I don't know how it will go, I'm going to run as fast as I can. Tongs, you bastard! I told you not to mess around with the disinfectant. We only have a limited number, you octopus. Hey, sorry about that. I'll leave the rest to you then. Vice Leader San. And that goblin over there. Put on a normal face when you talk. Don't scare the wounded. I've always had this face. You son of a bitch. I shouted at the strong men, who gave me a hateful smile and walked out of the tent. I've been thinking about the past a little bit, but I need to stop yelling and start working on my hands. I don't want to look like a failure to Jurna-kun and the others. As I was healing the two knights lying next to each other with my hands on them, Ferrum and Blurin came running into the tent. On Blurin's back were 4 wounded knights secured by belts, and Ferrum had 1 on his back and 2 on each arm. Ferrum, who approached us while slightly out of breath, set down the 3 knights she had secured with dark magic. I've brought them to you. Are you okay? Are you hurt? I'm fine. As he and Nia set down the 4 knights that were secured by the belt on Blurin's back, he was concerned about Ferrum, who looked tired. As for Blurin, he seems to be completely fine and sniffs confidently, humph. It's hard to deal with people who used to be your friends, isn't it? No, not at all. It's just annoying. I'll get the next one. She said bluntly, and Ferrum ran outside. After giving Blurin a look of concern for her, I focused on healing the injured. No matter how many times I healed the wounded, their number showed no sign of decreasing. It's no wonder that every time a knight who has finished healing returns to the front line, injured people are brought in to replace them, but once again, I am reminded of the intensity of this battle. I'll help you. Yusato-kun. Yururu-san, that'll be helpful. It's times like this that we need to help each other. With a grim expression on her face, Yururu-san comes to stand next to me as I use my healing magic. She opened her mouth as she treated the injured person that Ferrum and Blurin had brought earlier. I heard from the knight I just treated that the battle situation is very close at the moment. Is that so? But you know, the other side's warlord class hasn't come out yet. I heard that there were several large snake demons, but it seems that the demon race has not yet sent out their main force. It's tough that there's more than just that one snake, and I'm worried that there hasn't been a core commander like Koga yet. Maybe there's not even a demon race called Amira with Legion leader class abilities, and I have no idea how the war will play out. Besides, I heard one thing that's bothering me. What's bothering you? One of the knights was injured when he was attacked by an ally. Attacked by an ally? Didn't the blade hit him by mistake or something? No, the knight who told me said that his best friend from childhood attacked him like a leopard. Leopard. They've been manipulated. It could be that he was delirious from the battlefield, but the worst possibility is that the other party is a demon or a demoness with magic that can manipulate people. If that's the case, then they're making us fight each other. As my hands naturally focused on healing magic, I heard a loud, deafening yell from outside the tent towards the battlefield. As if in response to this, the cries of countless demons were heard after a delay. When I heard the voice, I quickly turned my gaze to Rose, but she had already taken her hands off the knight she had finished healing and was looking up in the direction of the voice. Yusato. With that one word from Rose, I could immediately guess what she was going to say. I'm going to do what I'm supposed to do as a white uniform, run on the battlefield and save my allies. As I nodded to her and stood up, Yururu-san looked up at me with anxious eyes. Yusato-kun, don't die. I'm off. After looking around at Olga-san, Sharn-san, Jurna-kun, and Kate-san, I follow Rose to the entrance of the tent. As I did so, Nia, who had transformed into an owl from behind, jumped onto my shoulder. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bring you all the way out here. It's not too late for that. Besides, I'm your familiar, so it's unnatural for me not to follow you now. When I found out Nia's true identity, I never thought we would be able to have such a trusting relationship. She had betrayed me, played on my innocence with charms and such, and then revived a wicked dragon, so I had a bad impression of her. But now that I've gone through the journey, she's a friend I can trust with my back, or rather, my shoulders. I'm glad you're here. Thank you. The sincere words of gratitude put Nia in a good mood. As she left the tent, straightening the collar of her troop uniform to keep her spirits up, her eyes met with Ark-san, who was guarding her. He's a very strong, yet dependable person. Thanks to his kindness and advice as a familiar adult, I was able to overcome my anxiety-filled journey. So, I can leave this place to him and move on. After exchanging a silent glance and nodding, he and Rose headed towards the entrance of the wall leading to the battlefield. This is the second time you've done this, isn't it? Hey. I tilted my head at Rose's unexpected words. You know, the one where I go to the battlefield with you. Yes. As far as I'm concerned, I'd rather the fight never happened. Ha, you're right. But now that it's started, we've got to do what we've got to do. Of course, I understand that. Even if we don't want to fight, the Demon Lord army will attack us without question. There was no way I could just sit back and watch it happen. Leader. I'll tell you this while I can. What? Don't think that if you meet Nero Argents, you'll stab him in the wrong direction, okay? What about? I think this might be the first time I've seen Rose's expression of dismay. But I'm being very serious, so I'm not making fun of her. No, I know that leader, who has been telling me about self-sacrifice for a long time, would never do such a thing, but I thought I'd tell you. I don't think leader will die, not even slightly. If you're going to make excuses so quickly, you shouldn't have said it. I just wanted to say this. I had a feeling that if I didn't say it out loud, Rose would really act on it. It's not fair that she doesn't protect herself after telling me so tightly. Hey. This is the first time I've ever seen such a thing. But, unexpectedly, there is no impact. Instead, Rose, who had brushed her hair, had a radiant smile on her face. You're an idiot, you know that? Why should I give up my life for a demon race that I don't like? Right. You don't need to risk your life. It's just a matter of blowing them up first. It's an incredibly crazy thing to say, but when Rose says it, it's very convincing. I guess my concern was misplaced in the first place. I was more than relieved by her reaction, and turned to face forward again. We'll go our separate ways from here. Yes. The battlefield was completely different from before, but I was still calm. It was partly because it was my second battle, but more than anything, it was because I had my master, Rose, next to me. Don't die, okay? If you die, I'm going to beat the shit out of you, right? You're really cocky. You little shit. She said, and put her hand on the door of the wall. I catch my breath and brace my legs, ready to move at any moment. Are you ready? Ready as I'll ever be. I'm ready, too. After confirming mine and Nia's words, Rose opened the door with great force. The moment I felt something like wind on my skin, my legs shot forward and my body shot out like a bullet. Let's go. Yusato. Yes. The horrific battlefield scenery reflected in my vision. Rose's figure was already out of sight, and she was already heading in a different direction from me. I took one look at the area next to where Rose had been and then turned around to face forward again, pushing forward through the battlefield as if I were weaving between soldiers without stopping. In the back, a squad of archers and magicians continued to check the flying dragon that was attacking from the sky. The flying dragon I saw in person was about 2 times larger than a horse, and it had no front legs, so its wings seemed more like arms. From the fact that it was spitting out something like flames from the sky, it seemed to be not so different from the flying dragons that we often hear about in fantasy. As I checked the sky, I soon reached the vicinity of the front line. The front line is a jumble of both friend and foe, with vicious-looking demons attacking the soldiers. Garururu. Ga, this shit. Wait, I'll save you. Not far away, a red wolf is seen about to attack a warrior from the kingdom of Nirvana, who is wounded in the leg and unable to move. It seems that he has managed to prevent the Red Wolf from biting him with the handle of the spear in his hand, but the soldiers of the Demon King's army approached him with their weapons raised to put a stop to him and his friends. I grasped the situation at a glance, and created a magic bullet in my palm. Glow Wolf. Bringing in such a dangerous demon. Nia, I'll leave the use of magic to your judgment. Yes. I changed my running direction and accelerated at once, using my momentum to kick the Red Wolf that was attacking the warrior, a Glow Wolf, in the side with a restraining spell and blow it away. It was a big wolf, nearly 2 meters long if you looked closely, but it couldn't withstand the unexpected blow and fainted. After confirming this, I fired a healing magic bullet at the injured and immobile Nirvana warrior's leg, healing the wound to the point where he could move. Wow, Can you move? I'm healed? When did this happen? The Nirvana warrior and his companions were surprised to see that the pain in his leg was receding. When one of the demon soldiers saw this, he became severely upset and pointed at me. It's the healing magician in white. You guys get rid of these guys before they heal you. At the feet of the demon soldiers lay the still living warriors of Nirvana. Are they trying to kill the breathing people for countermeasures against us rescuers? That's not going to happen. Well, we'll deal with it with magic. Eliminate them as a top priority. As the soldiers on the demon side unleashed their magic at once, I deployed the gauntlet on my right arm and slammed my fist into the chin of the nearest demon soldier while using the gauntlets to knock down the magic that was closing in to protect the warriors behind me. He then grabbed the other two in the face with both hands that were filled with restraining spells, restraining their movements as they were. What? One of the demon soldiers let out a stunned voice. Without even looking at the 3 soldiers who collapsed from their knees, he slams his palm bottom into the neighboring soldier's midsection. Oh gee. Hi. I changed my target to the soldier near the injured warriors and held my spear up as if frightened, but the response was too slow for me. In a single breath, I closed the distance between us, grabbed the tip and handle of the spear with both hands, and threw it with all my might to the side. With a cry of grief at my back, I set about healing the wounded warrior. All right, take them out now, Mew. As I try to hold them, I notice an arrow flying towards my forehead. Quickly grabbing it, I let out a squeal of relief. Oh no, an arrow. I think that's usually dangerous. The first thing I noticed was that the demon who shouted for me to attack dropped the bow and arrow from his hand with a look of disbelief. You're not human. Don't come. Oh, my god. Why did he react the way he does when he comes across a monster in a horror movie? I wondered for a moment, and then used my hand gauntlet to knock the demons unconscious. After that, I quickly healed the fallen warriors and asked the Black Clothes to take care of them before heading to another location. The magic power used is minimal. His physical strength is completely fine. I still have plenty of energy. Then, as long as I have my life? Watch out! Heal magic bullet. Ouch! What? A healing magic bullet is fired directly at a knight of Calm Helio who has been slashed in the arm and is about to be speared by a soldier of the Demon Lord's army. Nia was astonished to witness the spear that was about to pierce his torso being dislodged as it was flicked to the side by the impact of the healing magic bullet. Was that a technique you use like that? Saving and healing the injured at the same time. That is the true use of the healing magic bullet. In fact, it can be said that the way it has been used up until now has been wrong. When I strike the stunned spearman with my palm and reach out to the fallen knight to help him to his feet, the hostility of the soldiers in the Demon Lord's army is focused on me. Good one. I clenched my fists hard and stepped hard on the ground to save the life in front of me. Author's note. It was the main character who was given a stiff scream by the enemy. This time, it's like saving your allies while subduing them moderately. Impressions of each of the Usatos on the battlefield. The warrior of Nirvana. He is a healing magician who kicked the side of a ferocious demon that tried to attack him with a Yakuza kick. Knight of Calm Helio. A Knight of Calm Helio, he was blown up by something just before the demon tribe finished him off, and when he realized it, his wounds had healed. He doesn't really know what happened to him. A soldier of the Demon Lord's army. An unidentifiable creature that was moving at high speed. If it gets close, it's over. Usato Dano has left for the battlefield. The back of his head, shoulder to shoulder with Rose Dano, looked the same as it did during the last battle, but it was completely different. A strong back with a big mission on his shoulders. When I saw Usato Dano heading towards the battlefield with as much power as Rose Dano, I was determined to fulfill my own mission. I have to brace myself. My mission is to protect the tent where the healing magicians of the rescue squad are. The rescue squad plays an important role in this battle. I understand well how important it is to protect them. Did you hear that, Ark? Hear what? I react to the voice of my colleague who is protecting this place with me. I heard there's been a betrayal of our allies on the battlefield. Betrayal? I heard from a guy who just came back and went back to the front, and he said that he was suddenly attacked by an ally. Is there a demon that can control people like Nia? No, it can't be a vampire that sucks blood in the middle of battle, putting itself in danger. Is it magic then? Anyway, you'd better be careful. The opponent is the Demon Lord's army. I wouldn't be surprised if they use any trick they can think of. Yeah. I'll keep that in mind. As I was firmly taking in my colleague's words, a knight of the kingdom of Comhelio, covered in blood, entered from the door in front of my gaze, a place that was mainly passed by the black-clad members of the rescue squad. Oh, hey. Is that guy okay? What's that knight outside doing? The knight's upper body armor was dyed red, and he walked towards us with a shaky gait. My colleague and I quickly ran up to the knight, who looked dangerous by all accounts, but then we felt something strange and stopped. No, wait. What are you talking about? That guy is badly injured no matter how you look at him. He'll die if we leave him alone. Ignoring the words of my upset colleague, I stare at the knight's body. It was covered in blood and appeared to be injured. However, something is wrong. The reason why the knight's eyes are vacant can be explained by the fact that he is injured. The fact that he is covered in blood is because he is injured. But where is the blood flowing from? His appearance was too clean. No, he was stained with blood, but there were no scratches or holes in his armor or the clothes he wore underneath. I kept my left hand on the sword at my waist and kept my distance from the knight. May I ask you one question? Ark. Excuse me, but can you tell me where you're injured? Where did that large amount of blood come from? The calmer I get, the more I realize how odd the man looks. There was no way he could have walked all the way here with that amount of blood loss, and he shouldn't have even been able to stay conscious in the first place. Healing, magic, Ian. Yes, I understand that you want to call a healing magician to treat you as soon as possible. But first, please tell me where you are injured. Otherwise, I can't let you pass from here. Magic, healing, come out. Healing, magician, come out. Ark, this is... The man muttered something about a healing magician, and my colleague put his hand on his sword at his waist as if he sensed something unusual, but I told him to wait. If we make a scene here, we'll end up involving the rescue squads in the tent behind us. If we're going to capture him, we need to get away from this place before. Is that person injured? The voice that came from behind me scared me. The girl who had been dispatched as a healing magician, Kate-san, was peeking out from the entrance of the tent where the rescue squad was operating. The man's eyes goggled at Kate, but he didn't notice, and she hurriedly beckoned to him. If you're injured, hurry over here. We'll heal you with healing magic right away. The moment I heard the word healing magic, I didn't miss the man's right arm going around his back. Before he could pull the broken sword out of his bloodied midsection, I slammed the hilt of the sword into his wrist and twisted his left arm to restrain him. As I rope the man, who roars and flails like a beast, together with my colleague, I call out to Kate-san, who lets out a small scream. Ga, ah. Go back to your tent at once. He's freaked out. What? Yes, yes. Kate-san returned to the tent with the agility of a cat. After looking her over with her eyes, she looked for any wounds on the knight, who was still flailing even after being tied up, but he wasn't injured anywhere. So it's all just return blood. You mean, a sudden act of betrayal? No, no. I put my face close to the knight's eyes and peered into them. He may have originally had blue eyes, but now his blue eyes had a shimmering purple magic that covered the edges. The moment the flicker disappeared, however, the knight's body weakened and he fainted. Right now, tell this information to Commander Sigurds. The other party is manipulating us with magic to make us fight each other. And that magic user is targeting this place, where the rescue squad is operating. That's what you mean. While my other colleague hurriedly went to convey the information to the commander of Sigurds's legion, I thought of countermeasures. First of all, I have to send a warning to all the black-clad people who bring us injured people. They come through here quite often, so I can tell them right away. But what if someone manipulated in the guise of a fallen wounded person is brought into the tent? The one who had manipulated the knight earlier had clearly targeted this place. It was the kind of opponent that would not hesitate to make them fight each other. It wouldn't be surprising if it took advantage of their conscience of the rescue squad. I guess we should do what we can now. It would be difficult to take complete countermeasures, but we should be able to take precautions. I raise my voice so that the guards present can hear me. Those who are controlled by the Demon Lord's army are manipulating our allies and trying to harm the rescue squad that is doing their best for us here. Therefore, in order to protect them, we will now deploy guards not only outside, but also inside the tent. I won't let them get their hands on the rescuers. That's what all the guards here are thinking. After confirming that my colleagues nodded at my words, I quickly decided where to reposition them. Returning to my post, I look at the wall where the battle is taking place. I'm definitely not going to let them get their hands on them. It was the same in Hinomoto, and the situation is no different now. I'll just have to trust him and fight my own battles. I'm sure that Usato Dano is still fighting for the injured. I had been running around the battlefield non-stop healing the wounded since I arrived at the battlefield, and I tried to help a knight who was lying on the ground. Just as I was about to carry him to safety, he suddenly got up, picked up a sword that had fallen beside him, and swung it at me. Please stop. I'll heal you now. Heal me, magician. You're delirious. As he muttered healing magician to himself, I grabbed his sword with my gauntlet, but it didn't seem to have any effect. But it's clear that he's hostile to me. Could it be that, this is what Yururu-san was talking about, a leopard changing? Yusato, this man is being controlled by magic or something. You mean someone from the Demon King's army did this? I grit my teeth at the sound of Nia's voice. I can't just sit here and wait for him to come to his senses. I can't help it. I really don't want to do this, but... Wake up, please. Go fu. That's more like a fainting spell. If he flails, I'll stun him with a healing punch. I hold him in my arms as he falls forward, and immediately explain the situation briefly to a nearby knight, who leaves him with me before running off. I see we're getting pushed over here. Yet. I guess the anxiety that our allies might be being manipulated is making the people here slow down. To think that far ahead in their strategy. It's a vicious but effective strategy. It's making us feel uneasy, and at the same time, it's slowing down the movement of the entire army. Nia could do the same thing with her vampire powers and her necromancer powers, but it would take a lot of work, and more importantly, she would not be able to support me. Considering that, we can assume that the person who is controlling our side is quite powerful. If we don't do something soon, the formation might collapse. However, there's nothing I can do about it. As I grit my teeth at my own helplessness, I see the sight of a flying dragon rampaging down to the ground in front of me. I see a knight being trampled by a foot with sharp claws, and another knight having his foot bitten by a mouth with fangs. Don't make me do more than that. Healing magic bullet. Hey. Gua. Healing magic bullet strikes down a soldier of the Demon King's army on the back of a flying dragon that has landed on the ground. After confirming this, I slammed a foot knife kick into the shin area to save the knights who were about to be killed by the flying dragon, and then I lost my balance and drove my right fist as hard as I could into the exposed abdomen, and then I was able to get the knight's head back on the ground. Open your mouth. He thrusts his right fist into the exposed abdomen. The flying dragon screamed in agony and opened its mouth in response to the impact emanating from the cage. Gugya. Yusato. All right. I quickly received the knight that was released from the flying dragon's mouth, and I carried the other knight that had been kicked in the leg and took off at once. If I had been a little bit slower, I wouldn't have made it. The flying dragon that the soldiers of the Demon King's army usually ride is more than 5 meters long. Just being bigger than humans is a threat, but flying dragons breathe fire and are also very powerful. In the meantime, we need to get the two people who are completely unconscious to a safe place. The healing magician is here. Where? Over there, over there. I can't find him anywhere. In front of me, there are soldiers of the Demon Lord's army looking for me, a healing magician. If I don't, they'll find me and attack me, but there's no time for me to bypass them. You're treated like a rare beast in the Demon King's army. Nia, resistance to wind pressure. We're going to go through it. What? Ah, wait. After reholding the injured man, I stepped on the ground with all my strength and released him at once. With Nia's magic, I had acquired a resistance to wind pressure, or air resistance, and I pushed forward, letting myself feel as if I were leaving the sounds around me behind. I've healed your wounds. Please take the two of them to a safe place. Tha, thank you. I was able to safely break away from the front line and leave the two injured people with the knight in the rear. The place where we are now is one step ahead of the front line, the place where the people who are entrusted with supporting the rear are. We'll be safe here, but I need to get back to the front line as soon as I can. Nia, can you make it? I had a bad experience earlier, but I can go. Are you still upset that I ran full speed right in front of the enemy? I smiled at Nia's grimace, and tried to run to the front, but... What? At that moment, I felt a strange chill that I've never felt before. It was the same kind of killing intent that had been directed by Koga in Hinomoto. However, it was incomparably sharper than his, with a chill that made me shiver. Without a doubt, I sensed that something was approaching, and as soon as I deployed my gauntlets, I changed the direction in which I was running toward the direction where I felt the chill. Ugh, Yusato, what's wrong with you? Nia, give me resistance to slashing. Why? Quick. Surprised by my urgent voice, she gives me resistance to slashes. As I continue to run towards the front, I notice that the number of soldiers in the Demon King's army is decreasing. If that's all there is to it, it would seem that our side is winning, but somehow the expressions on the knights' faces as they pass each other are not joy at having the upper hand in the battle, but fear of something ahead of me. Gradually, I noticed that the knights had stopped with their weapons at the ready and were looking in the same direction. As I tried to move in that direction, a knight from the kingdom of Lingle flew towards me, blood pouring from his chest, and I hurried to catch him. Gee, are you okay? Ugh, Yusato-sama. Please don't talk. My torso has been sliced open. I immediately tried to cast a healing spell, but the moment I poured magic power into the wound, the magic power was drowned out as if it were dissipating. What? The healing magic didn't work. No matter how desperately I tried to apply the healing magic, my wounds could not be healed. The knight, who grabbed my arm as I still tried to apply healing magic, looked at me in frustration and called out to me, his voice trembling. His sword is cursed. We can't afford to lose you now. Leave this place immediately. As I said, don't talk to me. The light faded from the knight's eyes, and the strength drained from the hand that had been gripping my arm. I lowered his corpse to the ground quietly, and after hitting the ground with all my might just once, I called out to the other knight who was standing by my side. The effect of not accepting recovery magic should disappear with the passage of time. What? The injured who don't accept healing and recovery magic should be stopped bleeding and then transported to the rescuer's base. There is a sufficient amount of bandages and tools there. If possible, please call the black clothes here and tell them the method I instructed you to use. Right, got it. What are you going to do, Yusato-sama? I'm going to halt the enemy. Before the knight could call a halt, I advanced toward the direction where the stinging killing intent was being released. Nya. Hurry up and get the leader. To tell the truth, I don't want to bring Rose together with the person we're about to face. But if I don't, there will be more casualties. I understand. Before I fuck up, okay. Don't tell me that's a bad omen. I'll leave you some resistance magic, okay? Thanks. I turn around to see Nya flying away from my shoulder. There standing in the midst of the fallen knights was a demon. He had dusky blonde hair, twisted horns, and brown skin. Unlike the other soldiers, he was clad in armor and a cloak, and in his hand was a blood-red sword. He was Nero Argent's. Rolled his eyes slightly as he looked at me. White clothes. Nero Argent's, right. Do you know my name? A wind and sword wielder who was at least as good as Rose. Even though he doesn't show any signs of being ready to fight, he's completely unflappable. I know it when I see it. I can't win. But still, I can't back down here. If I leave him here, a lot of people will fall prey to the cursed sword. If that happens, even we, the healing magicians, won't be able to do anything about it. In order to prevent that from happening, I'll try my best to stall him. Oh, I see. He nodded with a calm voice that was out of place on the battlefield as I remained alert with my gauntlets deployed. So you're Rose's apprentice. The moment he muttered that, Nero carelessly cut up his magic sword and released a wind blade. A blade of wind released at the neck. I prevented it by guarding with my right arm, and I glared at the demon who released the blade. Nero Agents. He was not too surprised that I had prevented the attack, and he brushed off the sword as he raised it and returned it to its sheath. A strange silence ensues, even though we are supposed to be in the middle of a war zone. Nero looks at me as if to observe me, and I am ready to respond to whatever attack Nero launches. The opponent is a monster of equal strength to Rose. It's safe to assume that I'm cut off when I attack from this side. What's your name? It's you, Yusato. There is no point in hiding here, so I will be honest and give my name. Nero finally opens his mouth to me, who looks puzzled. I am the commander of the Demon King's army, 1st Legion. Nero Argents. I am the one who has a connection with your master. 1st Corps Commander? It never occurred to me that the last Legion Nya not identified was Nero himself. No, I understand that you are that good just by being relative to them. You're very similar. I tilt my head at Nero, who looks at me and mutters. What is he talking about? Who do I look like? You think that's going to upset me? The way you look at me, your eyes, your spirit, the way you stand, everything overlaps with Rose. But I can't say they're the same. What are you trying to say? I ask back, but Nero does not answer. What is it? Do strong people not try to communicate properly? Is it like Rose where they talk using their fist? Why did you come up to me? It's not like you don't see the difference in our abilities, is it? I understand that, of course. If you and I fight, I will certainly be killed. Then why? The reason I came up to him, who would have been out of my depth, is simple. You are the one who must be stopped in your tracks here. Is that because you heard about my history with Rose? That's not it. That fate has already ended. At least for leader. Nero frowned slightly at my words. Surely the fight with Rose is not over for this person. The reason I'm standing here is to keep you from moving on from here. My magic sword. I don't mean to be stingy with Nero's fighting style. Rather, he is no more effective in battle. And they are also a natural enemy for us healing magicians. With you, the number of injured people who cannot be healed by healing magic will continue to increase. People who should be able to be helped will die. That's why I'm going to nail you here. If I can't win, I'll do everything in my power to get in the way of you going on the defensive, in the way that I can't win. No one is better than me for stubbornness, quickness, resignation, and bad luck. Nero meditates once on me daring me to be too backward. The next time he opened his eyes, they were filled with an extraordinary fighting spirit. Originally, I came to this battlefield to fight Rose. While doing so, I was thinking of dropping the human side's stronghold. Nero drew his sword. The red blade is exposed and the tip of the sword is slowly pointed at me. I wanted to see a little more of your power. I naturally take up a position with Nero, who gradually starts to wind down. The thought of dropping a base by the way is frightening, but I guess the man in front of me could do it. As I was thinking this, I saw a red blade in front of me. I'm going to die. You avoided it. Quickly, I divert my head back and just barely avoid the slash. I roll backwards with the momentum of the deflection, but the blade of the wind is closing in on me as I get up. Nero was quietly surprised when I repelled with my gauntlet a blade of wind that was accurately fired at my neck, shoulder joint, and heart. You're good. Now how about this? He creates a whirlwind with his palm and releases it to the ground. The whirlwind splits and comes towards me from another direction. It's like manipulating a magic bullet. The moment you touch the wind to counteract it with your left fist, you get a razor cut on your fist. Ouch. I cancel the whirlwind with my healing burst palm and drown out the rest with my right gauntlet, but the whirlwind that should have been erased regenerates and attacks me again. As long as the wielder's magic power lasts, it will continue to attack. To escape the whirlwind, I use healing acceleration fists to move and keep my distance from Nero. You have a medium reaction time. Your movements are also not comparable to a human's. However, when a strong wind blew from the direction Nero was in, he approached right in front of me with such speed that it could be mistaken for instantaneous movement, and swung his red magic sword at my head. With a chill running down my spine, I put my left hand on my right arm and caught it head on. That's close. A powerful wind blows from the sword I received and from Nero's own body, and the wind created by it becomes a blade and cuts my body. Just being up close, it's like being in the middle of a storm. Nero draws his sword back as it is and continues to swing it. I won't be cut down so easily. Ignoring the pain of having my whole body ripped open, I swing my gauntlet with all my might and parry the sword that is swung in rapid succession. Remember what Hide-san taught you. You have to look not only at the sword, but at your surroundings and your opponent's whole body and deal with it. The barrage ended when a sword swung down from the upper level was caught by a gauntlet with the left hand attached, but the blade was pushed in instead. That cuirass is no ordinary one, either. Yeah, the only thing about me is that I'm never going to break. Let me correct you. You are not like Rose. It's more heterogeneous. Well, thank you. I push back his sword with all my might and slam a healing fast strike fist, which specializes in the speed of the initial blow, into Nero's torso. Ora! The fist did indeed catch Nero, but just as the fist was about to touch his body, a gust of wind blew around him and blew my body away with great force. Wah! The attack bounced back with the body without question. Oh, shit! I'm an idiot. If Nero is the master of a Mira, who wore flame magic as armor, then there's no reason why he can't do it too. Nero, who has wind magic, always wears wind armor. In terms of defense, so to speak, Nero is in a constant state of super armor. Normal fists will never get through, and the wind armor will also aid Nero's attacks and movement. Isn't it too much, Rose, to have brought such an opponent to a draw? Be on your guard. Ah! After forcibly convincing my nearly confused head, I try to stand up as I recoil from rolling on the ground, but in the follow-up attack, the demon sword that Nero swung sideways hits me directly in the torso. The sound of the shattering of the resistance spell Nia had cast on me echoes from my body. Gat. Mew. The slash is prevented, but only the impact passes through, so they are blown further away and roll on the ground as they are. Without Nia's magic, I would have died. As I stood up, holding my chest in shock, Nero tilted his head, comparing his own sword to mine, with a whirlwind around him. I hate to say it, but you're an even more wondrous healing magician than Rose. I thought I had definitely sliced through the torso, but the blade didn't go through. Is that your constitution? Goo, you. I always knew I couldn't win, but I didn't realize I couldn't even stop them in their tracks. And they are not serious at all against me. I feel like I'm being taken lightly, just like when I fought Rose. But we've got to stand up for ourselves. Do you still want to stand up? Just because I can't win is no reason for me to go down. I see. There is no magic of Nia resistance at the earliest opportunity. The next attack on my flesh and blood would render me incapable of combat. Just as Nero was about to step towards me, keeping his heart strong and beginning to wear a strong wind again, a white shadow approached Nero from my right side and struck him. Nero's eyes widened as he was forced to retreat despite his wind armor. At the sight of her, I sit up in relief. Looks like you've been hit pretty hard. Yes. If it had been a little later, it would have been cut in half. Leader. I'm glad you made it in time. Rose laughed at my words. Well, that's a shame. A bit of pain would have helped your reckless habits. I can't. It's in my nature now. I grab Rose's proffered hand and stand up. Then, somewhat later, Nia flies to me. Yusato-o. You're alive. Did you lose your arm or something? I'm alive and well. Thanks for bringing the leader here. Nia flies around me to make sure I am safe. It would have been hard to find the leader, who is traveling faster than I am. I talked to leader as I dusted off the dust. I'm sorry for being unworthy. No, you're not in the wrong. I don't know how you've endured this far. Leave it to me to deal with this guy. Having said this, Rose turned her attention to Nero. Relative to her, Nero shows a spirit that he didn't show when he was fighting me. Rose. It's been a long time. Nero Argents. You've been bullying my cute little disciple for quite a while now, haven't you? You can't just call me cute, can you? I am an inhuman thing with healing magic, just like you. Haha, there's no difference. Why should I be recognized as a monster by my master's archenemy and then have to agree with him? From my point of view, you are more like monsters. As you wish, I'll be your partner from now on. I'm going to punch you in your ugly face one more time. That's the way it should be. Nero made a smile at Rose's words and created a small whirlwind in his palm. Each time Nero poured his magic into the tornado, the whirlwind drew in the surrounding wind, but it remained the same size. It seemed as if it was building up its power. System enhancement, eh? It appears to be infusing extraordinary magical power, more than anything I know. I won't let you get in the way of my fight with you. I see, so the tornado is you after all. Oi, Yusato. Yes? Rose turns around and looks at me with serious eyes as I respond to her sudden anger, my voice turning inside out. You know what you have to do. Yes. Then, good. When she replied, Nero slammed the whirlwind he was making in his palm into the ground. System enhancement. The whirlwind that struck me seemed to expand to engulf Nero himself and Rose, and then it went on to become huge, blowing me out of the air as if I was nearby. No, it's not just me. It bounced everything in its range outwards, regardless of allies or enemy demon soldiers. I landed on the ground, looked up, and what leapt into my view was a huge tornado. Artificially induced tornadoes. It was unmistakably created by system reinforcement, and the magic swirled around as if in a cycle. I let out a stunned cry at the sight of so much. It's like Karen Sands on a magic scale that has gone out of control. It's a real monster. The whirlwind created by Nero Argents turned into a tornado so high that it became enormous and rose to the heavens. However, unlike ordinary tornadoes, the one he created stagnated in place and only continued to draw in the surrounding wind. It seemed as if the magic was filled with Nero's strong will to not let anyone interfere with the battle that is about to take place inside the tornado. So this was the prediction that Amako saw. Prediction seen by Amako before the battle, during the fight against the Demon Lord's army. When she first saw the prediction, she did not know what the circumstances were, but she now understands that what she saw was a prediction of the battle between Rose and Nero. We can no longer know what is happening in the tornado. I've got to do what I've got to do. Rose had to face Nero, and I was the only one in white who could move. If so, I have to move in her place as deputy commander. There are people around me who have been blown down by the wind, so I'll help them first and then complete my mission. Nia, we're going to help them. You need to get some rest, don't you? I'd like to, but I can't say so. At that moment, at the edge of my vision, I catch sight of a black shadow approaching you. Some kind of black beast like Nanny running on 4 legs. For a moment, I thought it was a new type of demon, but it is not. Shit, the timing is too bad. Hey, Yusato, that's... Sharp fangs peeking out from a mask reminiscent of a bird's beak, a black band wrapped around its body like a weave. When he came close enough to see the whole of it, he shouted in a somewhat exultant voice. Oh, you're alive and well. Yusato. Koga. The enemy I least wanted to meet. Koga Dingle, commander of the 2nd Legion of the Demon Army. The powerful enemy I had fought in Hinomoto, the land of the beastmen, had donned a deformed robe and attacked me. I, who used to be a demon race, is running the battlefield as a member of a rescue squad and saving humans who were fighting as enemies. A strange story. I wouldn't have been able to imagine what I would have been like not so long ago. Bring in the wounded. Guae. My mission as a black uniformed is to carry the wounded from the battlefield to the base. I have to be careful that my true face is not seen, but I don't have to worry about being discovered thanks to the hood of my magically created group uniform. Talk to a knight nearby, while holding the knight firmly in place with the bleeding wound stopped by the belt on the back of the bullring. What happened here? There are injured people who do not accept recovery or healing magic. Help is needed. Me and the other black-clad men who returned to the base, carrying the injured together with Blurin, received such news. It was decided that Blurin, me, Tong and Alec, who can carry large numbers of people, would go to the scene. Still wary of the flying dragons in the sky, one of the knights of the kingdom of Lingle answered my question. An incredibly strong enemy has appeared. When we were attacked by it, even Yusato Sama's healing magic was no longer accepted. No way. When I was in the Demon King's army, I heard that there was an incredibly powerful demon race with a demon sword that could cut off the flow of magic power, but you don't think that's him. I don't know what kind of guy he is, but from the sword he has, he's a very bad guy. No, it's more than that. Yusato came here. Yes. That man gave us instructions here and then went alone to the enemy. We are now asking for support from the heroes. That bizarrely good guy could have headed off to restrain the enemy to avoid further injuries. However, the other party is clearly not normal. The knight looks in the direction Yusato would have gone. Yusato headed towards the front line of the battlefield. Above them, flying dragons are soaring through the sky, and the knights on our side and the soldiers of the Demon Lord's army are engaged in a fierce struggle. Hey! Don't just stand there, Farum. Let's get these guys out of here. Yeah. I know. I have my part to play. I save people, not as a black knight in the demon army, but as a black uniform in the rescue squad. If I were to be honest, I would like to go to Yusato's aid, but I know that he would be angry if I did that. I returned Tong's angry shout, which had just returned, and ran to Blurin at that moment. A tremendous gust of wind blew from behind me as I turned my back to the battlefield. Whoa! Grua! What the? I manages to turn my attention to the battlefield, almost losing my position. A huge tornado was present in my line of sight. I was stunned to see it generate a storm that knocked down even the flying dragons in the sky and blew away both friend and foe alike. What the hell was that? I have never seen magic on that scale. Rather, it is unusual when something can be artificially equated to a natural phenomenon. The place where the tornado is happening must be where Yusato went towards. Blurin. Follow the tongs. Gwa. Hey? Where are you going? Unable to stay put, he starts running in the direction of the tornado. Many people were injured in that tornado. Some people have fainted. Some people need help. But above all, I was worried about that guy who went off to fight alone. If you asked me the question about the person I would least like to meet, this guy would be the first person I would think of. Koga Dingle, a man who wields dark system magic with beast abilities. In a single breath, I close the distance and catch Koga's protruding claws with my gauntlet, which I quickly set up. Gary. With a grating metallic sound, Koga brought his mask-covered face close to mine as if he were looking into mine. I flew here cause I heard that you are fighting old man Nero, but you look pretty good. Do I look well to you? No. You look like shit. If you know what you're doing, I wish you wouldn't have come. Gut-wrenching, I suppose, is what I'm saying now. The joy in his voice, which is so obvious even through his mask, makes me feel as if my veins are bursting with irritation. I don't have time to be bothered with this brainless demon race right now. I ain't got time for you, Puunk. Oh. I repel the claws and strike with a healing blinking fist that is imbued with a binding spell. After taking one look at Koga, who was blown backwards by the impact of my fists. Blinding impact, I turned on my heel and ran out of the place. I don't expect to beat him with this. But if we can get out of this place while they're scared, so be it. Whoa, I'm not letting you get away. However, I turn around at the sound of the voice behind me and avoid the black belt that was extending out to pierce me. When I glared at Koga with my tongue out, he lifted only the mask covering his face and waved his hand fluttering towards me. You're stubborn. I wish you'd fallen over earlier. Wow, that's an unbelievable statement for a healing magician. Well, I didn't expect that attack earlier either. But still. Koga confidently pointed to the dark magic he was clad in. It doesn't work on me now, does it? From the looks of it, the spell of restraint has also been broken. Did you break it with brute force right after the attack? No. On closer inspection, isn't Koga's appearance also slightly different? Unlike before, his claws are more compact in shape and the black band is swept down its back like a mane. I feel that the figure, which was close to that of a beast, has become more human-like. The figure is. After that battle, I rebuilt it a bit for close quarters. Faster and more robust. From the way you talk, you're also being prepared for a continuous fist. You don't mean to say that Koga's dark system magic has been altered by the effects of fighting me, right? I don't want that to be the case. I never wanted to see you again. Don't be a bore. When I heard you were engaged with old man Nero, I flew over to worry about you. Worried? You're worried about me? Yet. After a few seconds of silence, a pale-faced Nia flattened my cheek with her wing. Yusato, this guy is weird. Yet. I feel the same way. Isn't that just plain awful? Even I can cry, you know. Nia is right, saying such a thing to a man in full black tights wearing a mask would only make him more subtle. And it's too bad that worrying isn't about me dying, but worrying that I won't be able to fight him. Well, let's stop wasting time here and get on with it. Can't we spread this guy somehow? As I was thinking of a way to break the deadlock, Koga smiled wickedly at me. Alright. If you escape, I'll snap the necks of the soldiers who are unconscious here. Every last one of them, of course. What? I'd also like to go on and run into the base by myself and take out every single non-combatant I can find. The tone of his voice as he cheerfully mutters this makes it hard to tell if he means what he says. Having fought him once, I know that Koga is not a one-sided killer of people who can't fight. But it's the same as during the fight at Hinomoto. Maybe this guy could do it. Koga wants a fight with me from the bottom of his heart. He'll choose any means to achieve that. Once I had the idea that he might take such action, running away was no longer an option for me. How's that? You're motivated, aren't you? You're still the worst character I've ever seen. You're still the same. That's why I like that kind of stupid honesty. Koga covers his head with a mask, and I also hold my fists up while wearing a binding spell on both arms. Healing Blink Fist after blinding with a Healing Flying Fist. The Healing Fist is then followed by a series of Healing Fists from a close contact position, taking away consciousness at once. At the earliest opportunity, he reaps consciousness with maximum firepower. I was about to fire a Healing Flying Fist without any preliminary movement at Koga's face, when... Don't be provoked by that idiot. You brainless idiot. With that voice, a black band extending from the side wrapped around Koga's body and restrained his movements. The black band is similar to that of Koga's, but it is not his. Oi, don't tell me this is. This voice is. When Koga and I looked in the direction from which the black belt had extended in surprise, we saw a demon girl in black uniform clothing, Farum, there, out of breath, grasping the black belt that had extended from the cuff. The moment I see Farum, I shout angrily before I can think. Farum. Why did you come here? Farum's role was to carry the injured and take them to the base, but she showed up in front of me. Perhaps anticipating that I would be angry at her for abandoning her own job as a black uniform and coming here, Farum yells back at me, clutching the black belt that is restraining Koga. I heard you were fighting a bad guy and I came to help you. Don't worry about me. It's more about Dash. That's not good. You're an idiot. You know that. I was startled by Farum's voice, which even sounded angry. She shouts at me with emotion and continues to raise her voice at me, pulling at the black belt she clutches. Just hit that idiot army leader as fast as you can. Finish him off. Stupid Legion? You can't tell your former boss. Yusato. Farum's right, now's our chance, now that his movements have been blocked. Ah. Nia was also rushed and had no choice but to try to hit Koga with a series of healing fists. However, just before the fist hit, the black band that Koga himself wears unfolded from his body like a blade, tearing off Farum's restraints. Nah. I'm sorry, but my magic is more powerful than Farum's. I shouted and was hit by a direct hit from a spinning kick fired by Koga, knocking me to the ground. I've been caught off guard. Oh no, I have to avoid the follow-up attack. That was close. With such a voice from Farum, the black band wrapped around my arm pulled my body wide open. The next thing I know, a claw wielded by Koga pierces the spot where I was. I rolled over as soon as I saw it and took my distance from Koga and turned my gaze to Farum, who had helped me. If it wasn't for Farum, it would have been a close call. Oh, this is one time you can't be mad at her, HMM. What the hell? I feel strange on my arm where the black belt was wrapped around me. Looking at the arm, there is still a black band wrapped around it. It quickly returns to Farum, but only the magic in the part of my arm that is wrapped around it sticks to my arm and reacts in a resistant way, moving away from me. Do you have time to look elsewhere? I don't want to fight you. And that's not my problem. Besides, I've been looking forward to the day I can fight you again. I've done a lot of preparation and I'll let you have your way. Koga, with his hands on the ground, lowers himself. He stared at us as if he were a four-legged beast, and a dozen black bands unfolded from his back. This time I'm even nastier than before, The black band on the back of the Koga that uttered this bunches up and forms a kind of black sickle. The number of them, 4. The sickles grow out of his back spreading out like a spider, the cohort of cohorts attack me with them. What's that? Gross. You're wrong, it's cool. Snap. One of the scythes connected to the belt is swung widely around my neck. I crouched down to avoid it while protecting Nia, and next, Koga himself attacked me, accompanied by the scythe on his back. Sora Sora. Avoid attacks that can be avoided and parry the rest with a gauntlet. While moving my eyes impatiently, I deal with each of Koga's attacks one by one, but the difference in the number of moves cannot be bridged by any means. I feel like I'm fighting an octopus. I feel like I'm fighting a fast-moving iron pot. It's not even a living thing. Despite the light-hearted talk, Koga's attacks accurately target my joints and vital points. The target may have included Nia, and often the scythe on Koga's back is aimed at Nia. Kyae? Yusato. Did that just happen? Nia, in my world, there's a saying that fire is cooler when you've got a clear mind. What does that mean? Giving up is the key. Whoa. That's not encouraging at all. Sorry, I just said it very appropriately. But despite the confusion, I slam my elbow into Koga's torso, thankful to Nia for the resistance and restraint spells she is applying. In doing so, she takes a headbutt from him, but manages to hold on. He has cut his forehead and blood drips through his brow. Ouch, man. Ogu. In return, I return a vigorous headbutt to Koga, with my forehead covered in blood. I take a few steps away from the startled and sprawled Koga, and brush my hair back with the hand that healed the wound on my forehead. Ha ha ha, ah, this is fun. That's why I don't want to fight you. Even if you don't like it, I won't end it. As commander of the 2nd Legion, I also have to defeat the healing magicians who run the battlefield. Having been made more specialized in melee combat, Koga's movements are faster than the last time they fought, making it very difficult for him to do so. As well as my concentration, I should keep my distance from the Korga, even if I have to force it a little, because the Nia is also very worn out. Judging this to be the case, he unleashes a right fist wrapped in a gauntlet on the abdomen of Koga, who tries to pursue him, with a technique he has not used before, the healing flying fist. Nah. He did not expect the attack to come without a preliminary movement, and the healing flying fist hit Koga directly in the abdomen, causing his body to fall backwards significantly. This bought some distance. Okay, once the distance. As I tried to move backwards, 2 scythes extended from the back of the Korga pierced my feet. When I looked at Koga, who had been sent flying in surprise, he was sprawled out, thrusting the sickle extending from his back into the ground and forcing himself to endure being blown to pieces. On the contrary, it pulled itself together with the sickle it had thrust at my feet and came barreling towards me with tremendous force. If you think I'm going to let you easily keep your distance, you're wrong. You're even nastier than I thought. Unlike Nero agents, the scythe extending from his back can be used not only for attack but also for movement and defense. As I was planning to intercept the Koga with my tongue, Farum wrapped a black band of dark magic around Koga. This time, they are bound in layers so that they can be cut. Ogyugu. While being restrained, Koga turned his attention to Farum, who was desperately holding on to the black belt. Oh, you're working for someone else. You've changed, you. Shut up. Also, I'm usually surprised to see you and Yusato wearing the same clothes. Shut up about that, really. They're arguing about something, but I'm going to continue to use the restraining spells and continuous fists to block their movements, in conjunction with the black belt of Farum. Even you, as expected, will be effective if I hit you with this 10 times. What? Hey, you. Seeing me, who had moved into a healing continuous fist posture with a binding spell on my right arm cage, Koga, with an impatient expression on his face, severed the band of Farum that bound him with the scythe on his back. Nah. I'm happy about your change for me, but that move hurts like hell, so don't eat it. Whoa. As it was, he grabbed Farum's outstretched belt in the opposite direction and pulled it in force as it was. The person at the end of Farum's rubbery recoil was me, who was about to slam my fist into the Koga. Ugh, Yusato. Farum. If you are knocked to the ground with that much force, you cannot avoid serious injury. I decided to do so and released my Renkei fist stance to catch Farum. Are you alright? Yeah. Less shocking than expected. The moment she thought of this, her body was wrapped in a black uniform outfit made by her own dark magic. It was probably unintentional on her part. What, just before she was enveloped? Her expression looked stunned, as if she didn't understand the meaning of the word. The suddenness of the situation makes both me and Nia and Koga stiffen. But the situation does not end there. As it was, she turned into a black, indefinite mass like slime. She collapsed as if liquefying and dived through my arm, which caught her, and into the group uniform. The slimy feeling transmitted from my arm and the unexplained situation made me and Nia scream in a normal way. Oaaa. Farum. Yusato is a parasite. Fe Farum is alright. I didn't expect to get swallowed up by my own magic and end up like that. Koga, who looked confused, voiced his confusion to me. I know I'm the enemy, but I think it's crazy to liquefy her with nothing but healing magic. Of course not. I'm gonna hit you. I yell at Koga, who is blatantly distancing himself from me, and try to remain calm. No, wait. I remember this feeling. This is the same as when Farum used dark system magic for the first time in a long time. A change like when some of her magic stuck to my hand and I couldn't get it off, has now happened in this situation. As I think about this, something starts to happen to my body. Oh, my arm is The left arm and both legs become covered in the same black magic as Faram's. On Usato's body, Faram's magic is. The soul that covered and formed the left arm and both legs was similar in shape to the hand and leg armor equipped by the Black Knights they had fought at some point. With that, the hem of the troop uniform I was wearing was shimmering with the same black magic as Faram's magic, like a flame, as if part of Faram's black troop uniform had fused with my troop uniform. What the hell is this? I don't understand why. Changes in arms and both legs. White troop uniform with black in between. I could only be stunned by the changes in my own arms and body, forgetting that I had a cohort. Author's note: if you take off one of the collars of the uniform, you will find that the inside of the uniform is stained black. It's fortunate that the color of the uniform hasn't changed from white, but the inside of it is all black. As I was puzzled by the changes in my body, I heard Faram's scream coming from somewhere inside my body. At the sound of her voice I call out to her, who is nowhere to be seen. Faram. Are you all right? Shut up. Don't talk to me now. Kyuuu, are you kidding me? I can hear her voice coming out from Usato. She looks like she's in pain, but not a physical pain. It's more like she's in agony. It's hard to say that she's safe. Here I come. Tisk, Koga. I caught Koga's claw, which was unexpectedly unleashed, in my gauntlet. He glanced at my left arm, which was wrapped in something black, smiled happily and tried to thrust one of his scythes, which was extended from his back, into my shoulder. I quickly tried to defend myself with my gauntlet, but Koga grabbed my it with both arms as I tried to move it. Let me go. I kicked him in the knee, but he ignored me and slammed the sickle on his back into my face. A distinctive metallic sound rang out. The sound echoing from my own cheek stunned me, and when I put my left hand on my cheek, I felt a hard touch. My face is intact? Usato, black magic power from the neck. No, the magic power from the inside of the uniform extended to the cheek and made it hard? And the next one is coming. Ah! I raised my left arm, which is wrapped in a black gauntlet, and grabbed the tip of the scythe that continues to be wielded. It's also perfectly strong. This would seem to be a problem if used in the same way as the right arm. Well, it seems to have a certain degree of hardness, so we can assume that the inversion property has completely disappeared. Get off me! Yes, yes! I swung my arm with all my might and pulled Koga away. But his attack isn't over yet, as 4 scythes come at me from his back, pinning me down. Attack from all sides. Can I cope with my current mysterious body? You, can't be helped. Faram. As I prepared to respond with the gauntlet on both arms, a black sword extended from my left arm with a metallic sound. The black sword was extended straight from the forearm through the fist. I noticed the change in my arm and shouted Ue. Faram then shouted to me as if to hurry me up. Use it. What? It's only a blunt instrument. Just use it. Tisk, AAA all right. I swung my left arm sideways with all my might, flicking the sickle away. After confirming the power of my swing once, I continue to combine the sword in my left arm with the gauntlet in my right arm and repel the oncoming scythe. This left arm is. The black gauntlets are surprisingly comfortable on my arms. It seems as easy to handle as the gauntlet of Falgasama, which was created especially for me. Both feet also feel no discomfort, as if they are wearing the same shoes as before. I was just now being penetrated, into my body by Faram, who was enveloped in dark magic. It's not even uncomfortable, even though it's afterwards. If it feels the same as the gauntlet on your right arm, let's give it a little try. Usato, don't dawdle. It's coming from the left. It's coming from behind too. I've only got eyes in front of me. I look at the sword in my left arm and then hold it in an IAI-like stance, putting magic power into my left arm. The sword is integrated with the left arm, so naturally the magic should pass through it. Aiming at the moment when Koga pursues with his scythe, I swung the sword in a circular motion, and at the same time unleashed a burst of magical power in the manner of a healing burst palm. Nuun! What the hell are you doing, Usato? At that moment, the same shockwave as the healing burst palm was released from the sword integrated with the left arm, repelling in midair the scythe that had attacked it like an encirclement. The impact of the magic power that was released radially as if it was a slash. I looked at the sword that released the shockwave, amazed at what I had done, and my voice trembled. Let's name this, Darkness Healing Rupture Slash. I'll show it off later in front of Senpai with a smug look on my face. Oh I don't think that's happening. Don't say anything bad. I'll think of a better name for you, okay? After being pulled away by Faram and gently admonished by Nia and suffering mental damage. However, despite the fact that I unleashed magic power with my left arm, there is no injury or even pain. So this left arm gauntlet is one with my arm. Ha, I see. I guess that's what it means to be completely assimilated. Koga nodded his head in agreement. I would like to get away from this guy as soon as possible, but if you know what happened to us, I have to ask. Do you know what happened to me? Why don't you ask Farum and you first? With a grin, Koga pointed at me, or rather, at Farum who's inside me. I feel something nasty in his expression, but I don't take my eyes off him and talk to him. Did you do this, Farum? My magic has taken hold of you. That's why I can use it. Isn't that too brief an explanation? I understand that, but I'd like to know more about how it got on me. I wondered if she had the same question as I did, as Nia spoke to Farum and me. Isn't it your will that is attached to him? My magic sucked it in by itself. It's not my fault. Farum stammered and hissed at Nia's words. In the meantime, I reminded myself to return the sword on my left arm, which is a very noisy one, and the blade extended from my wrist back to my left arm. So you say you can do some manipulation from me? What do you think, Nia? I can only say that Farum's power is now available to you. Though the person herself didn't really do much explaining. Is there a reason for this? It's possible that Farum herself simply doesn't understand. Perhaps unable to see our distress, Koga laughed somewhat happily as he unmasked only his head. Well, I can't help it. I can understand why Farum doesn't want to talk about it, to be honest. But since I'm the furthest thing from caring, it doesn't matter, so I'll reveal it. Yusato. Shut him up right now. Black blades shoot out from my left arm and the heels of my feet, but I make them stay put. I glare at Koga, feeling slightly sorry for the grunting Farum. It's simple, it's just that Farum's altered dark magic has given you that ability. Didn't I tell you before? Dark magic is magic that is strongly influenced by the mind of the wielder. Oh. I'm sure you're aware of that. It's called. Koga crosses his arms. Coexist, or assimilate. I think that's what Farum's ability to be with you, fight with you, and die with you has become. Isn't that proof enough? The magic of Farum, assimilated by you, protects on its own, and half of its initiative is yours. That's why Farum's magic was trying to attach itself to me against her will. I didn't realize it until just now, but now that I've come into contact with Farum, who is wearing a black uniform created by dark magic, she herself has attached herself to me as dark magic. In the meantime, let's confirm this with her. Is that so, Farum? Farum. Qoo. She's in some kind of agony. Well, of course it's embarrassing to see your magic assimilate with someone else's, but the feelings that led to the change are not a bad thing. Rather, she has lived and fought alone, and now she can trust others. It couldn't be better. We fight together. All right. Farum. What the hell? We're all in this together. Me, you, and Nia. No. Us three in unison, we're gonna beat Koga. Ah. Farum's dark system magic is completely assimilated with my body. Just like the gauntlet on my right arm. If that's the case, it means it can make a drastic change in my fighting style. I've already thought of a new way to fight. Then it's just a matter of putting it to the test. I tap my toe on the ground to see how it's doing, then turn to Koga, who's moving into a fighting stance. Nia, I need a restraining spell for large attacks only. Leave it to me. Farum, I'll leave the shape-shifting to you, but no blades when you're dealing with people. You don't mind if I make my arms bigger or use a shield or something? Yes. And a word of warning. We're about to do some weird stuff, so don't get drunk, either. Hey. As soon as I said that to them, I stepped towards Koga and unleashed the magic from his leg armor. I approached at once by acceleration combined with leg power different from the healing acceleration fist, and Koga, while being faced with me, tried to move the sickle and claw on his back. 2 Fas. Healing Rapid Strike Fist. The first of these is a series of healing quick strike fists with both arms, to crush the start of the attack. We won't give them time to attack us anymore and pull off that dark magic. It launches a series of magical outbursts, instantly moves behind Koga and slams a roundhouse kick into his side. Ugh. No way your whole movement is that. Ah. Now I can unleash a burst of magic with my whole body. What's that? Ha ha ha. You're not normal after all. The attack doesn't seem to have worked on Koga, who was hit by a fist in pursuit. But the scythe on Koga's back can't keep up with my movements. Ugh, my vision is circling. Hold it in, Farum. I'm trying my best too. However, the method of movement using the outburst of magical power seems to cause damage to allies as well. Any further burden is dangerous for both of them. We have to settle this as soon as possible. It's not a good time to be in a situation like this. Koga, perhaps deciding that he was at a disadvantage at this stage, stabbed his sickle into the back and tried to break free, but he suddenly stopped moving. It looked to me as if he had been forced to stop, rather than stopping of his own volition, but a closer look at his body revealed that a black belt had somehow been wrapped around it. Hey! I won't let you go. It's a binding spell. Defeat him now. With the help of the two of them, a black band from my left wrist was wrapped around Koga, through which the binding spell was being cast. I try to cut the restraints wrapped around my body with my scythe, but they seem unable to cut due to the resistance spell. You have too many good supporters around you. They're too good for me. Whoa. He grabbed the black belt with both arms and pulled it as hard as he could. I keep Koga in my sight as he is drawn towards me, and I put magic power into my right foot. I recall the kick I received in the mock battle with Rose after returning from the letter-delivering trip. The image of the kick, which destroys even the spell of Nair's resistance in an instant and blows up a human being by tens of meters from the top of the defending cage, is unleashed on the Koga in front of you. Ora! Ugh! With a thud, the kick thrusts into Koga's torso. Koga's body bends in a figure and he lets out a cry of anguish, and at the same time, I unleash the magic power on my legs and unleashes the healing legs, not the healing fist. Enough of your feints. What is this healing strike legs? You really have no mercy at all. Koga flies like a ball. But I don't think that's enough to defeat him, so I hold my left arm ready while switching the black belt connected to him to my right hand. Farum. Isn't this enough? That's enough. Thank you. Surprised by my voice, Farum makes my left arm twice as big as the other. I grip it tightly and move into the healing blink fist position. I continue to reap consciousness. Wait a minute, Yusato. Something's coming from above. At that moment, I feel a kind of heat above me. I stepped back as fast as I could without looking up, and flames cascaded down between me and Koga. What? These flames are a fire magic so powerful that you can see it. After retrieving the black belt that had been split, someone jumped down from the flying dragon that had been flying above them before they knew it when they looked up at the sky in frustration. The red-haired demoness Amira Berglet, who landed near the kneeling Koga, sheathed the sword in her hand, extinguishing the flames. Stupid army leader who took off on his own. What the hell is going on here? Hey, don't call your commander an idiot. Quickly, talk. Yusato combined with Farum became ridiculously strong. Whatever she was thinking, Amira swung her sheathed sword at Koga. Suddenly attacked by an ally, Koga panics and rolls to avoid the attack. What do you think you're doing? I'm your superior and I'm on your side. No, I thought you were delirious from the shock of being hit. I don't blame you for thinking that, but it's the truth. Look at that. He looks like a proper healing magician. Koga points at me, and Amira looks at me. It's true that my current appearance is not that of a normal healing magician, but I don't like it when Koga says so. It's hard to say that I'm decent when I've survived my master and hunted down this idiot army leader. At the same time, it has been established that you are the enemy that must be defeated on this battlefield with the highest priority. That's what makes you even more dangerous than the heroes who are an obstacle for us. That's quite an assessment you've made. Isn't it obvious? I've fought my master and survived unscathed. That alone is extraordinary. I try not to let my frustration show on my face in front of Koga, who still looks fine, and Amira, who is apparently not even worn out. I didn't expect Amira to barge in here. Moreover, the way I and Amira fight is too incompatible. I want to get out of this place as soon as possible, so why are all these core leader class competent people gathering here? The fight with Nero is like sticking my head in the sand, but if I keep going like this, I'm going to end up enlisting even the third corps commander. We'll make sure we get him. Sorry, but it's going to take two of us to take him down. Can't be helped, I suppose. This isn't the time to prioritize your personal feelings. Amira, with her sword drawn, and Koga, with his scythe deployed, are poised in front of her. In terms of numbers, it's 3 against 2, and this one has the advantage in numbers. I'd like to say, but I can't joke about that. It is true that I, in white, am stranded, but before that, it is doubtful that I can even make it through safely against these two. As I thought about this, my ears suddenly caught the sound of something popping. This sound is... The sound came out of nowhere. The next thing I know, I'm standing next to a person who hadn't been there before, landing on the ground with her hands on her head. I couldn't help but let out a sound of infatuation at the sight of her shiny black hair, clad in electric shocks. Inuyagami, senpai. Yeah, now it's our turn to help. Yusato-kun. Inuyagami senpai replied strongly, thrusting the sword in her opposite hand into the ground and unleashing a powerful electric shock at Amira and Koga. Author's note. Farum was the first to understand why she had assimilated with Yusato and was in agony. Yusato Dark Magic Mode. Specialized in defense, hard, gauntlet, hard, resistance, and hard, dark magic guard. In addition, it can unleash systemic reinforcement all over its body, and can transform its left arm and other parts into weapons, shields, etc. These enhancements really don't make sense from a opponent's point of view. The electric blasts released by Inuyagami senpai went straight through and hit Koga and Amira. The sound and light of the electric shocks gushing out, it is hard to tell what is going on, but for the time being, it is safe to assume that they have been able to stop them in their tracks. After witnessing the direct hit of the attack on Koga and Amira, Senpai turned to me with an almost onomatopoeic "Hugh run." She turned back and excitedly crowded towards me. "Yusato-kun. I'm very, very curious about your appearance, but I dare not ask you about your figure." "Well, yes. I'll look forward to it later." "No, what?" Senpai nodded with a big smile without waiting for my bewildered response, and turned again towards where Koga and Amira were. "Well, I'm off." "Ah, yes. Off you go, wait no? Wait, Senpai." Senpai, still as excited as ever, cut off the conversation and slashed her sword at Amira, who shook off the electric shocks. "A hero. I'll let you be my opponent." Amira catches Senpai's sword, which is clad in thunderbolts, with flames, and, as if being pushed in, she moves away from us. "Oh, you're still like a storm, Suzune. Did you split Amira and Koga up?" As I nod to Nia and Faram's mutterings, Kazuki comes up behind me somewhat late. He rushed over here and looked surprised to see me. "Thank goodness I made it, in time. You look so different. What's going on?" "Kazuki, you came here too? Why did you come too?" Kazuki looked me straight in the eye at my question. "Couldn't I be here, to help you, Sato?" The unexpected words brought up feelings that I couldn't describe. I managed to suppress my emotions and shake my head. That's not it. "Thank you, you really helped me. Me and Senpai were both saved by you, Sato, so we're partners. Besides..." Kazuki's gaze turns to Koga, who has been blitzed clean. He watches me and Kazuki's movements as he changes his form to respond to my movements, clad in more dark magic. If the Legionnaire is out, then we heroes will have no choice but to go out. Certainly, if the commander is the opponent, Kazuki and Senpai, who are heroes, plus Hyde-san and Sigurth-san, will have to go out. As far as I fought, a commander class is not so naive that he can manage by sheer numbers. I even had Nia and Faram supporting me, and I was finally able to corner them. "So, Sato, is that guy over there Koga?" "Yeah, he's an incredibly tough guy. The first time you see him, he's a very tough guy, and I attacked him a lot earlier, but it didn't seem to have much effect." "I attacked him a lot earlier, but it didn't seem to have any effect. He's probably more stubborn than I am, that guy." "No, he's not." I was thinly aware that Nia and Faram would deny it. "Yes, I know. I'm also aware that I've become considerably more defensive since I became one with Faram." I sighed a little, and Kazuki smiled at me. "I hear a lot of buzzing from you, Sato. In the short time I've been here, I've gained a roommate of sorts." "Haha, what's that? You're not far off. You can deactivate it, like the state of me and Faram right now, can't you?" I tried not to think about it, but I was getting worried. I made a light remark, tightened up, stared at Koga in front of me, and took a stance. Koga unmasked himself and revealed his true face to me. "I don't care if I take two of you. Win or lose, as long as we can fight, that's all that matters." Koga says this in a somewhat good mood. The two men were not in a position to win or lose, but rather they wanted the fight itself. "Kazuki, if we fight together, we can defeat Koga. Koga is a strong enemy, but if Kazuki and I join forces, it shouldn't be an opponent we can't push through." That's what I thought, and I suggested a joint fight, but he shook his head next to me. "No, leave this to me and Senpai, Sato, go and help the others." But..." Kazuki's words make me look at him unintentionally. He chuckles reassuringly at me and continues. "We'll be fine. Besides, I have an important favor to ask of you, Sato." "A favor? What is the request?" Kazuki opens his mouth as I tilt my head back and forth. "Did you know that there's talk of a demon that uses magic to control people?" "Yeah, I was attacked by a manipulated person too. The magician in the Demon King's army is hypnotizing his allies and forcing them to split up. We have to do something about that person first, although the war situation will be even tougher." "Why are they bringing it up now?" "Flynna found out where he is, near the center of the battlefield, where even the distinction between friend and foe is blurred, and it seems that the magician is brainwashing the knights. She was able to find the demon that was performing the hypnosis because she has illusion magic, which has similar properties in terms of deceiving people. As I recall, the place where I was attacked by the knights on my side was also close to the center. If that's the case, does that mean she was hiding there and quietly increasing her ranks? I left Franna on her own, but I have a bad feeling about it. Sato, can you help?" "Okay. We'll go and help you." Kazuki's eyes widened at my immediate answer. "Either way, I have to be on the front line, and as for me, I can't just stand by and watch the knights on my side being manipulated and falling out with each other." "Thank you." I told Flynna the same thing, "but be careful. Kazuki, Don't let that full-body tights bastard get the better of you. We nod to each other and start running. Right behind me, there is an intense light and a metallic sound like popping steel, but I don't care, I go straight to the place I want to go. Rose entrusted me with the job, and Kazuki asked me to do it. I have a lot of work to do, but if it's for someone else's benefit, I'll move forward at full speed. Usato-kun engages with what appears to be the commander of the enemy's first corps. In the middle of the battle, when I heard the news, I literally felt my blood freeze. It was the same for Kazuki, who was also very upset. There were other reasons for being upset. At any rate, we had never imagined that the commander of the Legion, the highest power in the Demon King's army, was out there all alone. Normally, it would be insane to challenge an opponent who outnumbered you alone, but the one that Usato-kun was dealing with was advancing towards the halfway point of our formation, cutting down the knights as he went. Frankly, I was horrified. The fact that he had disturbed our formation with just one man, and the fact that Usato-kun was facing such a dangerous opponent. If it wasn't for Usato-kun, the base would have fallen by now. With partial electric shocks on his legs, he shoots electric shocks at the flaming Amira. After swinging her sword wide to cancel out the electric shock, Amira caught my movement with her eyes and opened her small mouth. Certainly, if there was no interference, Master would have easily taken your base. That means, the First Legion commander is your master. Yes. I give her an attack with electric shocks from a medium distance, but the attack does not go through at all. Is it because of the fire on that body? It's similar to me, but that one seems to put more emphasis on defense. If I jumped in without a plan, I wouldn't be able to avoid a fatal wound either. If I'm going to get close, does that mean I have to be clothed in the right kind of magic too? Then, for a moment, I activate my Thunder Beast mode and try to attack with a speed that even Usato-kun couldn't handle. That technique is... Hey! Ignoring the opponent's muttering, I slash at the neck as I pass by. I definitely catch her by the neck, but it is blocked by Amira's sword, which she holds up without warning. I have been blocked. You can't be too precise with your aim, you know? The attack is too honest. Really? It's not often I'm told I'm honest. Mainly because of Usato-kun. After a great deal of self-deprecation, I dodged Amira's downward swinging sword and moved away. You've highlighted your lack of experience with opponents. I'm good at fighting wild demons and the like, but when it comes to fighting people, even people above a certain level of competence, I'm overwhelmingly inexperienced. And Amira, in front of me, has certainly had more occasions than I have, and she has changed her fighting style to one that is more welcoming to us. As expected. An unexpected word of praise from Amira stops me in my tracks. She speaks to me in a well-defined voice as she reduces the momentum of the flames she wears like a suit of armor. Is that your own technique you're using? Yeah, I learned it from the way some demons fight. That's quite a feat. It's a fighting technique that I learned from fighting a monster, a thunder beast, that I encountered on my journey to deliver a letter. It's not that I'm not happy to be praised for it, but there's no way I can be happy about it in this situation. It's amazing that someone who is self-taught and not as physically robust as a demon could do it. If I could, I'd take care of it in its unfinished state. Does that mean that if my Thunder Beast mode is completed, can I assume that it will be troublesome for you? Reiju? Moto. I'm talking about the magic of wearing lightning. I get the usual tilt of the head and blush to correct her. Generation gap. I've experienced this many times during my travels, but this is the only thing I can't get used to. I don't understand the language of the heroes. But yes, you're right, if that technique is perfected, it will be a threat to us. The words were an opportunity for Amira to set the flames in her body ablaze. So much for useless talk, hey? So far, Amira's attacks have not hit me, but there is no sign that my attacks will reach Amira either. But both I and she know that it is only a matter of time. Then it won't be a problem if I can grow in this fight. There is a magician in front of me who is on the verge of reaching his goal. I know what I have to do in front of the best example I can find. In battle, I will steal and absorb Amira's skills. If I'm a hero, there's no reason why I can't do it. Here I go. Clad in electric shocks to rouse myself, I head towards the powerful enemy in front of me. Koga, Amira, and I were interrupted, but thanks to Inugami-senpai and Kazuki coming, I was finally able to return to my role as a white uniform. As I was heading to the destination Kazuki had asked me to go to, Nia, who was on my shoulder, spoke to me. Usato, what do we do first? Let's go to the center, healing the wounded first. Nia, do you think you can find out who's controlling our allies? We'll have to go there to find out. So the first priority is to get to the scene. Besides, if they're targeting healing wizards like they did when I was attacked, it's not a problem that can be left alone. I'll help you as much as I can. Yes, we'll help together. I nodded strongly to Faram's voice, which had finally returned to its normal state, and I ran through the battlefield again. Those who were blown away by the tornado, injured and knocked out are being helped by the black clothes and the knights in the rear, so don't worry, we'll go ahead. I step into the front line, keeping my eyes wide open. While I was fighting, the battle was getting fiercer and fiercer, and the white-knuckle battles between the soldiers were turning into wild, with no formation whatsoever. I looked around and spotted a wounded knight and pulled him to me while I stretched a belt from my left wrist and twisted it around him. Yusato, I'm going to fix the injured man to your body. Please. While applying healing magic, the knight, which was moved to my back as if I was wearing it, is secured by a black belt extending from the group uniform. The knight is fixed firmly to his back and I unintentionally let out an exhale of admiration. Wow, my arms are moving freely. This means I can take more people with me. Yusato, over there. We're surrounded. What? Looking in the direction indicated by Nia's wings, 3 sky blue armored knights can be seen surrounded by a group. That is the knight in sky blue armor of Samaria that we saw several times in the meeting. One of them is wounded and 2 of them seem to be fighting to protect him, but he can't last long isolated from his allies. I'm going to jump over that siege. What? What are you going to do, jump over? Oh what are you doing? You. After running as fast as I could, I used my magic power to jump. With this, they jumped over the heads of the demon soldiers surrounding the sky blue knights and landed on the ground, and at the same time slammed their right fists into the ground with great force, releasing a radiant magical shockwave. Healing fallen fist. Whoa. The soldier loses his balance due to the sudden impact on his leg and falls forward. Farum then transformed my left arm into a shield-like shape, and I continued to use my shield to strike the soldier who was off balance, creating a hole in the siege. Captain Yusato-sama, carrying a knight on his back, has fallen in front of me. Hey, I guess it's a good thing to keep your feet on the ground. Go fu. Captain, oh. Why does the most seriously injured person look so healthy? No, the people who seem to be your subordinates are also injured in no small way. Why you have to get them out of here right away. With the injured captain in my arms, I glared around me and called out to Farum. Farum. Fix these 2 for me too. What, with all these people? No problem. Okay, okay. A black sash from my uniform wraps around a sky blue knight who can't keep up with the situation and holds him in place as well as the knight on his back. But are the knights okay? I'll check that out before I start running. It's very stable. The captain is at a loss for words in an unprecedented situation. Looks okay. Yet. With the captain firmly in my arms, I kick the ground as hard as I can and push forward into the hole in the siege that I just knocked down. I'm breaking through. A mass of humans is attacking us. Oh, we're going to get run over. For some reason, the soldiers of the Demon King's army do not attack, but run away. For our part, though, it's just as convenient to avoid them. I immediately left the front line and put down the 2 injured and the sky blue knight, and I reconfirmed my strength once again. Okay, let's keep going. Nia, does Yusato move like this all the time? Nat, I think it's probably going to get worse. As vice commander, I'll move for Rose. That's exactly what I'm going to do to make up for being stranded by Koga. After listening to Nia and Farum's words, I ran across the battlefield at full speed and headed for the place where Franna was. When I saw the manipulated person, I immediately knew it was the work of a magician of my lineage. Unlike my illusion magic, they are skilled at deceiving people and has a wide range. And it can deceive not only their vision, but also their consciousness. And they're terribly cunning, and will use any means at its disposal. Situation is terrible. The formation has been severely disrupted by a single demon tribe, and the manipulation of their allies has caused anxiety and confusion among the knights. On top of that, they are being outnumbered by a snake demon and a smaller demon of unimaginable size. But still, they must do something. Now that Kazuki and his men are facing a strong opponent in the form of the Legionnaire, I will find and deal with the magician the knights are controlling. I'll give you credit for finding me. Ha! Ha! A female demoness with pale purple hair, looking down at me from a flying dragon in the sky, looked down at me with cold eyes as I kneeled and breathed heavily. Her dressing gowns were black, unlike those of the soldiers of the Demon King's army, and multiple purple magic bullets floated around her. They are probably manipulating people with those magic bullets floating in the air. The fact that she rides a flying dragon must be to aim at the knights from the sky. I didn't realize it was such a troublesome opponent. I finally found them. In order to show the illusion, you have to make contact with the magic power in some way. In my case, I can create illusions by cloaking my palms and weapons with magical power and bringing them into contact with my opponent. If the opponent had similar characteristics to mine, I could have determined their location by finding out the affiliation of the knight being manipulated and where they were fighting. As I had planned, it was good that I found the magician who was controlling the knights, but the other party was more troublesome than I had imagined. I knew I'd find it someday, but I never thought I'd find an elf, but you can't do anything about me with your power, can you? Around the largest flying dragon carrying a female demoness are 4 flying dragons driven by a soldier who appears to be a king's guard. They are so skilled that it is easy to see. It is almost impossible to kill them with magic or bows and arrows. Then it's time to move on. Do it. The woman who is looking down at us gives orders to the manipulated knights on the ground. As she says, the knights who have taken up their weapons turn their bloodshot eyes towards me and the knights who should have been my companions. Oh, Flinadano. What should we do? Watch out for the magic bullet above you and deal with it. If you get hit by it, you'll be controlled. Yes. It's not only the knights that are being manipulated that are attacking you. It's not just the knights that are being manipulated, but also the soldiers of the Demon King's army that are attacking you. While we hesitate to attack those who were our allies, that woman in the sky is using magic to manipulate more and more of our allies. While gritting my teeth at the current situation, I hold my sword up to the knight who rushes forward to pierce me with his spear. Ooh. Ha, wake up, up. A friendly knight attacks with empty eyes. The sword is clothed with magical power from illusion magic and slashes shallowly. The slashed knight stares at his palm as if agitated, light returning to his eyes. Wow, what am I? Take it down. You can bring the knight back to sanity by offsetting the magic power that controls him with my illusion magic. He drops his spear, removes his gaze from the knight who has returned to himself, and uses illusionary magic to bring the other manipulated knights back to their senses. But only a limited number can be brought back to sanity at a time. My own magical power is also limited, and I have to do something about that woman who is the main source of power. While thrusting my sword at the demons who joined the knights and attacked me, I took out the bow on my back and plucked an arrow. Please hit. The arrowhead is encrusted with illusion magic and is aimed at the woman in the sky. The arrow goes straight for the target, but it is quickly knocked down by a flying dragon driven by a soldier of the king's guard. Its defense is strong. I'm sure she's a commander or close to it. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so heavily guarded. But we don't have any way to target them directly. At the very least, at a time when the archery of the elves, who excel at hunting with bows, could not be penetrated, they need someone like Kazuki who is skilled in manipulating magic bullets with unparalleled accuracy. Are we of the same lineage? You seem to have a better depth of vision than me, but when it comes to lures, I'm better. What are you? Looking down at me from the sky, the woman put her hand over her mouth as if in slight distress. Okay. I'll tell you. My name is Hanalomiya. In the meantime, I'm the one who's in charge of the 3rd Legion of the Demon King's army. 3rd Legion leader. The woman Hana smiles coldly at us, surprised that the other party is one of the highest forces of the Demon King's army. You didn't think that all the core commanders were capable of doing anything but assault. What's your magic? It's the same illusion magic. There are some differences in their abilities, though. Hana pulls one of the magic bullets floating around her into her palm and looks at me. Your illusion magic is more controlling and binding than mine. My magic, on the other hand, has a wider range and can show you a wider range of things. So I am using this magic to control your knights at will. So you're making them fight each other. Oh, you're angry, aren't you? Hana tilted her head curiously and glared at him with suppressed anger. It was the knights who were on our side who were fighting before we got here. Some of them were forced to fight on their own side and had to make hard choices. And I don't know what they're being made to see, but from the anguished expressions on the faces of the knights being manipulated, I'm not sure they're being shown any real illusions. But it is a great pity that the hero is not here. If they had been here, they could have been puppets and an asset to the war effort. Although I don't think you can capture the hero. You just don't have to choose the means to do such a thing. I don't think the hero, an inexperienced man, could make such a ruthless decision to pass up a hostage in front of him. Kazuki can't just abandon them. He is a kind-hearted man, and he might just comply with Hana's dastardly request. Well, I guess that's enough of this useless talk. Hana raises her hand and the knights in control take their stance. The knights are shielded by soldiers of the demon tribe, and above their heads, the flying dragon and Hana, ridden by a soldier of the king's guard, are vigilantly waiting for us to show an opening. There is no point in fighting like this. But if we don't stop Hana here, the number of knights being manipulated will increase. Then, let's go. An incomparably greater number of enemies than before are coming at us. Just as we were caught between our fear of death and our mission, a white figure broke in front of us with tremendous force. What? We made it just in time. The human figure, which created a tremendous amount of dust, charged without hesitation towards the soldiers and manipulated knights of the Demon King's army in front of us. I'll deal with them with healing punches. I'll breach you back to your senses now. Ora! Gaffu! Each time the figure swung its fist in succession, there was a ghastly sound and a green light that seemed to be magical power shining through. Yusato, there's a demon in the mix. I checked. Gahi. Each time a limb is unleashed, the downed person is enveloped in some kind of pattern and is sealed against movement. He is stunned by the sight of the enemy being incapacitated like a storm, when he sees one of his soldiers about to attack from behind him, and he shouts out. "Oh, that's dangerous. Don't touch him." A girl's voice came out of nowhere, and a whip-like object was extended from his back. It easily repelled the demons who tried to attack it, and went straight to the surrounding enemies, accompanied by purple patterns. Frankly, in my head, I know who came to my rescue. But what should I say? It's not what I remember. In my memory, he had been moving, in such a haphazard way, but now I think he is even more haphazard. The figure, who had struck down the knights and soldiers of the demon lord's army who tried to attack him with dazzling movements, turned around, fluttering his white clothes mixed with black. "Flynn-san, and also the knights, you look safe." "Oh, thank you." "Yeah, yes. The knights who are with us are also stunned by the shock that blows away the despair we have felt so far. At any rate, I decided to ask them about the knights who were defeated by Yusato. Are these people okay? I stunned him with a fist filled with healing magic, so he shouldn't have been injured." Then you were injuring him when you hit him." "No, let's not think too much about it. As a result, the manipulated people are unharmed and incapacitated. Rather, we should be glad that Yusato came along, who can accurately incapacitate the manipulated people. And what's wrong with your outfit?" There was one more thing to worry about. The way Yusato was dressed, which had changed since I had seen him before. A silver gauntlet on his right arm and a black one on his left. His legs have also been replaced with ostentatious leg armor, especially the white uniform he was wearing. The majority of the troops' uniform is white, but there are black flame-like patterns wriggling around the hem and sleeves, and the areas visible through the gaps are stained jet black. Oh, a lot of things have happened. I don't think it's a lot of things though. When I witnessed the fight with Rose, his movements were inhuman to say the least, but now Yusato was too scary. There was no way he could get away with this because of all the things that had happened. "I'm here because Kazuki asked me to." "Kazuki did?" Still confused, Yusato places his gauntlet-covered hand on my shoulder. Then he cast a healing spell, and my cuts and exhausted body from the earlier fight instantly felt better. It's amazing, the fatigue is gone in an instant. The effect is so different from recovery magic. "Do you know who is the magician who is controlling the night?" "The purple-haired female demon in the sky's the one. And it seems to be the leader of the 3rd Legion of the Demon King's army." "The leader of the 3rd Legion." When Yusato looks up at the sky, there is the figure of Hana, who is still riding a flying dragon. She is looking down at Yusato, but her eyes seem to be somewhat agitated. "White attire, black hair, and green magic, are different from the information, but is it correct to say that you are the healing magician of the Lingal Kingdom?" Perhaps taking the silence as an affirmation, Hana nodded her head in agreement. "Nice to meet you, I am the Demon King's army, 3rd Legion Commander, Hana Lomia." As Koga-kun said, "You're not a human being, are you?" "Koga again, oh god." He grunted, holding his forehead, and glared at Hana. "You've been manipulating the knights into attacking the healing magician." "Yes. I'm sure you're aware of that. We still haven't been able to get rid of any of the key healing magicians, have we?" "I'm surprised at how stubborn they are." "Stubborn?" You can hear the sound of metal creaking in Yusato's right hand. I fearfully look at his face, but I can't read his expression and just look at Hana overhead. Is he perhaps mad? "I can't let you do whatever you want anymore." "Oh, it seems that you are also very angry with me." Hana also noticed Yusato's condition and gave a small smile. The smile is cold, and it's obvious that she's looking down on us. "Well, from your point of view, it's upsetting, but from our point of view, we don't want to consume the limited number of soldiers we have, so we just procure them on the battlefield. Because, it doesn't hurt or itch if these people die, right?" I couldn't help but feel an inexplicable discomfort at the way Hana spoke. "We don't want to hurt our friends. I want to keep the damage to a minimum." Sure, what she's doing is terribly rational and will minimize friendly casualties. But her ideas, friend or foe, were unacceptable. "It is to my advantage that you have come here. If you can control you can easily get rid of the base where the healing magicians gather and even the heroes. You can't defeat 2 brave men by manipulating me, can you? You're friends, aren't you? There is also a strong bond between." How did the demon army know about the relationship between Kazuki and his friends? I'm not sure if it was unexpected for Yusato too, but his eyes widened in surprise. "We've already interrogated the knights of the Lingal Kingdom, you know." "Interrogation, you mean?" "Yes, I just showed him a little tortured vision and made him throw up, but it's still enough information. You could know the weaknesses of the heroes." "Kazuki and Suzun's weaknesses are?" "Yusato? I don't know if it's a weakness, but he's just staring up at Hana." "Flynn-dano, Yusato-sama, demons and soldiers are coming from the front. Reinforcements." When I turned to the front at the words of the knight behind me, a troop of soldiers with glowwolves is coming from that direction. In frustration, Hana above me exhaled in relief. Well, while I'm stalling the conversation like this, the reinforcements have finally arrived. The healing magician I've heard so much about is a chatty one, which is very helpful. Hana set in motion the magic bullets that had been floating around her. In the face of more than 20 magic bullets, Yusato created a magic bullet in his right palm while the rest of us were bracing ourselves. If you want to avoid them, go ahead. But instead, the knights behind you will be attacked. With a sneer, Hana dropped a magic bullet towards us. She quickly tried to ready her bow against the magic bullets that were about to rain down on her, but Yusato threw the magic bullets that he had created in his palm faster than that. Healing magic random bullet. The magic bullet released from Yusato's palm splits and bounces to cancel out the magic bullet released by Hana. Even so, the magic bullets that could not be fully cancelled out are closing in. Farum. Ah! A black sword extends from the gauntlet on Yusato's left arm and is swung carelessly to the side. Even so, the magic bullets that could not be fully cancelled out are closing in. Aha! Darkness, healing burst slash. Ignoring Hana's surprise, Yusato mutters something like the name of his technique. While I think he's just like Suzune in these ways, I'm reminded that his sense of style is similar as well. It'll be lame to say the name of the technique later. It's lame even if you emphasize the darkness. Ku. Yusato, who stiffened for a moment at the sound of that voice but put his left arm back on, quietly called my name. Flynn-san. What? Tell me the power of the 3rd Legion commander. Despite the quietness of his tone, his mood seemed to be somewhat indignant. Although he was upset by the situation, I told Yusato the information about Hana as briefly as possible. She's in the sky, I'll deal with her. But the other party is flying in the sky, and even my bow can't hit her, so how can I? Drop. What? The little girl who's smiling and laughing over there, will knock her off. Yusato smiled at us so as not to worry us, but his eyes weren't smiling at all, which was scary. Rather, as if reacting to his emotions, something black crawled up from his collar to his cheeks in many ways. He looked fierce. The quiet anger that cannot be easily perceived is more terrifying than the fierce anger that can be seen. Seeing him in front of us now, the knights and I had to agree. Hana Lomia, commander of the 3rd Legion, Demon Lord's army. A demoness who manipulated the knights on her side into fighting each other. She was riding a flying dragon far overhead, looking down at us and not coming down, and from the side, she seemed to be a demoness no different from Farum. However, her strategy, while outrageous, was in a sense correct. It is a tactic that minimizes damage without endangering your allies. For us, the enemy, it's annoying and unpleasant, but it's still a great thing that she uses such ruthless tactics without hesitation. But, however, we don't want to consume the limited number of soldiers we have, so we just procure them on the battlefield. The moment she said those words, I was determined to make Hana absolutely incapable of fighting. Consume soldiers. Procured on the battlefield. Hana is a woman who sees not only us, her enemies, but also her own soldiers as expendable. At least, that's what I have received from her words and actions so far. I suppress the anger that is about to overflow within me and try to calmly grasp the situation above. It's high. The flying dragon driven by Hana and her subordinates was flying at a height that could not be reached by the healing jump, a leap using a burst of magical power. If you look closely, you can see that Hana is not controlling the flying dragon herself, but has her subordinates hold the reins of the dragon. In addition, there are 4 elite soldiers in armor, each of whom is controlling a flying dragon and guarding Hana. You'll have to be smart to get there. Farum. Cover my right arm with your magic too. Alright. But Yusato, how do you knock him off? Jump, hit her, knock her off. Next, we turn our attention to the Glow Wolf and the demons who are waiting to attack us. The Glow Wolves are likely to attack if they are distracted. Soldiers will be rushing in to meet them. But even if you continue to fight off the enemies on the ground, Hana in the sky will continue to call for reinforcements to catch me. The quickest way to get rid of her is to drop her in the sky. That's not an answer. Nia, stop him. That's sweet. It's not the first time he's done something weird. He's going from being a freak on the ground to being a freak in the air. What kind of pervert is that? I resisted the urge to argue with Nia, who said this with empty eyes, and called out to Franna. Flynn-san, may I borrow one of your arrows? Yes. Okay, I think I've got it. I trace my left finger from the arrowhead to the feather and absorb a black band. The band is connected to the left wrist, and I return it to Flynn while continuing to extend the band to the ground to give it more room. Can you hit the flying dragon above with this? It's not impossible, but, will this work? It's not as if they can reach you by jumping, but I'll figure it out. Can I leave the lower enemies to you while I deal with the upper ones? Flynn-san looked like she was about to say something when I said that, but then she turned to me with a look of relief on her face as she stretched her cheeks. I understand. I'm anxious, but I believe in you as much as I do in Kazuki. Good luck. Yet. Everyone, intercept position. As soon as the knights behind Franasan respond, she holds up an arrow with a band attached to it. The glow wolves start to move accordingly, but I trust the knights to fight back, and without moving, I make changes to both feet, which are enveloped in black magic. I produce a pike with a barbed shaft from the sole of my foot and thrust it into the ground with great vigor. Phew! Hey, wait, what are you doing? Why did you sew your foot into the ground? I have a really bad feeling about this. Well, I'll just shoot the arrow. Flynna shoots an arrow at the flying dragon Hannah is riding. With the sound of the wind blowing, the black band around my feet also rises into the sky. Prevent it! Ha! The arrow flew in a straight trajectory towards the flying dragon, but it was knocked out of the air by the tail of the flying dragon that Hannah was riding. She looked at the arrow as it fell to the ground and turned a mocking smile towards us. Phew, that's not enough to make my flying dragon fall dash. If I can't reach it, I'll just pull you in. What? After confirming that the band had wrapped around the tail of the arrow, I grabbed the band extending from my left wrist and pulled it with all my might. Not only Hannah, but everyone on the ground is taken aback by my action. Yusato? You said you believed me, but what are you doing? You'll see. I can't see it, that's why I'm asking you. Thanks to the stake I've stuck through the sole of my foot, my body is firmly fixed to the ground. If we continue to draw them in close with our leap, we'll be on our way. If you can't reach it, you can pull it down to where you can. This is a big brain play. I don't think you are using your brains. I think you've got the word brain and stupid mixed up. No matter what is said, the flying dragon on which Hannah rides is being steadily dragged down to the ground. Hannah, who has lost her earlier composure, is hurriedly pointing her finger impatiently at her subordinates around her. You guys, cut this out. Hey? Yes. It's too late. My men came to their senses and pulled out their swords to cut the belt, but it was already too late. I gather magic power in both feet and at the same time release the stakes in the soles of my feet, and with a burst of magic power, I leap as far as I can with all my strength. HMMMPH. As it is, the recoil of pulling the belt with all my might makes me fly further up, reaching the height where Hannah is, and I meet eyes with her. I'll knock you down. Hi. Just as I was about to strike the soldier controlling the flying dragon with a healing flying fist from Hannah, whose face had gone pale with fear, a flying dragon ridden by a soldier escorting me came crashing down on me from the side. I'm not going to let her get away with it. You're too smart for that. But you are not the only one who can move freely in the air. I momentarily outburst magic from my leg and turn my body towards the flying dragon that is about to strike me. I swing my right arm wide and fire a healing acceleration fist directly at the flying dragon's brow. Key. What the hell? The flying dragon, whose fist hit directly on the upper part of its nose, pressed its face with its wings. Aiming for that moment, I jumped on the flying dragon's back and struck the soldier in the lower jaw as he tried to pull out his sword, knocking him out. This flying dragon will probably fall to the ground soon, but a demon race should be able to fall from this height. Even so, it will probably still hurt, but I don't have the luxury of caring about my opponent. Demons can fall from this height and not die. Don't be crazy. Yeah, I know. I reply to Farum and turn my attention towards Hannah. She has her escort soldiers protecting her as she deploys magic bullets in the air. It's not going to be easy to break through in the air, let alone on the ground. Stop moving. If you stop, I will control you. Ha. I guess we'll have to deal with the guards first. Fortunately, thanks to dragging Hannah down here, the other flying dragons are at the same height. I extend my black belt from the flying dragon to another flying dragon nearby, and approach it as if I was being drawn towards it. I can't believe you came here on your own. I'm going to burn you to a crisp. Gah! Flames shoot out of the flying dragon's mouth and the soldier's palm at the same time. At this rate, I would run into the flames with the momentum drawn to the belt, but it would be no problem if I could avoid it by outburst of magic power. As I was about to take immediate action, the hood of my uniform suddenly moved on its own and covered my head. With that, the visible white part of my own uniform turns black, as if eroded. Whoa! Farum! What? If I look closely, Nia is also wrapped in a band like a minnow? I'll take care of the defenses, just keep going. I am flame resistant. No. There's no time to think about it. Now that the entire body is protected by black magic and resistance to flames has been granted, I can move to attack without the need to avoid. Switching my consciousness to the attack, I enlarged the magical power of my right arm, which I tried to use for evasion, by a factor of 2. Ooh. Thanks to Farum and Nia, I don't feel any heat or breathlessness. After breaking through the flames and reaching the flying dragon, I slam my enlarged right fist into the flying dragon's chest as if scooping it up from below. Ora! Geez! The impact of the fist sends the flying dragon reeling backwards and off balance, and the soldier who fired the spell falls to the ground with a cry. Instead, I landed on the back of the flying dragon, which continues to flap its wings in agony. Well, that's the second one, don't get out of control. Leave it to me. As I contemplated whether to harden my fists and make them more mature, Nia pulled away from my shoulders. As soon as she made eye contact with the rampaging flying dragon in front of its face, its movements became more mature. It's grown up. Nia, what did you do to it? I just charmed it into being quiet. I can't make it do what I say, though. Well, charms are powerful, but they don't control your will. Still, it helps to take a breath. I take off my hood and turn my attention back to Hannah, making sure I'm back to my white with black mixed in with the black of the group uniform. Oops. I play the magic bullet that is coming towards me with my gauntlet hand. I knew that magic bullets were coming from Hannah's side from a while ago, but I guess I finally got hit when I stopped flying around. And the only thing left to do is... If that's the case, then Hannah's own fighting skills may not be that great. The two remaining guards seem to have decided that they don't have a good chance in a one-on-one fight, and they seem to be working in tandem to attack us. Both appear to be riding similar flying dragons, but their weapons are different. One is a sword bearer, the other a spear bearer. We'll finish them off with what's left of us. Yes. That's nasty. I jumped up from the flying dragon when I saw the fire and magic flying from the two flying dragons. Nia, keep the restraining spell in reserve. Yeah. I use my healing acceleration fist to evade the one that is about to bite me as I fall through the air, and grab the saddle attached to its back. I won't let you. Whoa. The soldier's sword, wielded by another flying dragon, interferes with my attempt and I was swept off my feet. I just barely escaped falling by attaching the belt I had extended from my wrist to the flying dragon, but against a flying dragon that can move freely in the air, the odds are against me. Moreover, it is troublesome that they have seen my fight earlier and are positioning themselves to help each other. What are you going to do, Yusato? You're in a bad spot, even for you. I'll lure him in first. I avoid a sword attack from another one, and as I pass by, I wrap the belt around the neck of the flying dragon and attach myself to it. It's attached to me. Help me. One of the soldiers I saw called out in surprise to his comrades for help. Hearing his voice, the other soldier rushes forward with his spear to save his friend. Of course, it is not an easy strategy to make them fight each other by rushing. Fall down. Healing magician. The important thing is the distance. While checking for a flying dragon approaching us, I cast magic power into my right arm, which is not holding the belt. Now. At the same time as the soldier thrusts his spear out from the back of the approaching flying dragon, he jumps backwards to get away from the flying dragon that is now attached to him. The spear that was about to be thrust at me was dislodged, and the two flying dragons overlapped in position from my point of view. Aiming for that moment, I thrust out my fist while using acceleration by outbursts of magic power in mid-air. Healing instantaneous fist. What? The fist hits the spearman's flying dragon, causing it to tilt sideways and collide with the other flying dragon. Nia. Yes, right now. A charged restraining spell flows from his fist, temporarily stopping the movement of the two flying dragons. Even so, they can't stop for long. So. I'm going to push you. This time, I use my healing jump to make a bigger leap than before. In this state, the belt is extended from the wrists of both hands and wrapped around the writhing flying dragon, which is then accelerated by pulling it to the limit of its strength. In addition, the magic power is released from both arms, and in the state of maximum acceleration. Healing kick. I hit the kick with both feet. The blow, struck using the recoil of the belt in full acceleration, succeeded in significantly disrupting the stances of the two flying dragons. Yusato, you're gonna fall. I know. While confirming that the two flying dragons are completely off balance, I immediately extend the belt to the remaining enemy, the flying dragon on which Hannah is riding. The flying dragon, which does not even show any signs of escaping, is stunned as it climbs up by the belt wrapped around its legs. It's quiet. There's no sign of escape, either. Has she given up? No, it's more natural to assume that she's still running away. I climbed up on the back of the flying dragon, wondering why it was flapping its wings without resistance. On their backs were a helmeted soldier holding the reins with a frightened look on his face, and the robed Third Corps commander, Hannah. When I tried to restrain her, who was backing away from me with her hood up, the soldier, surprised by this, opened her mouth, her voice trembling. Please let me escape. Hi. I haven't said anything yet. No, I know I'm going to scare you, but I don't want to confuse you and cause you to crash. I speak to her as quietly and clearly as I can. Please get down to the ground. Be safe. Yes, yes. The flying dragon descends to the ground as she manipulates the reins in a tearful voice. I'd rather be on the ground than in the air. I don't like to be in the air because it reminds me of the time Rose threw me into Lingle Forest. Well, I've finally got you cornered. As long as you are on the back of a flying dragon, there is no escape. First of all, let's ask Nia to cast a binding spell so that she can't do anything. So I thought, and when I tried to reach for her hair spilled out of her hood as she shivered in fright. Blonde hair. What's the meaning of this? I'm pretty sure I saw her hair from a distance and it was a light purple color. When I quickly had her hood removed, the real face underneath was not Hannah but a face I did not recognize. A blonde female demoness. The demoness, who was greatly upset by the revelation of her true face and had tears in her eyes, grabbed the robe she was made to wear and tried to appeal for something in a desperate manner. This is forcibly forced on me, that's why. Forced. What do you mean? I'm sure that this person is not Hannah. But there is no escape in the air. Then where would she dash? No way. As I turned to look at the soldier behind me with frustration, someone put a hand on my cheek. The first thing I saw was a pair of eyes with a purple light in them. Hannah, the pale purple woman whose face was as close as my nose to my eyes, was smiling with a sense of accomplishment as she threw away her helmet with her other hand. You're mine now. With these words, the Phantom System's purple magic power poured into me. Usato-sama is a kind-hearted person. The knight of the kingdom of Lingle who had him interrogated mentioned such a thing. I'm sure the results are going to be good for me, although I shrugged off the fact that I could have easily told him what I wanted to hear just by torturing him and then showing him the illusion of being rescued by his friends. Healing magician, Usato. The best friend of the two heroes. Humans belong to the Rescue Mission, an organization with notorious healing magicians. Their role is to heal and save wounded people on the battlefield. I was filled with a feeling of joy as I had succeeded in finding out about healing magicians, who until now had existed in a nebulous way, and I was uncharacteristically full of joy. It's not only that you can see the holes that need to be poked, but more importantly, you can see the distinct weaknesses of the two heroes that are our obstacles. The only kind people are easy prey for me. It's easy to show mercy not only to your friends, but even to your enemies. I kill them because they are my enemies. Because they are enemies, I will not let them leave alive. I am glad from the bottom of my heart that the boy Usato is not a person who can make such a decision. Because then there are so many ways to do it. But when I saw him in the flesh, I realized what a monster he was. I should have realized that it was unusual when Koga-kun talked so much about it. To the casual observer, it sounds as if he took it easy on the second corps commander, Koga-kun, just for the fun of it, and got a painful blowback. But when you look at him, he really doesn't seem human. I don't think I can even define it as human. There's a black, wispy thing growing out of its body, and it's carrying an unusual, demonic-looking bird on its shoulder. What is strangest of all is that the flying dragon that was hit is clearly taking impact from something other than its fist when it attacks wearing the light of healing magic. I have no idea what the principle behind that is. It seems impossible to deal with that thing. The moment our eyes met in the air, we understood. It's not like the humans we know. Somewhere. At least the appearance and shape of the demon was appropriate. Let my men do their best to stall them and I'll just leave. And as I was about to tell that to my men who were holding the reins of the flying dragon, a thought occurred to me. Wouldn't I have a strong army if I could get my hands on it? So I got a bit greedy. To put it mildly, he has subdued the second flying dragon just now, and he has the strength of a corps commander class. Perhaps he could be considered even more troublesome than the current heroes. If I can control him with my magic, I can eliminate my only weakness, my stand-alone weakness. The more I think about it, the more the benefits are too great to pass up. I have come to a conclusion. I'm not going to run away, I'm going to do something about it. I've decided to play a trick on the gentle healing magician. In order to do this, you must first switch with a female soldier of about the same age that you have brought along as a decoy in case of emergency while he is fighting with the subordinates that you have recruited to buy time. It's a stupid plan that any normal person would come up with, but I'm sure he'll fall for the trap. After all, he is kind. He's not mature enough to deal with an unresisting person. Being kind is not always a good thing. While there are people who are kept alive by this kindness, there are also people who are hurt by it. He is the best example. He is a sweet, sweet boy, whose good intentions will be trampled on by me, and whose whole life will be spent on my behalf. Fear was no more. The healing magician, or rather Usato, was a young, yet easily manipulated child like Koger, and would be easily fooled. By using my men as discarded pawns, his defenseless back finally showed. Making no sound, I approached him pretending to hold the reins, and my hand successfully caught Usato's head. With the magic power of the Phantom System, which is impossible for an ordinary human to even resist, being sent to his head, I had a kind of sense of accomplishment and let out an unbearable cry of joy. Ha, ha! I did it! I did it! The first heartfelt laugh I've had in years. I can't remember the last time I laughed, but it doesn't matter. I was now able to use the monster known as man as a pawn. And it's a healing magician no less. I've got a powerful healer that no demon could have created. Let's start by misidentifying me as an ally. It's not just a pawn for this battlefield. Rather, it would be too regrettable to let go of a person who has more prowess than a demon tribe, so we should carefully imprint him with illusions and bring him back to the demon lord's territory even after the battle. Humph. Just when I was convinced that I had won completely at the same time as his torso wriggled, something like a black sharp thorn was thrust out to pierce my heart. Suddenly, I was caught off guard and couldn't move properly. Fuck you. What? His right arm, which was supposed to be in control of him, moved and grabbed the thorn to stop it. Farum, stop. Yusato, you're being manipulated by. Don't worry. I'm fine. I did not order Yusato to stop. So why did he move in front of me? My own magic shouldn't be able to do anything. Ignoring my stunned reaction, he removed his hands from my cheeks and said, humph. He then pushes out a kind of spirit. He then pushes away the magical power of the illusion I poured into him. What? Your illusions don't work on me. Even if it did, it would only blur my vision. That's weird. It must have caught them completely by surprise and poured magic into them. If you're a normal human, you'll be affected by the illusion the moment you touch it. It was as easy as a child sweeping away a spider's web. What am I being shown? What is he talking about with his harmless face? This guy. What the hell is this? I'm scared. My body trembles with an unfathomable fear. At that time, a sudden speculation crossed my mind. Yeah, I knew you're the devil incarnate, of. What? No, that's not Dash. Yes, you are. It's a demon in human skin. It's a demon that can use healing magic. Hey. Hey, Nia. The owl on his shoulder started to talk. This bird is not a demon. Why is it talking? Is it possible that I'm being shown an illusion? How long have I been seeing these visions? Could it be that the elf has shown me a vision? The sequence of events up to this point has been so unusual that I can't decide where the illusion or reality comes from. Could it have been an illusion from the beginning? If you think about it, it doesn't make sense that such healing magicians exist. If you think about it more calmly, even the fact that there are people flying around like that is fearless. It's an affront to life. In other words, the scene I'm seeing now is an illusion, not reality. And if you don't unravel, if you don't wake up, in order to counteract the illusion that has been cast on me, I cast a visionary spell on myself, tormented by fear, but my vision does not change at all. I want to return to reality. I want to escape from this impossible reality. But no matter how hard I try to cast a spell on myself, the scene in front of me never changes. The scene you are looking at is an unmistakable reality. No, that's not true. This can't be true. There can't be such a person. It must be an illusion. I'm under some kind of mental attack. The owl's eyes glow red. The edge of Yusato's mouth hangs up like a twitch. The nightmare never ends. I am cornered and take out a small knife for self-defense that I have kept in my pocket. I know that I can't kill the demon in front of me with this thing. But it is possible to force myself to wake up from the illusion by hurting myself. I swung the knife down to thrust it into my own thigh. Hey! What are you doing? Kia! But it was easily grabbed by the blade and taken away. When I looked up in despair, I saw that Yusato had snapped the knife in half and was glaring at me with a scowl on his face. Don't you dare do anything rash! Wow, are you trying to torture me? What? I was not allowed to wake up or even to lose consciousness easily. I am frightened, and the owl with the red eyes mocks me. Just stop your futile resistance. If you don't, who knows what this guy will do? Farum. I'll take care of it. As he says this, bat-like wings sprout from his bewildered shoulders. Disastrous, jet-black wings sprouted from their backs. He looked down at me with a face shadowed by backlighting, and his white clothes, which conjured up images of holiness, were now frightening to me. Hello? What's wrong? He tilted his head and reached out to me in fear. The sharp shape of his devilish hand was so close to me that my spirit reached its limit. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I won't do anything bad anymore, please forgive me. It's good that you've changed your mind, but if you back off any further, you're in danger. As I fell backwards to escape, I was enveloped in a strange floating feeling and my vision turned black. Hannah almost gave me a vision, but after successfully getting over it with my own resistance, I attempted to restrain her. But then I noticed that she was in a strange state of dismay, and she fell down and jumped off the flying dragon, apologizing furiously as she ran away from me. Oh, that was close. I breathe out a sigh of relief as I grab Hannah's hand and pull her up, as she is about to fall off the flying dragon with white eyes. I can't let the core leader get away, you know. If she escapes and manipulates my allies again, I'll be in a lot of trouble. All that's left is to get down. With this in mind, she spoke to a demon army soldier who was forced to pretend to be Hana behind her. Please bring this flying dragon down to the ground. I'm sorry, but my soul is not delicious. Please forgive me. I don't want to die yet. Not just teary-eyed, but crying and begging for her life. What's going on? Why does she think I'm going to take her soul? What have I done to her in this whole exchange? I've never been treated like a monster before, and I'm used to it, but I'm confused. Hey! If you've done something to her, tell us. We won't be offended. I leave the reins of the flying dragon in the hands of the soldier and, with Hana by my side, I pursue the two suspects. No, nothing. It's just that you look like a demon, don't you think? Well, I've done some devilish things. Yeah, right. This owl and this demon girl. They make a blue streak when they are close to each other, which is unthinkable after seeing how they normally are. I'm definitely going to ask about it later. After making a firm vow in my heart to do so, I look at the flying dragon descending to the ground. Be safe, be safe. But good luck, Sean. You're a strong flying dragon. Gya. When the battle is over, we promise to travel around the whole continent together. She confirms that she has landed on the ground, slightly worried about the strong character of the soldier who was forced to take Hana's place. On the ground, it seems that Flynn-san and the knights were still fighting with the demons and the soldiers, but when they saw that I captured Hana, the leader of the army, they all stopped moving. Hana-sama is. The sky is supposed to be safe, but why? For that matter, what should we do? Thanks to the capture of one of the commanders, the corps commander, it seems that we were able to reduce the spirit. Gia. Is that the flying dragon I dropped earlier? But some of them are roaring with anger towards me. I changed my mind and glared at it to fight back for some reason. The flying dragon turned around and let out a frightened scream, turned its back on me and ran away. I guess Glow Wolf is scared of Usato too. Only if you knock down a flying dragon flying in the sky like that. It's only natural for a demon to think on instinct. In my mind's eye, I see Mill's words, if you intimidate them with your eyes, they'll naturally run away, and Gold's words, if they think you're one of them, they won't attack you. Ugh, I can't believe I'm putting the most unlikely idea into practice. Without a core leader, now is an opportune time. I'm going to take control of this place. Ooh. The knights go after the soldiers who are upset because of the lack of the army commander. As I look over the situation, I'm thinking about depositing the captured Hana and another soldier as prisoners of war to the knights in the rear, when Flynn-san comes running up to me. Usato, are you alright? Yeah. I managed to get Hana, the leader, and her subordinate soldiers, so I'll leave the rest to the knights in the rear. Then leave it to me. I'll make sure they're securely restrained so they can't do any more harm. I nodded to Flynn-san's words and handed her the unconscious Hana. Flynn-san tilted her head when she saw her fainted face and the prone and frightened soldier beside her. She's fainting with a look on her face like she's seen something out of this world. What did you do? The soldier who caught him behind me is also frightened. That's what I want to know too. I'm going to ask Nia, who has just blatantly looked away, about it later. But first, I've got some work to do. The fact that we got Hana should help us get back on track somewhat, but that doesn't change the fact that we're still outnumbered. But we still have to fight. I can't give up here. Both Senpai and Kazuki are, and now that Rose is fighting a strong enemy, I have to do what I can too. So, I'm going to the next place. Hey, Usato. Oi. As I try to walk away, I get a slight dizzy spell and almost collapse. Although I didn't collapse, supported by Nia, who had reverted to human form, I couldn't help but realize that I was more exhausted than I thought. Usato, you should rest your body, even if only a little. You look pale after all that fighting. It's as Flynn said. You can't keep going like this. I'm sure I've been trained to conserve magic power, but as expected, it seems to have been enduring a continuous outburst of magic power. But the vertigo only lasted for a moment and quickly subsided. When I tried to stand up alone, I heard a roaring sound not far from here. Looking that way, a snake as big as or bigger than the evil dragon is rampaging about. Its mouth appears to be dispersing a poisonous-colored liquid. We can't rest yet. I understand. But if I decide that you're at your limit, I'll use magic to force yourself to stop. When the time comes, I'll move Usato using the armor. I've never heard of that. If I faint, will Ferrum be able to move my body? But I'm aware that I can't stop myself, so if it comes to that, I'd appreciate it. Sighing, I look at Nia, who has returned to her owl and then to her shoulder, and then I look at Flynn-san. So, I'm going to go ahead. Just like Kazuki, once you've made up your mind, you won't bend. If so, I won't stop you any longer. But if you do anything rash, both Suzuan and Kazuki will be sad. Don't die. Yet. I nod to Flynn-san, who looks at me and has a somewhat sad expression on her face. I turn around and head towards the place where the knights are fighting with the giant snake. Perhaps I won't be useful in the fight, but I should still be able to heal those who are being poisoned by that snake. It seems like a long time has passed since the battle began. We continue to treat injured people at the lifeguard base, but the number of injured people being brought in is not decreasing, it is only increasing. We have prepared linen to lay on the ground and our healing magicians will treat those who cannot fit in the tents at the base. That gives us a place to start with, but there are still problems. That is, those who have been slashed by the sword held by a man who appears to be the head of the legion. They have been unable to heal their wounds by any means, and the only way to keep them alive is to give them first aid and let them survive the situation. It was painful for us not to be able to help those who were suffering in front of us. Yururudano, I will carry the injured one. Oh, thank you very much. One of the knights who is now protecting us at the base, Ark-san, lays the injured person brought by the black clothes on the ground covered with linen. He is someone who used to travel with Usato-kun and is trustworthy. Rather, he takes the initiative to help treat the wounded without us having to say anything, and if the knights under his control go wild, he immediately subdues them, so he is more than dependable. In such a short time, you've become a master of caring. I was so impressed that I kept inwardly tisk-tisk-tisking. Okay. Keep up the good work. I'll heal you soon. With renewed energy, I cast a healing spell on the injured man in front of me. I've done this dozens of times already, but I don't think I'll ever get used to this process. The wounds are always painful to look at, and the agonizing pain on their faces is so painful that you want to turn your back on them. But the people who are running the battlefield are probably suffering more than I am, so I cannot be discouraged. Besides, there's room here, bring me over here. That's right, Jurna-kun. I'll be honest, I might collapse, but I'll do my best. No, you need to rest a bit. I'm not going to faint until I see Suzune-sana. Both Jurna-kun and Kate-san are doing a great job as healing magicians. Jurna-kun, in particular, has lost the confusion she showed at the beginning and is now firmly facing the injured person. Big brother also. Olga-san. Don't worry, Sharn-san. I'm still fine. Yes. It's kind of like the distance is getting closer as I'm taking my eyes off the road a bit. No, they probably don't think about it that way, but they're serious about it. It looks like it's going to be okay if Sharn-san is here. Yet. Now is not the time to be thinking about floating around, so I finish treating the injured person, interrupting my thoughts halfway through. Your brother's buoyant talk is important, but now is not the time to dwell on it. As I switch my thoughts and try to deal with the next injured person to be brought in, a knight comes running to the base with a panicked look and tells something to the escorting knights, including Ark-san. When I looked in that direction to see what it was, Ark-san, with a pleased expression on his face, spoke out so that everyone present could hear him. The one who manipulated the knights. We have succeeded in capturing the leader of the 3rd Legion. Yes, Ark-san, then it could be. Yes. Now there will be no more people to be manipulated. Thank God. I am relieved from the bottom of my heart to finally not have to worry about being attacked by my allies. But I didn't think it was the 3rd Legion leader who was manipulating me. I didn't know the strength of the people who are called the Legionnaires of the Demon Army, but I knew that they were pretty amazing people. But the 3rd Legionary commander was captured by the knights. I heard that Usato Dano captured him. Usato-kun? Yes. I'm sure of it. What are you doing, Usato-kun? I mean, when I asked you earlier, I heard that you were fighting another corps leader somewhere else. I can understand your confusion. Yes, I understand. Ark-san's nodding also seems to be filled with a sense of realization. Usato-kun, you're fighting again, aren't you? A healing magician's main job is to help, not fight. When you think about it, Usato-kun's decision seems wrong, but considering his character, it is easy to see what he was fighting for. I'm sure he fought because if he didn't do something about the enemy in front of him, a lot of people would get hurt. I don't know if that decision was right or wrong, but at least I thought it was. I have to work harder, too. It lifts the heart that was a bit on the verge of falling apart. Just as Usato-kun is running the battlefield as a healing magician, I am standing here now as a healing magician. Then I can't show my unworthiness as his senpai and sister in his rescue squad. Koga, commander of the 2nd Legion of the Demon King's army. Clad in dark magic, his movements are the complete opposite of Usato's. Whereas Usato is the type who sees through the movements of his opponents and strikes a counter without question, Koga is the type who moves in any direction and tries to strike a sharp blow as if to exploit an opening. A light. He manipulates the magic bullet and swings his sword down at Koga. He maneuvers to prevent the sword with his arm and at the same time shoots magic bullets as they rain down, but these are drowned out by the scythe extending from Koga's back. You can't reach me that much. Hero. A normal magic bullet would be cancelled out by that thing on your back. The magic bullets that are normally controlled are, so to speak, balloons. If they are just cut by a sickle, as they are now, the magic inside them will burst. Until now, they have tried to push through with the number of magic bullets, but that may be impossible. Good. Words are power. You say it out loud, you hear it with your ears, and your brain perceives it. It is more efficient and much faster to form and manipulate the image in those words as magic than to think it all up in your head and move it around, and the speed of forming magic is much faster. Perhaps Usato is shouting the name of the technique for the same reason as I am. Chakram. He mutters and collects the magic bullets to form another shape. The two magic bullets, which have changed into a shape similar to a circular boomerang, begin to rotate at high speed. If you can make it disappear, make it disappear. Ugh, what's that? It's a dangerous technique that cuts off anything that comes in contact with it while it's spinning at high speed. Unlike ordinary magic bullets, I can only control two, but they are still powerful enough. Gripping the sword, I perform a medium-range magic attack while directing the circular magic. Cut up. Excellent. Koga places his hands on the ground and directs the four scythes extended from his back towards the high-speed spinning magic bullet. The current magic bullets are shaped specifically for cutting. I chop the scythes with my sword and send two magic bullets flying to separate Koga's torso and neck. You can't stop me with a half-hearted defense. Eat this. In line with this, I also continuously shoot out rays of light magic from the palm of my right arm with my left hand attached. Koga, who had played them with her gigantic arm, attempted to approach us while avoiding the magic bullets that were approaching to cut her to pieces. I'll have to catch up. My system of magic is light, but it doesn't mean I can manipulate it at the same speed as light. It means light as purification, in the sense that the target is annihilated without question. Therefore, both magical beams and magic bullets are slower than Senpai's electric magic, and are not compatible with fast-moving opponents such as Usato and Koga. Hero, your magic and your skills are astounding, but you're too slow to catch me. Don't count on it. But that doesn't mean you're out of luck. He gripped his sword with both hands and used it to deal with the claws and scythes that Koga was wielding. He moves so fast that it's hard to read him. Hey. It's not too fast for you to deal with now that you've had a hand in it with Usato. He avoids the belt protruding from Koga's body and releases an improvised magic bullet generated by his palm. Ha, I ain't eating that slow. That is also immediately dealt with by the scythe on his back, but when he evades, he raises his sword, which he reholds in one hand, and swings it to cut off his head. I know that the black magic will prevent me from doing so. It's only a bluff for the real blow. He produces a small sword, with magic condensed in the opposite palm holding the sword. Pierce it. He floats it in his fist and swings it at Koga, who has turned his attention to defending himself against the sword. It is aimed at its heart. It will kill you instantly before you can respond. Flashpoint. Oshii. The sword that floats to accompany the fist is struck into Koga's torso at the same time as the name of the technique is shouted. By releasing the sword condensed with light magic along with the blow, the entire defense is annihilated and transformed into a penetrating blow. Aura. Aha! A blow that will surely wipe out Koga's heart. But just before the sword of light obliterated Koga's heart, he was hit by an unnatural impact and fell backwards as if he was being pushed out. Now, the magic power burst from both of Koga's arms. He lost his target and shifted his gaze from the sword of light, which flew far backwards, to Koga, who took an unexpected action. Koga, somewhat panicked, stepped back and looked at his own arms and let out an exclamation of admiration. I see, so unlike Usato, this is what mine will look like. Now that's Usato's. Oh. Just before Koga fell backwards, a sludge-like cloud of magic power burst from both his arms. Now, from both of his arms, the black magic power that had erupted had transformed into sword-like spikes, and several of them were flying out of his hands. I'm not sure how many times I've had it in my body. I know what he's doing, as you can see. Even if the seeds are cracked, what he's doing is still not right, though. He quickly put his arm back on and waved his hand at my stunned face. There was no blood. Can Koga be as capable of unleashing his magic as Usato? Originally, if it's dark magic that assimilates the body, there's no reason why Usato, who has assimilated Ferrum, can't do it and I can't, you know. Did you let your own magic power go out of control? Even if you fail, it's better than dying. But you know, this takes a lot of courage. I can't help wondering how you can use it so readily. Thank God for Usato, right? What did you say? The more I fight that guy, the stronger I get. That's my favorite opponent. Ha 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 ha. Calm down, if you get angry here, you're playing right into his hands. I'm sure you'll agree with me. The fact that he used the same technique as Usato means that he can use the same movement method as him. There's no way Koga, who was fighting Usato earlier, wouldn't be able to do that. I think we should settle this right away. To be honest, fighting Usato at full strength is tough, even without the mental aspect of it. Although their fighting styles are different, Koga's are just as unpredictable and troublesome to deal with as Usato. I decided to do so and maneuvered a circular magic bullet, which I had stalled beside me, to head towards Koga. Go. Oh? I'm sure you'll be able to figure it out. But... Koga, with both arms flailing widely, slams his arms into the magic projectiles coming towards him and performs a magic outburst. In a moment, the same piercing thorns as before are thrust out from the arms of Koga with a shock. Unfortunately, it doesn't work anymore. The magic bullet that was supposed to cut him up was forcibly erased. Not only does it have an impact, but it also has hardness. Having obliterated the circular magic bullet, Koga puts both arms on the ground and begins to transform its body. Hey! The figure is changing. Until now, he had 4 scythes extending from his back, making him look halfway between man and beast, but now he has transformed into a porcupine-like figure with sword-like thorns growing from his back. It was as if he had specialized only in killing, and I turned my full attention to Koga. Well, now, let me do the same as that guy, with a new way of fighting. Aha! At the moment when he tries to generate the next magic bullet while stifling his agitation, Koga, who should have been more than 10 meters away just a moment ago, is approaching right in front of him. He immediately slammed his sword down and tried to intercept it, but it was evaded at an abnormal speed. You've unleashed your magic power and gained instantaneous acceleration. That's right. Fast. I had been able to deal with it well enough, but the same acceleration method as Usato's had turned his movements into something even more irregular. I barely follow the movement with my eyes. Ah, there it is. Blast it. He turns his back and uses his sword as a shield. Nevertheless, Koga raises his fist and slams it into the sword. At the same time, a powerful shockwave and several thorns formed by black magic are projected from the fist. This. Not everything can be prevented and I get spines in my left shoulder and side. It hurts like hell, but there's no time to be in pain. While using the shockwave to evade backwards as if falling down, she holds her palm out in front of her and fires a series of magic bullets. While keeping Koga in view, who avoids the magic bullets that approach like a machine gun, I analyze the current Koga. It's going to take some time to get used to it. It turns out that there are additional attacks with shockwaves and thorns to the normal attacks. Their speed has also increased dramatically, so fighting them at half distance is bad for us. It's impossible to deal with it in the same way as before. You can't just go in there and let him keep firing his magic, or you can be prepared to get wounded and make sure my magic kills him instantly. I'm confident I can do both, but I have to be prepared to take some risks. Just as I am about to return fire, with Koga in my sights as he tries to dodge a magic bullet and attack me, I realize that someone clad in flames and lightning is flying towards where I am. The person, who scatters the flames and lands neatly, smiles at me, unaware of his cloak, which is on fire. Kazuki-kun, I hope you're okay. Senpai, that's my line. You're on fire, your cloak. You're kidding, it's hot. The moment she landed was cool, but she was in a hurry to put out the fire. When I shifted my gaze from Senpai, who was hurriedly putting out the flames on his cloak, to Koga, he had stopped moving, looking sideways at Amira. Meanwhile, Amira, who had been fighting Senpai, was bleeding from her shoulder but did not seem to have lost her will to fight yet. Phew. As expected of a core leader class. You finally landed a blow with my miracle special move Flame Lightning Shippozan, which also utilizes the opponent's flames. After putting out the fire, the senpai wipes his forehead and says something like that. Ha ha ha. Is everything alright over there? I'm still fine, but I don't think the sword withstood the blow. The sword that he raised was cracked and broken in half. The sword is supposed to be quite strong, but it seems that it could not withstand senpai's strength. However, I somehow know that the sword I have is also nearing its limit. Could this be what you call a desperate situation? No, you don't think so, do you? Yes, I do. He then picked up 2 swords that were lying nearby. There are plenty of weapons on the battlefield, you know. If your favorite sword is broken, you can use this one next time. He uses his healing magic to patch up the damage and stands up. I'm not doomed. I've already shown my inadequacy last time. So this time I'm going to fight hard and win. Let's not give up and fight. So this time, I will not be ashamed of the heartfelt friends I have made in this world. Having switched our thoughts with these words, me and my senpai. Author's note. Maybe Usato is shouting the name of the technique for the same reason as me. Usato et. Not thinking about anything. Kazuki's light magic basically ignores defenses and makes them disappear. It is even more unforgiving than Usato's, as it does not take the slightest hint of force. Here's an explanation of the technique. The name of the technique is Hikari Tenkan, named after Inugami-senpai. This is a technique in which a sword of light attached to the fist is released with a blow. If it strikes directly, the part of the fist that struck will disappear as if it were hollowed out. It ignores defense and comes out fast. The name of the technique was decided after Kazuki begged senpai to think about it 7 times. A huge snake is spreading poison on the battlefield and running rampant. It was very similar in shape to the snake I had encountered in the forest of Lingle, but its size was too different. It was as big or bigger than the evil dragon. The giant creature, more than 15 meters long, was rampaging incessantly, tormenting the knights. It's painful. Ugh, ah. If you need immediate treatment, go to me. For the rest of you, please leave them with the black clothes. Even away from the giant snake, damage has been done. Not far from the place where I captured Hana, I was treating people who had been poisoned by the snake. Yusato Dono, take him. Yes. A lot of people are suffering from the snake's venom, inhaling it and scratching their throats, while others are writhing in pain as they hold the spot where the venom touched them. At that point, the black clothes can take them to the base and have them treated by healing magicians, but if they have been exposed to a lot of poison, they need to be treated as soon as possible. System strengthening. He activates the systemic enhancement at his fingertips and applies it to one of the knights suffering from the poison. A dark green light covers the knight's body and immediately his expression becomes calm. The fingertips are strengthened with a minimal amount of magic, so that only the enhanced resilience of the healing magic system is used. This allows me to heal the fatal wound with less magic and leave it with the black clothes. I can't afford to let it heal completely now. It's like the poison of an evil dragon. Yes, it is. It brings back bad memories. As someone who once ate the poison of an evil dragon, I find it hard to believe that the snake spreading this poison has nothing to do with evil dragons. This is the downwind side of the city, and there is a small amount of poisonous miasma in the air. I'm sure it's not a problem at this distance, but not for the people who are fighting there. I feel extremely tired, probably because my magic power is running low. I have plenty of physical strength to spare, but I can't do anything about my magical power. Yusato. Let's go. We can't just stand here. The situation keeps changing. When you leave this place to the black clothes and try to head to the place where the giant snake is rampaging. Oh. Uzeza. A blue bear in sooty silver armor, a bulrush, slid in front of me with a cloud of dust in his eyes. I stepped back in surprise and he turned his back to me. What? Blurin. Gwa. Looks like you're asking me to get on. Blurin, you. I've always carried you on my back, but now I'm going to have to carry you on mine. Where we're going, it might be helpful to have Blurin. Maybe he knows that and wants to go with you. No, he doesn't have to think about it. It's reassuring to know you're here. Growling. I jumped on the back of the brook and grabbed the belt. Then, with a reliable yell, Blurin kicked the ground forcefully and started to run. As he dodged the knights on his side, he increased his speed and quickly reached the front line. There are many demons in the vicinity of the giant snake's rampage. Blurin, can you make it? He shouted and increased his speed. No matter how much armor they wear, they will not be unscathed if they break through such numbers. Ferrum, can you put magic power on Blurin? Yes, as long as you touch him. Please. With that voice, black magic flows from my legs into the silver armor of Blurin and covers the upper part of his body. His head and body are protected by a heavy black armor and an oval shield that prevents attacks from the sides. Wearing armor designed to allow him to simply push forward, Blurin is not surprised by the change in him, but raises his voice even more valiantly and strikes the demon that is approaching him. Get out of the way if you don't want to get hurt, demons. Ha 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 ha. Blurin. That's a great combination. Growling. What, reinforcements from? The demons are fleeing. Yusato Dono, every time I see you, you're doing something crazy. I don't care what my allies say at the moment. As you drive away the fleeing demons, you find the corpse of a giant snake not far away. That's a big snake that's been skewered. It's the same individual snake that Senpai and Kazuki defeated in the last battle with the Demon King's army. If you look closely, you can see that the snake's head and body are pierced by a large, cone-shaped thorn-like object sticking out of the ground, which appears to have killed it. Attacked from the ground. Hide-san, hey. So that means he might be the one fighting the giant individual now. Hide-san, warrior chief, Nirvana Kingdom warriors. He is a man who has taught me a lot, even though we had a brief hand-to-hand meeting at the Lookvis meeting. He would not back down from that snake. Yusato, the snake skewered there is probably a demon made by a man called Mandibuzz. Isn't that a natural creature? No wonder it looks so strange. Ferrum's words startled me and Nair. It's a man-made demon, Mandibuzz. I don't know how that kind of existence came about, but I never thought it was possible. If that's the case, then the big one is an enhanced version of Mandibuzz. Gah. you can see it now. When I looked forward to the sound of Bluren's voice, I could see the large Bardnak approaching clearly. If you look closely, you can see that the warriors of the Nirvana Kingdom warriors are attacking the rampaging Mandibuzz. Among them is Hyde-san, who himself is commanding the troops while unleashing his magic. Surround this big guy. Watch out for the poison. If you eat it, you'll be slowed down. Geez. Oops. They're coming for us. To Hyde-san, who was giving instructions, Mandibuzz swung his tail as if to relieve him. In response, Hyde-san thrust a spear filled with magic power into the ground, and multiple walls of earth protruded from the ground to catch Mandibuzz's attack. In the meantime, he escaped from the range of the attack, but I did not miss the moment when Mandibuzz twisted his mouth into a cheek. I'll never forget that face. His size may have changed, but his cruelty and cunning have not. Sorry, Bluren. I'm going first. Guaie. I deactivated my armor and headed towards Hyde-san at full speed. In the meantime, Mandibuzz opens his big mouth and shoots a kind of poison from the fangs protruding from his upper jaw. I can't interrupt it and get to the healing bursting palm, in time. Then, the healing magic bullet created in the palm is thrown with a magical outburst. Healing, accelerated bullet. What? Chief Warrior. As soon as Hyde-san notices the poison and looks up, a healing acceleration bullet strikes him in the side. He erupts from the sudden impact, but is blown 5 meters to the side. The next moment, the place where Hyde-san was sprayed with a poisonous-colored liquid, and the ground made a disgusting sound as if it was melting. Furthermore, healing blindness. The magic bullet generated in his palm is then applied to Mandibuzz's eyes, temporarily depriving him of his vision. Jizyaa. After confirming Mandibuzz's body hitting the ground with an unexpected blow and the Nirvana warriors moving to attack at once, I rushed towards Hyde-san, who has been blown to pieces by a magic bullet to the best of his ability, even though it was an irresistible force. Her second-in-command, Helena-san, approaches us while instructing her subordinates nearby to attack Mandibuzz. Excuse me. I hit him with a magic bullet out of necessity. No, I know that you saved me from that attack. I'll take the warrior chief too. As he and Helena approached the still prone Hyde-san, he was smiling bitterly as he held the area where the healing acceleration bullet had hit him. Helena, you'll be fine without me now. Just stick to the plan and finish him off. Warrior chief. I'm done here. It's strange that I feel so light on my deathbed. Hyde-san meditates with a look of satisfaction on his face, and Helena and I involuntarily look at each other. The hit was a magic bullet of healing magic, so there is no way he could have been injured. The blood color is good and there is no blood on the side that is being held down. This is something that looks like Yusato. Yeah, it really is Yusato-like. Hey, what's with the nuance that it's a disgrace to be rated the same as me? I fearfully call out to Hyde-san, my cheeks twitching at the owl on my shoulder and the muttering of the demon girl. It's not that you are going to die, Hyde-san. It was my healing magic that hit you. Chief Warrior, Yusato-kun saved me. Please get up now. After a short silence, Hyde-san stood up quickly and touched his own body to check. Helena and Nia look at me with an embarrassed look and a "what the hell is this" kind of look. After a few seconds, Hyde-san looked back at us, his voice rising. Well, it looks like you've saved my life. Ha ha ha. No, that's not true. To be honest, that caught me off guard, too. I didn't expect you to spit out your poison just as the wall was disappearing. But then you came along. It's the luckiest thing that ever happened to me. He's as cheerful as ever, I thought as I returned the gesture and turned my attention to Mandibuzz, who had just arrived and was under attack from the warriors with Bluren. It's a hell of a demon. How can it be both clever enough to always respond to a technique it has seen once and cunning enough to try to deceive people? Respond to a technique you've seen once. Just a few minutes ago, I killed a smaller one by skewering it with my magic, and maybe because he saw it too, he started to avoid the attack before it came from the ground. Maybe he's got some kind of magic sensing organ. Is he that big and that smart? So far, they have been unable to deliver effective blows, but they have been able to go on the offensive after being dealt an unexpected blow with the healing eye crusher. Also, the soldiers fighting are also pale. Perhaps the miasma emanating from the poisonous fluid exhaled by Mandibuzz is slowly poisoning his body. Some of them are vomiting blood and falling to their knees. You've all been poisoned, haven't you? Even Helena-san. I put my hand on Helena's shoulder and healed the poison. It's all right now, but if I stay here, I'll get the symptoms of the poison again. Oh, thank you, thank you. Where's the chief warrior? No, I'm fine now. More importantly, Yusato. I'm going to treat the poison now. He turns his palm towards the warriors of Nirvana and stretches out a sash for each of them. Once the sashes are absorbed, healing magic is poured into them to cure the poison. I then place the person who was injured too much for me to heal on Bluren's back. Bluren, take care of these people. Ker. Yeah, good luck to you too. Blurin, with the warriors on his back, nods and rushes off towards the base, making a cloud of dust. After seeing them off, I line up next to Hyde-san, who is leading a general attack on Mandibuzz. Yusato, you'd better not move now. Hey! I try to jump forward to heal the warriors who are attacking with magic and weapons near Mandibuzz, but Hyde-san stops me. You are nearing the limit of your magic power, aren't you? You should rest your body, even for a short time. But... I almost shouted out, but my vision wobbled due to lack of magical power. Hyde-san, who supported my body while keeping his gaze on Mandibuzz, slightly distorted his expression. You look like you're about to collapse. I'm well aware of your mission, but you need to put yourself first now. Having been told this in a slightly stronger tone of voice, I can only hold my tongue, unable to refute the statement. Hyde-san is right, I am close to the limit of my magical power. I have a surplus of physical strength, but I resent my half-hearted lack of magical power. Then I hear the Mandibuzz's snatchy cry. If you look, you can see that Mandibuzz's body has been pierced by countless arrows and many magical wounds have been imprinted on it. If it was an ordinary demon, it would have died out long ago, but because of its huge size, it is still moving. I'm not going to let you down. In the event that you've got a lot of money, you'll be able to use it for a lot of things. Dutifully. After checking that Mandibuzz was almost fully wounded, Mr. Hyde raised his voice and sent instructions to several warriors who were waiting in their respective units. The warriors, with their hands on the ground, shouted and poured water magic at the feet of Mandibuzz, while the warriors with earth magic manipulated the muddy ground to block Mandibuzz's movement. All of you! Attack all at once! I'm not sure what to make of that. I'm sure you'll be able to figure out how to do it. Oh! All the warriors of Nirvana who were present turned their full force to attack Mandibuzz. There is a cloud of dust, and the figure of Mandibuzz becomes vague, but he is there, and he is being attacked. Hyde-san himself, having firmly confirmed this with his own eyes, also puts a large amount of magical power into his right hand. You'd eat me under these circumstances. Clenching his fists tightly, he raises them high to the sky and then slams them into the ground. The next moment a thorn from the ground pierced the head of Mandibuzz, which was hidden by the dust cloud. In a moment of convulsions, Valdinak's body relaxed. The smell of burning and the smell of sand and smoke made me frown as I spoke to Hyde-san. Did you manage to kill it? I'm sure it went through my head. That's how hard it hit me. Even if it had survived, it would have died. It's true, with that kind of magic, you can't just walk away. Gradually, the cloud of dust cleared. While everyone in the room is still holding their weapons, Mandibuzz's figure is revealed. What? Whose voice was that questioning one? After the smoke cleared, the figure of Mandibuzz emerged, clearly different from what we had imagined. Hey, no way! This is... skin that had turned bright white. The head was hollowed out like a shell. Shiny scales visible through the slightly torn skin. Is it molting? What the hell is that? Goosebumps. You're a bird, you know. After tearing off the outer shell of his skin, Mandibuzz lets out a deafening yell. It's foul, like having self-regeneration. And I think it's getting slightly bigger. Not only has it recovered from the wounds inflicted by Hyde-san and his colleagues, but its huge body has grown even bigger, perhaps because it has molted. There's a hell of a monster out there. What should we do, Hyde-san? Get into position. Helena. Get everyone out of here while me and my men hold them off. Hyde-san, who had given the order to Helena, pulled the axe out of the ground. As the warriors who still had some strength left in them took up their weapons as he did, the fully deflowered Bardnak began to move. H. A stronger and more deafening yell than the previous one made me hold my ears. After further growth and recovery, the Mandibuzz breaks through its molted outer skin and fixes its gaze on us with its head. Gishia! You're going to come after us. With a lick of his tongue, Mandibuzz approaches us. The warriors who had fought so valiantly just now were no match for him, who had made a full recovery. In the event that you've got a problem with your own personal computer, you'll be able to use your own personal computer. Farum, Nia. Let's do what we can. I can't help it. Whatever. I face Mandibuzz, making a black sword from my left arm. The situation is really, really bad. I don't have much magic left, and the warriors present here have some strength left over, but they are hopelessly outgunned to deal with a fully recovered Mandibuzz. Just as the large-mouthed Mandibuzz was about to pounce on us, something shone for a moment, and then a white spear-like object pierced soundlessly through the part of the Mandibuzz that rested against its cheek. What? That spear is... no way! The tip of the spear is a white spear with a clear, ice-like tip. The first spear was followed by 8 transparent spears, which pierced Mandibuzz's body in rapid succession at a tremendous speed. The impact caused Mandibuz's body to roll over and slam into the ground. Gee. The transparent spear that stabbed deep into the ground froze Mandibuz's body while emitting an intense cold air, quickly sealing off his movements. What's going on? This is the first time I've ever seen such a thing. There is only one person I know who can do this. The first spear that was thrust into Mandibuz moved by itself and flew towards us and landed in the hands of a knight in shining armor who was behind us. I don't know why you're so reckless. We look back at the disgusted, yet relieved voice. I know that knight. He has silver armor that makes it easier to move, and blonde hair that is pulled back into a single bun. She came to this place carrying a white spear, Leona-san, and looked at me with a somewhat awkward gesture. I'm sorry. I'm late. No, it couldn't have come at a better time. Leona-san is a woman recognized by the armor of the hero, created by the divine dragon, Falgasama, and is the pride of Mirak. In the past, I fought with her to save Karen from being drowned by the power of the dragon, and she was my friend and benefactor who reminded me of what was important. She let out a small smile at my words and stepped out to line up next to me. Leona, the hero of Mirak. It is at this time that I enter this battle. She declared this by pointing the tip of her spear at the frozen and motionless Barzanak. I'm not going to lie, I didn't expect Leona to come to the party. We haven't received any prior communication that they are coming to reinforce us, and above all, Mirak is a long way from here, and Mirak itself must not yet be fully recovered. Excuse me. I'm the man in charge of this place, Hyde-san. Are you sure you are the hero of Mirak? Hyde-san speaks to Leona-san, who is wary of the Mandibuz, which is writhing and its tail is flailing. That is right. I was ordered by Nornzama to come to this place. You alone? Leona nodded at Hyde-san's words. She turned her gaze to the frozen and still writhing Mandibuz. I blocked his movement, but only for a little while. In the meantime, I need you to get into position. I trust you. Helena. Let those whose magic is depleted fall back. Once again, form up and let's take down this monster. While the Mandibuz's movement is blocked, Hyde-san calls for his men to retreat. When Leona-san saw this, she turned back to me and took something like a small bottle from her pocket and handed it to me. Yusato, take this. What's this? A small bottle. Why are you giving this to me now? I took it and tilted my head. In the vial was a translucent liquid, very similar to the potion that the Queen of Mirak, Nornzama, used to drink. Falgasama gave it to me. It's a potion that restores magic power and has a slight calming effect. It restores magic power. Isn't it something very valuable? Don't worry about it. It's just what you need. It restores the amount of magic. Gulping down fresh spit, I unscrew the mouth of the vial and pours it down my throat in one gulp. The peculiar pungent odor and bitterness made me teary-eyed, but as I swallowed it a heat gradually rose in the center of my body. Ugh! Yusato! Is it poison? I hold my chest and almost fall down, but before I can do so, Leona-san supports me. Don't worry. It's just that my body is generating heat in the process of restoring my magical powers. I see. I'm sorry, but you'll have to listen to this. Tormented by the strange sensation of recovering magic power within herself, she listens to Leona's story. First of all, let me apologize for the delay. We flew in the fastest small ship in Mirak, but we were still very late. No, it's enough that you've come to help us. In fact, it was a real help that they had stranded Mandibuz. Could it be that the reason for Leona's delay is... Oh. She nodded at my words. There was no way she would have been late if she was going to join the fight from the beginning. I was late, but I carried the things that were entrusted to me by Falgasama up here. Is it here? No. It has already gone to those who have been recognized as bearers. The moment after Leona-san said those words, a white radiance and a bouncing electric shock was emitted from the direction where Senpai and Kazuki were fighting Koga and Amira. Along with this, my right arm's gauntlet and Leona-san's spear trembled as if in resonance. I see, at last the armor of the heroes made by Falgasama has passed into the hands of the two of us. I feel joy as I hold my hand on my right hand, which is vibrating. At last, the hero's armor was delivered to Senpai and Kazuki. For the two of them, it's going to be a spur-of-the-moment experience, but I'm sure they'll be able to use it to its full potential. Thank you very much, Leona-san. Really. It's my way of repaying your kindness. For me, this is still not enough. I feel like I'm being helped all the time. And then, Farum. I feel like I'm being punched from the inside out. What is going on? Is she trying to release the heat by hitting me? I mean, you don't want to open your mouth in front of Leona-san. Is she surprisingly shy? You two have changed a lot in the little time I've seen you. Ha ha ha. I'm kind of merging with one of my teammates. As might be expected, she tilted her head to the side, as if I hadn't explained myself well enough, Nia, who couldn't bear to look at her, spoke to Leona-san. Ah, I think it makes sense if you consider that this guy is doing what he always does. I see. Why was she convinced? I mean, what do you mean, he's doing what he always does? It sounds like you're always doing something on par with assimilating with Ferrum. Good. The heat that had been rising from within receded. The depleted magic power has recovered by 40% in physical sensation. This amount of magical power is enough. I'm fine now. I see. I leave Leona-san and stand up by myself. If you look around you, you will see that the formation has been set up by Hyde-san and is ready to intercept Balsanak. Yusato. What are you going to do now? I'll stay here and help the wounded. Hey. Then it looks like I'll be standing shoulder to shoulder with you once again. Leona-san, who turned the spear somewhat happily, levitated 8 ice spears around her. Seeing her completely accepting herself as a hero, I couldn't help but smile as I became somewhat happy despite the situation. I don't know if I can be useful this time, but I'll try my best. What I have to do hasn't changed from the beginning. Senpai and Kazuki, who are now fighting a critical phase, and for Rose's sake we will defend this front. I made up my mind inwardly to do so, and looked at Mandibuzz, who was about to start moving again after the freeze was lifted. Hey Ooh. Wielding 2 swords clad in electric blasts, me and Amira engage in a sword fight. The heat was so intense that my skin almost burned, and the blows, delivered from solid ability and experience, contained enough power to put me out of action. Not with that kind of a weapon. Tisk. The swords in both hands were shattered after only a few pounds. I clicked my tongue and leaped backwards, repelling a stab to the heart with my palm, which is covered in electric shocks. As soon as I landed, I picked up the sword and spear, which are discarded on the ground, and attacked Amira once more. That's a hell of a lot of power. It reminds me of an ogre. I threw the spear, which is covered with electric shock, at her, provoking her. You're so fast. You're like a dog running around. You call me a dog, for crying out loud. Aren't I like a wolf? But there is no way that Amira, who can burn through an approaching spear with a single swing of her sword, would consider herself a knight of strength alone. She is no ordinary warrior when she responds to a series of attacks with speed. As I was thinking of a way to break the deadlock while avoiding attacks and flames by weaving together electric blasts and sword attacks, Amira, who looked somewhat irritated, stopped and gripped her own sword in both hands. It's depressing, let's sear it out. Ack. Amira holds her sword in a lower position, making the flames she wears burn even brighter. In the event that you have any questions concerning where and how to use the internet, you can contact us at the website. Oh, what a flame. I land on the ground and let out a cry of anguish as I throw off the scorched armor of my right shoulder. I've taken a few bites, but I'm fine to move, but that explosion is phenomenal. Amira is pinging as she approaches at a slow gait through the orange flames. The only attack she hits is shallow and not fatal. It's been a long time since I've been away from Kazuki-kun. Barely visible, Kazuki-kun is also engaged in an intense battle with a man from a demon tribe called Koga. His opponent is a demon tribe with physical abilities on par with Yusato-kun and magic of the dark system. If possible, I'd like to defeat Amira and join him as soon as possible, but that's not easy to do. As I dumped the sword, riddled with spills, on the ground and went to pick up the nearest sword, I saw something shining in the sky. What is it? I looked up at Amira, who was approaching me with flames in her eyes, and realized that the glowing object was falling straight towards me. Hey! 2 shiny spheres of gold and silver. They split in the air, the silver sphere falling to Kazuki-kun and the other golden sphere falling to me. They burst with an intense light, releasing a flood of electric shocks and turning the surroundings golden. Let your heart take shape. I could not open my eyes because of the light, but I heard someone's unknown voice. It was a voice that was heavy and solemn, but also somehow kind. With it, my vision, flooded with light, was transformed into another scene, not of the battlefield. A memory of when I was summoned to this world. Memory of when I visited Yusato-kun in the rescue team. Memory of when I was lost in the darkness of Lingle. In addition, there are other memories of the time when I was almost killed by the Black Knight, and even the time when I traveled away from Yusato and Kazuki in Lookvis, like a running horse. I saw it and understood it immediately. This is not my memory, this is Yusato's memory. You're kidding me. What is this? From the side I was this weird. I think I've done too many things. Of course, Yusato-kun would react like that. I'm such a pain in the ass. I've never experienced anything like this in my life, but I've managed to endure it. Give form to my heart. I don't know what the hell is going on right now. But I do know that the reason why Amira is not attacking me right now is because the light that is covering me is protecting me. I believe in the voice and the golden light that is being thrown at me, and I slowly meditate. Gradually, the light fades, and when I open my eyes, the scene is the same as before. On the battlefield. In front of me is Amira, staring at me with her eyes wide open. You, what's that? I mean the weapon in your hand. Weapon. I'm speechless as I look at my hand, which Amira pointed to as she was told. I had a weapon in my hand that wasn't there before. A katana. I was so shocked that I couldn't help stuttering. The hilt of the sword, which was housed in a black scabbard, was decorated with a yellow and black pattern, and the tsuba was of a conspicuous gold color. A Japanese sword in this world, a sword that can only be confirmed to have been used by the previous generation of heroes now exists in my hands. This is what Usato-kun said, my own hero weapon. To be honest, I don't know much about swords. However, I can understand that this is the weapon that is in my hand now, which will increase my power to the maximum. With this in mind, I tried to raise the weapon towards Amira, but... You are the hero Suzune. What? Suddenly, someone's voice echoes from the sword. I quickly look at Amira, but she is tilting her head as if she doesn't hear anything. Only I can hear it. I mean, maybe this is that thing? I think it's the one that can be called the Royal Road at the earliest opportunity. My name is Falga, and now through your weapon. At last, a talking weapon is in my hands. I don't expect it, and I turn my attention back to the sword while almost being directly hit by Amira's attack. No, wait a minute. Falga is that Usato-kun was talking about. Dangerous. How long are you going to stand there with a stick? Are you belittling me? I wiped my forehead as I dodged the flames that were closing in on me. After I have gained some distance, the sword, who calls himself Falga, throws a stern voice at me as if to scold me. What are you thinking about in the middle of battle? You fool! You're just as much of a joke as Usato said you are. Yes, I'm sorry. I was amused by Falga-sama's more venomous tongue than I expected. All the talking outsiders I get involved with are so hit and teary. Sai, the hero of light is a serious young man. We are now conversing through your weapon. Soon that connection will cease, but in the meantime I will teach you how to handle your weapon. I understand. First of all, try to pull out that katana. When I follow Falga-sama's words and pull the sword out of its sheath, a white-silver sword blade with a rippling pattern is exposed. The magic power of the electric shock system is circulating, as if it is constantly electrified, and when I pull the entire blade out of the scabbard, a purple electricity runs from the hilt of the sword to my body, as if something is released. It is the same feeling as the Thunder Beast mode but different. It was as if electric blasts were being efficiently circulated through this sword to the vessel that is me, instead of being needlessly spread out like before. This is... There's no time to be surprised. Hey! Where are you looking? Amira, accelerated by exploding flames, comes at me just as she is about to cut my head in two. When I instantly try to fly to the side, clad in electric blasts, an acceleration greater than I had expected occurs. I didn't activate the Thunder Beast mode, but it accelerated even more than that. Ah! Having moved more than 30 meters in an instant, I stare at the charred footprints on the ground. The efficiency of magic power. It is also the one that is applied in the most suitable form for you. You can move faster with surprisingly little consumption of magic power. As I regripped my sword, I moved lightly and tried to return to the spot. That speed is nothing compared to what I've seen before. In addition, it seems that your katana blade has some abilities as well. Abilities? It has a counterpart. Try it on him. Yes. I put the scabbard into the belt where the sword was kept, and grasping the sword with my right hand, I faced Amira. I'm not sure if she knew I was coming or not, but she got her sword up and moved into a defensive position. I'm going. Wearing the purple electricity transmitted from my sword on my body, I leap forward at the same time as I lower myself. With electric footprints edged with electric shocks, I come at once to Amira's eye and glare at her as she tries to hit me with a precise counter. Little girl, put some magic power into the blade. Yes. Through my right hand, I put magic power into the blade. The silvery blade shines and begins to emit a powerful buzzing sound. When she matched Amira's sword with the flames and tried to hit it, she forced the sword to change direction and slammed it into the ground. While avoiding the flame-encrusted debris that bounced off the ground, she was astonished by Amira's action. She deflected the sword. I think she knew she was going to be cut down. The other party is also a very good user. I know that better than you do. While I was returning it, Amira forced the sword that had slammed into the ground to pull it up and correct its trajectory into a cleaving blow to my torso. You can't get a good fit with the sword at this angle. You don't have to go out of your way to strike each other, just let your speed do the work and go for the win. Ha! He evades the sword at the same time as he leaps, and fixes his gaze on Amira's neck while spinning in the air with the same momentum. I'm going to cut off her neck like this. With his vision upside down, he goes to cleave Amira's neck. As if I let you. However, my opponent was no ordinary one. By setting the weapon on my own body on fire and pushing my body out with hot air, the blow that tried to cleave my neck was held back to only slightly cut the armor on my shoulder. I missed the kill. At the moment I took a step back to regain my stance, an electric shock was released from the part of Amira's shoulder armor etched by the sword, and struck her body. What? Gah! Electric blasts emanated from the place where I slashed. Amira, who had kneeled down after being hit by an electric shock, was met with a calm tone from Kugayama. The sharpness increases in accordance with the magic power caged in. It imparts an electric shock to any object it slashes. These are the two abilities of the katana that we can currently grasp. If you lightly slash the ground with the sword as a test, an electric shock gushes out after a few seconds. I see that, depending on how you use it, it may be possible to set it up like a trap. Well, let's use this opportunity to launch a follow-up attack. While Amira is frightened, she tries to attack, but the purple electricity around her body disappears and her movements return to normal speed. The magic power in the sword's blade has also disappeared, and it has reverted to an ordinary sword. It seems that the magic stored in the katana has run out. What? Can't I use it anymore? I was just about to jump out of the plane with great enthusiasm. I am shocked, and Kugayama lets out a sigh of dismay. Listen to me until the end, you fool. Put it back in its sheath. You'll be able to get the power back into your katana if you do. But if you time it wrong, it will be a fatal gap. Isn't recharging a romantic idea? Well, I think you'll be fine. Haha, one half of the hero is a real problem. The negative aspects can also be positive depending on how you look at it. In my case, the romance of recharging gives me more energy and tension. It's about time the connection between the armor and me was broken. You don't need me to explain the rest, do you? Thank you for your advice. If possible, I'd like to meet you in person next time we talk. Hey. My voice trailed off as if I were hanging up the phone. Well, that's it, isn't it? The connection was cut off before I could reply, wasn't it? It's not as if they naturally refused to meet you. As expected of a hero. No, it would be disrespectful for you to praise her just because of that. Let me say it again. My name is Amira Belgrade. I am one of the warriors without title in the service of the Demon Lord. Amira looks back at me, throwing away her scorched cloak. The damage from the blitz must surely have taken its toll on her body. I feel even more pressure and spirit from her than before, and I put my hand on the hilt of the sword in its sheath. It's only polite for me to say my name, now that she's introduced herself. I'm Suzuan. I'm Inuyagami Suzuan. How easily he surpasses us in the body of a human being. Human beings are truly terrifying beings. Amira continues with these words, and once again she wears the armor of fire on her body. The heat is incomparable to anything she has ever done before. Feeling the flames on her skin, which can be felt even from more than 10 meters away, she understands how much power she will put into her next blow. Inuyagami Suzuan. I'm not leaving you here alive. For the sake of the Demon Lord. I will risk my life and reap your life here. Well. I'm sorry, but I have to get out of here alive. I'm going to go beyond that. I pulled out my sword, threw the scabbard on the ground, and stared at Amira as I clutched the hilt with both hands. I'm not going to use any of the techniques that I've used in the past. It would be rude to use such a technique against her now. I'm going. Cage the magic of the charge in this blow. The magic power that covers the blade accelerates and begins to vibrate with an overflowing electric shock. Come on. In response to Amira's voice, I step forward as fast as I can with my lower stance. In an instant, I reach my maximum speed, and shaking off the heat, I swing my sword at Amira. In contrast, Amira swung her sword at me with precision, as if she had anticipated my movements. Ha! A sword clashes with a flaming sword and an electrified sword. Their magic power bursts out, hurting each other's bodies like blades, but that doesn't stop their legs from stepping forward. If I pull it here, I'm sure to lose. Amira's current blow is literally a full-throated blow. She's using her will to slaughter only me, without thinking about the future. I have no reason to fight for my life like Amira, but there is a reason why I must definitely return alive. I stopped breathing and put all my strength into my hands and feet. I shut my eyes and let out my emotions in my voice. You Sato-kun. With a yell that even I cannot recognize, I swung my sword with all my might and leapt forward. As it is, I lose my position as I pass Amira, and I throw myself down so that I roll on the ground. Ha, ha, what did I just shout? Me. I feel like I've just made an unbelievable, unshareable yelp. No, it's more than that, it's Amira. What happened to her? I got up in a panic and looked at the place where Amira was, and found her slumped over, clutching a sword that had been severed in half, as if it had been dissolved. Blood was flowing from her side where the attack must have struck her, but she still looked alive. It was a strong opponent, much more than that thunder beast. Her determination, spirit, and experience in battle clearly surpassed mine. It's frustrating to say, but without this sword, I might not have been able to beat her. I think I pushed myself a little too hard. As expected, I couldn't stay in one piece either, and my body is covered in scratches here and there. At any rate, as I try to put the scabbard back in my hand, I suddenly realize that I haven't given this sword a name. I have to name this sword. Naming a sword is a matter of intuition. In Yakurimaru. No, there seems to be some anecdote about him slaying a dog demon, rejected. Regu, something that doesn't look like a sword, rejected. After a few seconds of thinking, while resting, I decides on a name for the sword. The name of this sword should be Inumaru. Yes. Simple is best. I'll show it off to Yusato later. I was writhing in physical pain, but I was determined to do so. The battle against Koga was a pitched battle that could be described as a grinding contest. Koga attacked with high-speed movement, which is not unlike that of a demon tribe, and I tried to respond with magic bullets and their application. There were no decisive blows on either side, and the battle shifted to one where both sides simply wore each other out. In the midst of this battle, a change occurred. Let your heart take shape. In the middle of the fight with Koga, a mysterious floating object suddenly fell down. At that moment, I heard a voice saying that. When I opened my eyelids, the world I could see was pure white, and on the palm of my left hand, the only one that looked sane, was a silvery sphere-like object. Somehow, though, we know that the voice is not the enemy. This is why I couldn't understand why he would say such a thing along with the memory of what seems to be Yusato's point of view. But I thought this was also meaningful, and I tried to form my own heart as he said. I focused on my left hand, which was holding the sphere, and opened my mouth. I'm not as handy as people say I am. He is extremely awkward with people, and when faced with important choices, he shies away and is too weak to move forward on his own. What do other people think of me? In the end, he has no choice but to do nothing and wait for time to pass in a hazy state of uncertainty. But it is my own will that I chose to fight in this world. I took up the sword because I wanted to do everything in my power for my friends, for those who adore me, and for my companions. Even if I am torn to pieces as I am now, I can assure you that I have no regrets or mistakes in the decision I made that night in front of Yusato. When you think to that extent, the silver light becomes even stronger and gathers in your left arm. With that, the light that was brightly illuminating the surroundings subsides, and as it fizzles out and disappears like particles, the surrounding scenery returns to that of the battlefield. Bewildered, I looked ahead and saw Koga, enveloped in black magic, a few dozen meters away, arms crossed, listening to me. Oh, you finally made your appearance. What is this? I didn't expect to be surrounded by light in the middle of a fight. Could that left arm be some kind of new power? Koga told me to look at my left arm and gasp. It was because my left arm had somehow been equipped with a silver gauntlet. It was very similar to Yusato's gauntlet, but the atmosphere emanating from it and the power flowing into his body through the gauntlet was unusual. You are Kazuki the hero. You are. The same voice as before echoed in my head. I turned my attention from Koga, who is tilting his head and listening to me, to the gauntlet from which the voice originated. My name is Falga. It's a great way to make sure you are getting the most out of your money. Are you sure this is the heroic weapon Yusato was talking about? You learn fast. It is not often that we can talk. In the meantime, I will teach you how to use your weapon. Surprised to hear a voice coming from the gauntlet, I guessed that the owner of the voice was Falga-sama, the divine dragon of Miyaraki that Yusato had mentioned. I'm not sure why the timing of this, but it means that the weapon of the brave has now come to me. Your gauntlets are to assist in the manipulation of magic power and to allow you to handle light magic as a more risk-free magic. Danger-free thing. You're aware of the dangers of light magic, aren't you? It's a powerful but useless magic that can wipe out anything it touches. Falga-sama is right. Whatever touches my magic disappears. Since I myself am no exception, it is almost impossible to clothe my fists or sword in it. The fact that I was able to compensate for this drawback with a gauntlet means that my fighting style is more flexible. I grip the sword with my right hand and take a stance. Koga, who had been silently observing the situation, let out an innocent smile. Are you done talking to yourself? I'm not going to let you get away with it. Koga moves at high speed from the spot with the sound of magic bursting out of him. As soon as he starts to move, he releases several magic bullets from his left hand and places them around himself. He notices that there is a sound of something being sucked from the cage hand. What? Did it restore your magic? It seems to have converted the light into magic power. Photosynthesis? No, although it would be magical power, not nutrition, that would be converted. Anyway, I don't have to worry about running out of magic. He moved like a quadruped, leaping around the area, and when he gained speed, he raised his distorted claws and attacked with an outburst of magic. In response, I turned the magic projectile that was drifting towards him and cut it up with the sword clutched in my right hand. I can already see the movement. How about this then? He dodges the magic bullet with an irregular movement, and then flips his sword to avoid it. I notice that something stirs behind Koga, and at the same time, something that looks like a tail is coming towards you. A tail. Sora yo. You've grown a tail? This makes me feel less and less like I'm fighting a person. I immediately defended myself with the sword, but the moment the tail hit me, the sword on my right hand snapped, shattering around the base of the hilt. Ka. It couldn't withstand. Koga, who was trying to cut me to pieces with his fangs, unleashed a series of magical powers that utilized the gauntlet on my left arm. Make up for brokenness with light. Be flexible and use your abilities. Yes. I attach the gauntlet of my left arm to the broken sword, absorbs the surrounding magic bullets and reconstitutes the light magic as a blade. A sword with the magical power of extinction, or should we say an artificial magic sword. With this, you can go unprotected. I strike the sword, which is lighter than an ordinary sword, at Koga, who is approaching. Ha, it's coming. My body was deflected, and although I was able to avoid a direct hit, I succeeded in cutting away Koga's magical armor and inflicting a laceration from his chest to his shoulder area. Koga tried to distance himself from me while holding the wound, but it was not to be. Gripping the sword in both hands, I took a thrusting stance and released the light magic concentrated on a single point. Light point sword no 2. K. The blade of the constructed sword is ejected with the release of magic power. This guy is a simple enhanced version of the light point sword, but with this gauntlet case, he can modify its trajectory and make it track the opponent. That's a troublesome technique. Giving up on running away and swinging his enlarged arms wide, Koga hits both arms against the oncoming blade of magic, causing an outburst of magic power to nullify the attack. It may be difficult to strike a fatal blow while it is offset by the outburst of magic power. I create a blade of light again on the sword, which is now only a hilt, and glance at Koga. That side also understands that an easy step is dangerous, so they won't come at you with the same battle strategy anymore. Kazuki. Yes. I reply to Falgasama's voice. He lets out a small sigh and speaks to me in a quiet voice. You are too hard-headed. Hey. It's a word I never thought I'd hear, and for a moment my mind goes blank. I look away from Koga and wonder what he means. Fight with flexibility. If you just manipulate and release magic bullets, you're not ready. But what should I do? You can try to rely on your intuition like your friends Usato and Suzune. The tactics and means of, well, I'll leave it at that, because they have something you lack. Usato and Senpai. It's true that the two of them don't fight in a way that makes you feel suffocated like I do. I have been able to break the ice by following my instincts and freely, sometimes inventing a technique on the spot. I'm going to try it without thinking too hard. Thank you very much. Falgasama. No need to thank me. It's something I've noticed eventually. It's about time we lost the connection. You don't have to worry about the rest, do you? Yes, I'll try to manage. I wish you the best of luck. Kazuki the hero. Yes. I replied, and then I didn't hear Falgasama's voice again. He was a kind-hearted man, as Usato had said. After regaining my composure and stretching my own cheek, I turned my attention to Koga, who is covering the cut area with black magic. Now, let's not think too hard. Floats a magic bullet in his palm and lets it drift around him. While simultaneously manipulating about 30 magic bullets, he takes a slow, deep breath and holds the sword of light in his opposite hand. You've changed your look. Yeah, I thought I'd go wild like Usato. Koga's shoulders shook in a funny way at my words. I can't see his expression because of the mask, but it seemed to me that he was not mocking me, but simply amused. Haha, can you do it? I'd say he's pretty good, if I do say so myself. I'll do it. I draw the magic bullet to my side and send it flying towards Koga, bouncing it with the sword of light in the opposite hand. I run towards Koga with the magic bullet in tow. So you're rushing after me? Because if I don't, I won't be able to catch you. It's the first time I've attacked on my own in a fight with Koga. Seeing me approaching, Koga, who produced 4 scythes from his back, tries to intercept me while dealing with the magic projectiles that attacked him. The sword of light, which was wielded at the same time as the rush, collides with Koga's arm, which uses the outburst of magic power. Ha! Oh! The thorns caused by the outburst of magic power cannot be easily extinguished even with my magic power. Without striking each other badly, I let go of the hilt of my sword and brought it into melee combat. So you can do it if you try. I'll skewer you before that. I swings the magic-clad gauntlet carelessly, scraping away Koga's mask and the magical spikes protruding from around his chest. Haha! I knew it was bad. That magic. Koga's expression was like that of an innocent child as he leapt backwards and said so happily. He is enjoying a battle in which a single wrong move could kill him in an instant. Surely, I can't face this guy no matter what. Convinced of this, and biting his teeth at his inexpressible emotions, he draws multiple magic bullets towards himself. I'm not going to let you get away with it. The magic bullets levitated to his feet are concentrated into one and kicked away with all their might. The magic bullets, sent out on the same principle as Usato's healing magic bullets, split up as soon as they were in front of Koga and attacked his body. Nevertheless, the scythe on his back defends the majority of them, but some of them gouge him, snatching at his legs. Wah! When I was about to fall to the ground and my movements had slowed down, I put my right hand on my left arm and converted the surrounding light into magic power while concentrating it into the gauntlet, activating the system reinforcement. You cannot escape on that foot. Here, I'll end it. System strengthening gathering. The gauntlet, filled with magic power, begins to make a deafening squeaking sound. With that, I turned my palm towards Koga and released it with a yell. Eeeeeas. The light magic power released becomes a torrent with an intense radiance, eroding the landscape in front of you. A wide area attack with light-based magic. I myself, who released the light, cannot even keep my eyes open due to the sheer brilliance of it. When the light subsides after a short release of a few seconds, the ground in front of me is scraped into a fan shape, even the armor that had been thrown away on the ground disappears, and everything is gone. Did I do it? There was no sign of Koga there either. Power is too strong. I can't use this in a crowded battle. A dull pain runs through the left arm. If you look, something like smoke is being released from the gap in the cage, and the cage itself is also hot. Although I don't feel the heat itself, it seems that this technique takes a certain amount of load. It is indeed too convenient to use all the magic power you can get your hands on. For now, this is the end. I'm not done yet. When I turn around at the sound of a voice that I should not have heard, I see Koga about to slam his fist into me. Sora! Ku! Catching him with his basket hand, he looks at him from a distance speechless. At any rate, the tip of Koga's left arm from around the second arm was gone. If you had escaped a little later, you would have disappeared without a trace. Ha ha ha! What the hell, you're not decent. I love fighting more than anything. As he speaks these words in a calm manner, he releases black magic power from his lost left arm and forms it into the shape of his former left arm. While splitting it like a tentacle or transforming it like a blade, Koga still smiles at her with the same belligerent smile. You don't understand, do you? Well, there are people out there like me who've lived their whole lives knowing nothing but that. But, well, he was the only one who understood that and fought, or played, with me. I'm grateful for that. I really do. Having uttered that much, Koga transforms his left arm, which was formed by magic power, into a sickle shape. Do I have to fight this guy again? I also try to put magic power into my left arm, but at that time, I notice that 5 big shadows are descending from above. Koga-sama. A soldier from the demon army on a flying dragon comes down to intervene between me and Koga. The 5 flying dragons are roaring menacingly at me, and the soldier on their back is calling out to Koga, who looks doubtful. Koga-sama, please retreat here. What? What do you mean? It's an order from the assistant commander of the First Corps. I have undertaken to give the same order to Amira-sama. All I could do was stall a hero and a healing magician? I'm not even close to being as pathetic as I am. All right, I'll go back to the main camp. Let's go back to the main camp for a while. Koga jumped onto the back of a flying dragon with his shoulders slightly slumped. When the flying dragon with Koga on it was about to take to the sky, I came to my senses and tried to drop the dragon by releasing a magic bullet, but it was repelled by my left arm, which was wielded like a whip. Wait. Sorry for being half-hearted. Hero of Light, let's continue when we have a chance to meet again. I can't let you get away with this. I managed to attempt to bring down the flying dragon, but soldiers on the flying dragon stood in the way of my attempts. I wanted to make sure one of the army commanders was taken care of here. That is an enemy that cannot be left alone. It grows stronger in battle and acts out of the ordinary. Above all, its very willingness to fight is extraordinary. We cleared away the attacking soldiers and flying dragons, but the flying dragons had already flown high into the sky where our magic could not reach them. I could only stare regretfully at the flying dragon on which Koga was riding, which was moving away from me. In this battle, my job as a demon doctor, entrusted with the management of Mandibuzz, is simple. My job is simple, I have to follow the battlefield, control my beloved work of art, Mandibuzz, and watch as the enemy soldiers are overrun by overwhelming violence. Iru Ruksam, how is Mandibuzz doing? Well, he's molted for the first time, so he's evolved even more. Oh, it's my masterpiece. The man who speaks to me as I peer into the crystal that communicates with Mandibuzz's vision is Gilead, the assistant commander of the First Legion, a mature man with grey hair pulled all the way back. He is one of the few elders in the Demon King's army, which is mostly made up of young people, and he speaks to me in a mild tone that makes me feel comfortable. It is a superimposition. If you call it your masterpiece, then we can assume that the battle lines will hold a little longer. Yes. But it's not like the other kids were killed so easily. And the skewering. It's too cruel. The normal-sized Mandibuzz was taken care of by that earth magic magician. As might be expected, the older Mandibuzz could not react to magical attacks from the ground. Some feel that it can't be helped, but the frustration is still there. What's more, are you sure? I'm not going to let you evacuate the second corps commander and Amira. The two of you are an important asset to our race. We have to stop here, because Amira-san, but Koga-san will literally fight to the death. We can't let them die in vain. Well, I guess it's better that I was able to do the minimum role of stopping the heroes. The 2nd Legionary Commander, Koga, and his subordinate, former 3rd Legionary Commander, Amira, were each engaged in battle with the brave, but the 1st Legionary Commander's assistant, a mature demon, Gilead, avoided fighting with the brave, and ordered them to evacuate. They did a good job in the end because they stopped the two heroes who were the apple of our eye, but when it came to the 2nd Corps Commander, he was almost solely in charge. At least if the 3rd Corps Commander hadn't been captured. Her capture was also unexpected for us. It's at times like this that I wish the new Corps Commander, Hannah, who looks like a mess of a character, was here. I'm sure the situation would have been much better if she had been around, but she was captured by the humans. Those who reported to us said, a black-winged demon has taken her, or she was kidnapped by a flying healing magician. This shows how confused the battlefield is without the 3rd Corps Commander. Thanks to that, the only person in command is the Assistant Commander of the 1st Corps. No, if it's just about commanding, even I can do it. However, the current war situation is not good. Yeah. He mutters to himself as if he were someone else, but now that the 3rd Corps Commander's brainwashing of the other side's soldiers has been broken, the other side is slowly picking up. The coming battle will be a war of attrition. Iruruk, please communicate to each of the captains to hit the demons as much as possible and stand around to reduce the casualties of our side. Understood. After writing the message on a piece of paper in my hand, I put it on the collar of a glow wolf I had trained to deliver the message, which was waiting nearby, and sent it to the captains to deliver the message. As I watch him go, I notice that Gilead, who is nearby, is muttering something to me. It's best if we can win with our forces as they are, but if that's not possible, we have to make at least some preparations before the Demon Lord gives up on us. What's wrong with the Demon King? Gilead kept his mouth shut with a serious expression on his face. His gaze was fixed on a large tornado with an unusual presence on the battlefield, a substandard wind magic created by the 1st Legion commander. I'm not sure he's going to answer, so I'll ask him another question. Are you worried about the 1st commander? Yes. It's a battle against what Nero-sama calls his archenemy. He meditates as he is, and continues to mutter the words. Probably. Perhaps, but when Nero-sama's battle is over, then this battle will be decided. What do you mean? How can a war be over just because a match between two demons and a human is over? Just as he was about to pursue him quizzically, the image on the crystal that shared Mandibuzz's vision shook dramatically. A boy dressed in a mixture of black and white and a woman holding a white spear landed on the ground right in front of Mandibuzz's nose. The next moment after I recognized the two, the crystal that shared Mandibuzz's vision showed a scene of a boy rushing into the air with unusual force, followed by a slamming block of ice. The vision reverses and Mandibuzz is slammed to the ground, his body restrained by earth manipulation magic. Mandibuzz is still alive and well. He won't be hit by this much, though he doesn't. Aren't these people too barbaric? Having been shown something unrealistic, I could only mutter in dismay. It's the battle I've been waiting for. In the tornado that I created, I fought Rose and I threw away even my duties as 1st Corps leader and just concentrated my attention on the battle. Rose, the healing magician, has a very simple way of fighting. They use everything around them to beat their opponents. It's like knowing how to fight just by listening to, but it's impossibly tricky. Ora! Rose's swinging fist grazes her cheek. She flips her sword and tries to cut through the empty torso while being pierced by her own wind armor, but it is repelled and deflected by her other hand. It's a feat of inhuman reflexes to be able to accurately strike with the belly of the sword. They continue to attack and defend themselves, avoiding and playing off attacks, sometimes crushing their start and chopping up their surroundings. You never change, do you? Ha, you've got it all wrong. Every time a wound is healed by healing magic, a new wound is carved into Rose's body by the wind blade. But it is not because Rose could not avoid it. In the beginning, she did not even intend to avoid the blade of wind that could cut through the thin skin. The only existence that tries to compete with me, leaving it to abnormal recovery, is you. In the first place, if you think that you can kill me with that kind of attack, you are mistaken. It's the same as in the previous battle. They do not avoid attacks other than those made with the magic sword and those they consider dangerous, rather, they try to attack while receiving. This is also an action taken immediately after he had determined that magic via the magic sword had no special effect. I know of no other human being who is so terrifying. Fu. She has approached far enough to limit the movement of the sword, and is relentlessly trying to break through the wind armor with her limbs. In fact, a series of attacks from her will probably break even the most robust wind armor. But even I wasn't spending all my time training without thinking. She cloaks her left hand in wind magic and swings it as if to stab, but before she can do so, Rose headbutts her with tremendous force, crushing the start of her attack. It's shameful. You're a pain in the ass. Hey. You're still only using petty tricks. The cheek that was cut by the hand knife heals in an instant, and she smiles self-mockingly at the rough challenge. Petty tricks, don't tell me. The impact went through, but not the wound. While sprawling backwards, he swung his arm to create multiple small-scale vortices of wind, which were directed at Rose, whose cheek was bleeding. Rose, however, didn't care, and made them all disappear with a kick of her leg. That healing magician, a technique that worked on Yusato, but it is meaningless against her? Switching his thoughts, he rushes forward before she can thrust out her fist. They collide, shifting into a position where they clash with each other's forearms, and strengthening the wind armor that surrounds them with all their might, they go head-to-head with Rose's monstrous strength. I knew you were strong. Is that what you came here to tell me? After forcing me to use only my arm strength to push me away, Rose raises her right leg high and slams her heel into the ground. Ora! With a vibration that could be mistaken for an earthquake, Rose swung her right foot down and the ground cracked like a spider's web, and the foothold collapsed. Balancing on the wind, he swung his sword sideways, but before he knew it, Rose, who had dived into his pocket, slammed his right arm, which he had drawn wide, into his chest. Her vision flipped and she flew through the air. She was launched into the air by a fist or Z. She positions herself in the air and fires a series of invisible wind blades at Rose below. Rose, on the other hand, runs on the ground, avoiding the attacks as if she can see the wind blades. The wind blades slamming into the ground cut the ground into blocks, and the magical power of the wind raises them up, transforming the battlefield. How dare you avoid me? Perhaps they are avoiding it only by the slight flow of air in their senses. As he feels as if he's facing an instinctive beast, he realizes that Rose, who is approaching, is throwing something at and respond with his sword. Gravel. You should mock it as childish trickery, but even if it is gravel, it was thrown by Rose's arm strength. A direct hit would penetrate my wind armor and windpipe me. It's more fearsome than magic. The next time I landed on the ground while cutting down the approaching debris with my sword, Rose thrust her fist into the ground raised by my magic and threw it towards me with only the strength of her arm. Take this. I will cut it in two as it approaches to crush me. Afterwards, she carries an even bigger lump of rock, leaps up and is about to slam it into me. Crush it. Completely caught off guard, the chunk of rock strikes you from above, crushing you. I deploy wind armor to the maximum to defend myself, but Rose, who has piled up more boulders to smash me, strikes with her fists as a no-holds-barred blow. You, too, can't beat me with brute force alone. I release my wind armor for a moment to create a gap, swings my sword sideways and chops up a chunk of rock. He rises out of the rubble like a bullet. You really are a stubborn bastard, aren't you? It's a mutual thing, isn't it? The irony is returned to Rose as she lands on the ground. The combination of physical abilities that far surpass those of demons, sharpened senses, and the element of healing magic, creates Rose, an existence that transcends the boundaries of human beings. Is your disciple Yusato the same as you? Ah, I suppose so. He's grown up a bit differently than I have, but I'm sure he'll surpass me eventually. Yusato is the only boy who has come forward to stall me. It was obvious that he was trying to buy time, but I was still curious enough to try my hand at it. This was despite the fact that he could win in an instant if he wanted to. Despite his inexperience, he was indeed Rose's protege. I had a pupil too. Amira Berglet. A talented disciple who, after being driven by my obsession, was not able to give her satisfactory training. If I hadn't abandoned my role as a teacher and taught her, she would have become as strong as she is now. I know it's too late for that now, but I couldn't help but think that when I looked at Rose and her students. You don't hate me, do you? Oh. It was I who killed your man and took her right eye. And yet, I don't feel a trace of hatred from you. Since the beginning of this battle, Rose has not shown any signs of hatred. She is angry, I suppose. Well, she always seems to be angry when she's fighting. But she was fighting me, the man who had done so much to her, without losing her mind. I couldn't understand it. Yes, what you have done is unforgivable. After all, you caused the deaths of my most trusted men in a joke of a way. And yet, why did you let me? Shut up. The reply to his words was a fist so strong that it passed the impact. The impact from the piercing blow penetrates the wind armor and causes a dull pain in the abdomen. Don't flatter yourself, you idiot. I've already ended my relationship with you. Don't drag me into this because you want a reason to fight. Glaring sharply, Rose lowers her fist, which has the magic of healing magic wafting through it like smoke. What was that blow? Even though the blow was blocked, only the impact penetrated through. So much for boring questions and answers. Come on, Nero agents. I'll dent that pathetic side of your face nicely. Rose, who had somehow wiped the blood from her hands, turned to me with eyes filled with a strong will that had not changed in the slightest. I can still vividly recall the scene when those guys died. To be honest, for a while after they died, I was in the depths of disappointment and despair. I was angry with myself for not being good enough and with Nero for not being good enough. And the hatred for the demon race that is constantly welling up. For a while, I was even thinking of doing something stupid like going straight into the Demon King's territory and killing all the demons from the ground up. If I had done that, I would have definitely fallen into the wrong path. In that time, the mental state of the time, I was trapped to the point where I could have done something as brutal as that, but I was able to stay in place because of the dying words of Aul, her second in command. I do not regret that I fought under you. These are the words she spoke even though she was mortally wounded by Nero's magic sword. You will always be our admirer. I'm not sure if she can hear me at all. She smiled at me calmly, out of place in my desperation to cast a healing spell, but at the last moment she left behind a curse that will never go away. That's what you are, Captain, from. These words have held me together as a person. It's the only thing you can do to stay alive and be the person they admired you to be. They would have laughed at me if they had seen me trying to take revenge. They would have laughed like idiots and said, it's not like you to do that. That's why I decided to live my life in such a way that I could show my face to them, and I formed a life-saving group. Not to dwell on the past, but to help me move forward. ROSE. Oh. Nero's angry voice brought me back to my senses. Oh, we're in the middle of a fight, aren't we? I hold up my fist to Nero, who approaches with a gliding motion on the ground. This is my second fight with Nero Argents. He was the one who had tried to kill me and take my life, but I was surprisingly calm as I faced him again. I drown out the continuously released wind blades with my hand sword and intercepts Nero. One thing I have to be careful of when fighting this guy is that he never hits the magic sword. Humph. I hit my back fist against the belly of the demon sword that is being swung to cleave the body, and forcefully deflect it away. The blade of wind released from the sword's tip flies far backwards, crashing into the tornado surrounding us, and an exceptionally large wind blows from behind us. Once we've blocked it, it's not enough. Nero comes at us with a slash with flowing swordplay. Still relying on the magic sword. Crush the attacker's attack, pop the sword's belly with your fist and simply avoid it. This alone would prevent me from being hit by the sword itself, but the demon tribe in front of me is not an easy opponent to manage with that. As I was dealing with the sword while retreating backwards, Nero, with his palm pointed at me, released a gust of wind. Ha! Ah! Suddenly, the wind blows you backwards. As soon as I adjust my stance in the air and land on the ground, a large blade of wind is approaching me. A slash of wind from a strengthened lineage. This is bad if you don't avoid it. I leapt on the spot and avoided the wind blade. However, in front of my eyes as I flew into the air, Nero, who had already set up his sword at his waist, was about to charge at me. Oh! As my eyes widened, Nero unleashed his magic-laden sword with a roar. The impact on my torso and the magic power contained in the magic sword was released as a daisy, carving lacerations all over my body. However, my torso is still connected. Don't get carried away. What the hell? How many times do you think I've seen your sword? Huh? Nero's eyes widen as I hold the belly of the sword between my fists. His mouth twists more than ever as he heals the wounds all over his body with healing magic. Do you laugh while you're covered in blood, you monster? I'm the one who's under attack. I'm the one being attacked, and you're the one who needs to take some of it. Aiming at the moment they both land on the ground, they swing their right arms wide, hooking their sword-holding arms around each other's necks as if to wrap around each other and slam them to the ground. GGHH. I know that I am unharmed by the wind armor, of course. But even that just rip it off. As it is, he forcibly grabs the ankle and, swinging it carelessly, slams it into the raised ground created by Nero himself. With each smash, a single lump of earth bursts into pieces. Despite the impact, Nero does not let go of the magic sword in his hand and cheekily tries to suppress the impact by applying wind magic to the clods. After slamming Nero into the last dirt clod with even more force, he throws him down and slams a kick into his stomach, which is writhing in shock. Ora! I watch as Nero is blown away as he is. It seems from the sensation that he could not break through the wind armor. They're definitely more robust than before. Is that what happened earlier? I used this technique when I punched Nero, who was talking nonsense about hating me. I used it just to test things out, but it was unexpectedly effective on Nero, which was unexpected even for me. This made Nero even more cautious, and he turned his wind armor into something more solid. However, it turned out that the technique could be used to penetrate Nero's armor. You're a really unpredictable guy. Yusato. I smile, remembering that guy who is not here. If true, that guy should have been the last. The first thing I asked for when I created the rescue squad was a healing magician who could act in my place in case of emergency. That's what I call a non-lethal subordinate. Like me, a healing magician. But the plan failed miserably. Simply because none of the healing magicians could keep up with the training to reach the standard of the target healing magicians. As expected, when I was about to give up I found Yusato. Ha! What I remember is Yusato turning his rebellious, glazed-over eyes on me in the midst of a training exercise that would make anyone break down and run away. At the time, I was uncharacteristically and seriously surprised. I thought he was just a kid, that he would start crying and run away immediately, but in fact he is a very strange guy. It's hard not to be surprised. I guess that's when it started. Following the words of Aul and her team, I tried to keep moving forward without any guesswork, but I decided on a predetermined goal. Yusato, you set my time in motion. It's not Aul, it's you. I mutter this to myself alone, not needing anyone to hear me. Aul and the others had my back when I was stuck in the past. And Yusato pointed the way for me as I stumbled forward. Rose. It's time to end this. Nero Argents. Standing in front of me, blowing away the dust cloud, was Nero with an even stronger wind. Still unharmed, he swings his tightly clenched sword to the side as if to deny my words. No, it's not over. Our fight has been going on since that time. Then you should end it even more. This is one of the paths I could have chosen. He's turned his remorse for forcing his men to die into an obsession to fight me. He's trying so hard to fight me because he thinks it's the only way he can repay them for their deaths. That's why I can see his struggle so clearly. Still unable to admit it, Nero begins to draw in the wind around him, cloaking his magic sword in magical power. Apparently, they're serious over there, too. Perhaps I won't be able to stop the sword and prevent it like I did earlier. But even if my attacks were to hit them, they would be blocked by the wind armor. I'm going to kill him with one blow. You have to make sure you destroy the wind armor and then hit him with your fist. In order to do that, you have to directly stop his movement so that he can't escape with wind magic. I decided what to do and poured magic power into my right arm. The most important thing to remember is that the best way to get the best out of your car is to get the best out of your car. An eerie stillness enveloped them, and they stared at each other. Only to hear the sound of the tornado cutting through the wind. Nero, who has been lowered, is on the move. Nero is pushed forward by a wind so powerful that it could be mistaken for an explosion of air. The magic sword in both of his hands is held in the upper position, and it seems that he intends to cut me in two. I saw that much, let out a short breath, then bit my teeth, took a half step forward and dash. I catch the base of Nero's sword with my left shoulder. As soon as he feels the sword digging into his shoulder and recognizes the pain on his skin, he reacts. He grabs the hilt of the sword with his left arm and grabs both of Nero's hands. You took the blade yourself? Are you crazy? Apparently, this was the only way to hit you directly, so. Now you can't get away, can you? Blood overflows from my shoulder, which has been slashed halfway into the magic sword, and drips onto the ground. I've got a wound that can't be healed with healing magic, but it's a small price to pay if I can defeat this guy. While holding Nero's hands with my left hand, I squeezed his right arm, which was filled with power and magic, wide. It's a technique I'm very proud of. Take it. The technique used by Yusato, in which he dares to unleash his magical power. That guy was treating it as a risk-free technique through a special gauntlet hand, a technique that I, the same healing magician, could also perform. I slammed my fist into the ground with a step so hard that the ground cracked open. The impact released with fresh blood from the fist destroys Nero's wind armor and strikes his bare flesh directly with his fist with all his might. Ga. Nero's body folds in on itself, and the hand holding the magic sword weakens. I firmly fixed Nero's body without regard to this and started running, pushing out my fist as I did so. I know you can't take this much. I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to be thorough. Goo. As soon as I reach the wall created by the tornado, I swing my arm out and blast Nero into the tornado. As a result, Nero plunges into the tornado with moderate momentum. The huge tornado, which had brought so much harm to the surrounding area, disappears in an instant. You've come up with a hell of a technique. That guy. Glaring in the direction Nero was hit, I pulled out the magic sword that is still stuck in my shoulder. A sword with a blood-red color that cannot be forgotten. I don't know what I think of, but I think we should just tear this stuff down. I can't let someone pick it up and misuse it. With a slight frown at the pain in his shoulder, he smashes it as if he were stomping on it as he throws it to the ground. It is not clear whether it was protected by Nero's own magic, but he is a little surprised that it shattered so easily. Next is the wound in his shoulder. Can't you break the curse by shattering the sword? As long as I don't heal this wound, my left shoulder will be useless. Although it can't be helped, it seems unlikely that the left shoulder can be healed until the curse acting on the wound is lifted. Take a bandage out of your trousers and wrap it tightly around the top of your clothes. This is only a first aid measure. The first thing you need to do is to go back to the base and treat it without healing magic, but before that, there are things you need to do first. Well, let's go and see if we've got him. Of course, I know he's not a man who would go down at that level. If he can still stand, I'll beat him thoroughly. With this in mind, I hold my left shoulder as I walk towards the direction where Nero would have been blown away. In the midst of this, the corpses of the demons that were brought in are left behind, and amongst them you can see the corpses of demons and humans. After closing my eyes for a few seconds, I walked again and caught sight of the soldiers of the demon lord's army in the direction Nero flew. They look at each other in bewilderment. They are surprised and frightened by the unexpected situation. What is it? Something is wrong. While they are upset that Nero was blown up by me, they also seem to be scared that something unexpected is happening. As I pause to look at the panicked soldiers, the dust cloud ahead of me clears. Ah, gah! There is Nero, on his knees, holding his abdomen and vomiting blood. Nero is on his knees, holding his abdomen and vomiting blood. He doesn't have the strength to fight anymore. What is this? Oh. It's not like him to use honorifics. Nero, who raised his voice to me, or rather to something that was not anyone else in the room, looked up at the sky in a frantic manner and continued to speak further. Evacuate if you don't want to get involved. What the hell are you doing? My lord. At that moment, I was tormented by a chill that I had never felt before. Something is coming. I was the first to detect the source of it, and I immediately looked up above my head speechless. A black pattern can be seen in the gaps between the clouds that cover the sky. It floated in such a dense and massive quantity that I could see it, forming a circle like a magic circle, and spreading to cover the whole of this battlefield. At the same time, I became aware that several signs that I had not felt before appeared from behind me and were approaching me. I immediately turned my head to intercept them, and what entered my field of vision was a glow wolf, a demon that was supposed to be a corpse until a moment ago. Spattering blood and moving its wounded body, it was still moving. The dead body's moving. Gio. A few glow wolves with snarled screams, without looking at me, go straight through, bite Nero's armor, which is still injured, and try to take him somewhere else. Demon King Sama. Why? Why? Nero makes a pretense of resisting, but Glow Wolf pulls him along without question. The demons that had been corpses start to move following it, forcing the demons who cannot move to carry them away. The body of Glow Wolf is now engraved with a pattern similar to the magic used by Usato's messenger, Nia. Witchcraft. If so, that thing in the sky. When I look up at the sky again, I can see a kind of light emanating from a black magic circle floating higher than the clouds. At the moment I squinted my eyes and recognized it faster than anyone else. I ignored even the state of my own wounds and headed at full speed towards the base where my men and the healing magicians were. That Demon King is one hell of a big idiot. What was released from the magic circle, drowning out the clouds and falling down, was a fireball so charged with magical power that it seemed ridiculous to even count it. This battle was literally a battle in which the entire strength of the Demon King's army was at stake. If they lose, there is nothing left to do. That is why the demon army absolutely had to win. In other words, whoever did this was probably trying to say this. I won't let you win for free. Everything will be ruined. The fight, the sacrifice, everything up to this point. I understood this, and with such anger that I didn't even feel the pain in my shoulder, I began to move to protect my allies from the threat that was raining down on them from above. Hana is in the hands of the enemy. Koga and Amira are evacuated. Nero is defeated by a healing magician. It's only a matter of time before the key figure in the battle, Mandibuzz, is defeated. It's about time. In the castle throne, far from the battlefield, I perceive the situation of the battle, and slowly rise from the throne. My handmaiden Seal, who is standing by my side, tilts her head to see what's going on. How can I help you? Musama. Outside. Yes. I leave the throne and walk through the door of the hall to the passage leading to the stairs, while Seal looks at me as if she doesn't understand. Musama, what are you going to do? I'm going to do what I have to do. I ascended the dark staircase, step by step. The castle was once a lively place, but now most of its occupants have gone off to war, leaving only the lady-in-waiting in charge of the castle and a few guards to protect it. This is why the demon race is being hunted down. To the point where they have no other recourse but to rely on me, who is sealed by a hero. I don't think I can follow you. No, you can follow me. I replied to Seal, who was about to stop, and looked up at the top of the stairs. At the top of the castle, the highest point from where you can see the throne of the Demon King. I step out onto the open rooftop and turn directly in the direction where the fight is likely to be taking place. I have poured most of my own power into maintaining the Demon King's domain. Once the supply is cut off, the land of the Demon Lords will instantly revert to being dead. If this happens, my people living in this land will suffer from hunger. For this reason I have not fought myself, but have kept myself in my castle, restricting my actions and my strength. But it seems that the time has come when I must break the fetters I have imposed on myself. For the time being, I will not be able to extend my power to the territory of the Demon King. What I will do now to keep my people alive? It is an action that I would have scoffed at before I was sealed, before I had to settle with the hero, but I must do it. Now, I will attack with the allied forces. That will use up most of my strength. To help those who are fighting. Not only that, though. I suppose you could say that. Partly because they wanted to hurt the other side when a coalition of many countries was densely packed together. If Musama had attacked from the beginning, there would have been no need for the soldiers to go to battle. It would be natural to think so. However, it was far from impossible. In the first place, this means it is only possible because the human side has formed a coalition and densely concentrated their forces. No, before that, if we carry out the large-scale attack that we are about to carry out, the power that should be turned over to the Demon King's territory will be exhausted, and the demon race will lose its power before we can invade. Seal also turned his face down, as if he knew this. If I had the original power of, I could fight even if I were here, but that's impossible. The most part of my power is still sealed by him, after all. I'm not sure if it was a warning to me personally, or if he knew this was coming, but it's insidious, even for my arch-enemy. I'm sorry. Yes. She would have liked to say, please don't say that. But she didn't because she understood how I felt. Feeling sorry for having made you pay attention to me, I gather magic in my palm. I activate the magic. The spell of transmission of the heart, the magic of conveying the heart. The message is to evacuate and prepare for the coming attack. After briefly instructing my troops to evacuate the area, I activated the next spell. The puppet spell, the spell to control the corpse. Wraiths. Seal reacts somewhat frightened to my muttering. It's just a way to manipulate dead demons to evacuate their brethren who fail to escape. The original use of, is just what you'd imagine, though. After a demon that I have interfered with beforehand with my power dies, I manipulate its corpse. It has the disadvantage that it can only remain effective for a short time remotely and can only give simple commands, but a simple order to evacuate the demon soldiers could be carried out. When the controlled demon has ordered the soldiers to evacuate, I briefly explained to Seal about this magic. This magic is special in a way. In the past, the practitioners who mastered this magic implanted the magic itself in their own offspring, transforming them into beings different from humans. Nowadays, that's what we call a necromancer. Why yes. The demons I've manipulated have started to let their brethren escape one after another. Continue in parallel and activate the next magic. Magic teleportation spells, spells that connect space and time. Originally, the magic to make the magic function semi-permanently. But this time, through the magic circle that stretched the magic itself to the sky drop. I put my palm on the magic circle in front of me, which is connected to all the magic spells, and activate the last magic. Flame spell. This is a simple spell that releases flames. The more magic power you put into this magic, the more the range and even the power will continue to increase without limit. The more magic I put into it, the more it increases in scope and power. I put most of my magic into it, and it sends a constant rain of fire down on the allied forces. The magic within the body is being chipped away. I guess it will be easily prevented by those with power. The power of the fireball is not that strong. It's a great way to make sure you are getting the most out of your money. However, it would be a threat to the average soldier in this world. I'm not sure what to make of it. It would be better if our people could survive while the powerful ones on the other side were forced to deal with them. Warriors. Your lives are heavier and more precious than victory. An unconscious tear rolls down my cheek. Their sacrifice cannot end in mere defeat. Perhaps next time, the humans will come to the Musama's territory to destroy the demon race. So, before that, they must suffer a blow. Leona-san, Hyde-san, and the warrior corps of the Nirvana Kingdom joined forces and were able to defeat Barjanak. With that, the soldiers of the Demon King's army ran away as if they were hurried by something. This meant that they had won the battle against the Demon King's army. The warriors of Nirvana were trembling with joy at their victory, but we soon learned that it was a blessing in disguise. From a black magic circle in the sky, a huge fireball fell onto the battlefield where we were. Pointing at the magic circle, I asked Nia if she knew what it was, even though I was upset. Nia, is that magic in the sky? I don't know anything about magic on that crazy scale. What the hell is that? Isn't it beyond what a living creature can do in the first place? Yusato. It's coming. While we're talking, a ball of fire is approaching. In order to avoid being caught up in this, the soldiers were in a hurry to escape. No. Now, anyway, we have to do something about this situation. What are you going to do, if I may ask? Prevent the fireball and let the knights escape. Farum. Don't you think you know how to handle this thing by now? I've known about it for a long time. I'll stay with you till the end. He has a sword in his arms and a sickle-like whip on his shoulders, just like Koga's, and he looks up at the sky. Just as I was about to intercept the flames in front of me, I saw 8 spears flying into the sky. Yusato. Leona-san. The spears, made of ice, move separately, drawing pale trails as they pierce the fireball one after another. She glides over to stand next to me and speaks to me as she manipulates the spear above her head. I can't stop them all by myself. You and Hyde-san take care of the people here. Yes. I'll leave this to you. I'll leave this place to Leona and we'll work to get the people here out. While carrying the stuck people on my back as much as I can, I throw my best voice to the knights around me. Everyone, please get away from here. If you can use magic, protect your friends and block the fireball. If you have a wounded person with you, please come close to me. Leona's spear intercepts the fireball, which slips through, and she extends her left sword to cut through it. The fireballs disappear with a deafening explosion, but they still fall one after another. While dealing with these fireballs, she lets her allies escape, but the fireballs she still cannot prevent fall to the ground, injuring the people around her with the explosion. I thought we had defeated the demons, but why? Run! Run away! It's hot, oh my god! It was a hellish scene. As I struggled to get my allies out of the way and deal with the fireball, I couldn't help but be upset by the worst thing I could have imagined. The battle is over, but... why is this? Are they trying to split the pain? Either way, it's not normal for them to do something like this. Then, as I was urging them to retreat in the direction of the base, I saw what looked like a light going up from the ground into the sky. That's... not far away, I see a blinding lightning bolt and a ball of light with a visible glow being sent into the sky. Those, like Leona's spear, intercept the fireball. Senpai and Kazuki, both of them, they were safe. Although it is only the existence of magic, I am relieved from the bottom of my heart to see the magic of the two. I start to move forward to do what I should do. Ah, Yusato. It's coming again. Be that as it may. I'm going to beat up whoever did this. Clenching my fists tightly, I turn back to intercept the fireball and confront the threat. Fireballs raining down from the sky. The earth burns. The battle should be over, but we're still fighting. Finally, everyone here is about to go home alive. I won't let you ruin it here. I won't let this happen. Even if I collapse afterwards. I will complete my mission. In order to keep everyone alive with all my might, I will just keep moving until the time this attack is over. Author's note. In fact, dropping the flames was a bitter pill for the Demon Lord. He didn't want to cut off the power he was exerting over the Demon King's territory, but he couldn't afford to lose the Demon King's army, which was his force in the Demon King's territory, so he took action. Amako's point of view. The battle against the Demon King's army is over. We were waiting for the return of Yusato and his friends in the kingdom of Lingle when the news arrived. It should have been good news, but the content was completely the opposite. At the same time as the Demon King's army retreated, it attacked with magic over a wide area, and the 4 kingdoms suffered enormous damage. Speaking of victory, it would be a victory. However, in reality, it is a complete painful split. It's just that it left a big scar on the Demon King's army and on the human side as well. The coalition of 4 kingdoms was almost completely destroyed, and although they still had the strength to fight, the damage was by no means negligible. But while the rescue squads were still on the battlefield helping the wounded, Yusato was different. He was the only one who was returned to the kingdom of Lingle. When I heard that, I assumed that he was badly injured and had to return here, and I was very distraught. He came back with the knights of the kingdom of Lingle, Suzuan and Kazuki, and also Nia and Farum. He was just sleeping normally. This guy fainted as soon as the last attack stopped, just like always. When Nia says this to me, as if in a daze, I unintentionally lose strength in my body too. It's just like him, or how can I say it? It was the usual Yusato, to the extent that it was ridiculous that I was worried about him. He was carried to the rescue squad's quarters as it was 2 days have passed since the battle ended, and he still hasn't woken up. Yusato. He lets out an anxious sound as she accompanies him to his bed in his room in the lifeguard's quarters, where he is tucked up in bed. He breathes quietly and leans his back against the chair beside the bed, staring into his sleeping face. You've been reckless again, haven't you? The knights told me that Yusato had rampaged through many places. He fought the 1st Legionnaire, he fought Koga, he fought the 3rd Legionnaire and caught her, and he fought the big snake and kept moving until the very end to let all the knights escape at the end. I heard that the 3rd Legionnaire he captured escaped with a soldier who looked like a subordinate in the throes when he was exposed to the extensive attack the other side made, but that still means he was working for the good of many people. Nia and Farum, who came back with Yusato to accompany him, were quite tired, not to say up to. Yusato, so they are surely resting in their room now. Nak, who was at the castle, also came back here when Usato was brought to his quarters. Rose and the others have to work on the battlefield for a few more days and have not returned yet. Also, Leona, who came to the rescue during the battle, will be coming to the kingdom of Lingle soon. I'm not sure what happened to Usato. There have been rumors about Usato by the knights. They said that Usato was flying around in the sky, knocking down flying dragons, that they saw demonic wings sprouting from his back, and that he was riding around the battlefield on the back of a big bear, kicking demons out of the way. Does Usato have to do something out of the ordinary in everything he does? I know he doesn't realize it, but what the hell, he's a demon. He's not even an ogre anymore. But I'm so glad that you came back alive. I believed that he would be okay. I knew how strong he was, because I had seen him up close. But at the same time, I was worried about his character and the way he sometimes acted without regard for his own safety. That's why I'm honestly happy that he's back safe and sound like this. Eyelids become heavy and sleepiness sets in. Come to think of it, I've hardly slept at all since Usato got here. It's a great way to get a good night's sleep. Leaning back against the edge of the bed, I let myself fall into a fitful sleep and slowly meditate. Then, for the umpteenth time, my magic shows me a view of the future. Now, to the journey of conquering the Demon King. In my newfound foresight, I see myself, Usato, Suzune, and Kazuki. The scene is that Suzune and the others are about to leave on their horses. There seemed to be a few others, but I could only see 3 of them. It seems that I will soon be following them on another journey. The scene changes, and then the view switches to a desolate land. This is the Demon Lord's domain. The landscape seen in the foresight was distinctly different from that of the kingdom of Lingle, with plants and even trees dying, and the place did not look flattering or habitable. The heroes passed. In addition, I was shown a place that looked like some kind of ruins. A woman is sleeping in a stone box. I can't see who that woman is. Another swing of the sword that was the basis of my gauntlet. Usato is enveloped in light and I try to reach him. Just as I was about to reach it, my vision shifted again. Then a kind of noise runs through the view being shown by the precognitive magic, and the view shifts. Nice to meet you. The new reflection is the back of a woman. That person is a beastman with fox ears and a tail, just like me. She is wearing a kimono like the ones worn in Hinomoto, and has a katana-like weapon at her waist. The katana was similar to the front of Usato's baskets, although the length was different. We've never met before, have we? She has the same blonde hair and slowly turns around to look at me. You can see the expression on her face. She looked a bit like my mom, but she was more relaxed. No, I'm probably not using this analogy because most people look more relaxed than my mom. Anyway, the face was similar. You look just like me. The woman tilted her head as she compared her own blonde hair with mine. I guess it's because you inherited your sister's hair color. Yeah. She is talking to me in my memory. I'm not going to answer that, I'm just going to be silent. This is a prediction. You can only see what you see, because what you are doing here is what you will see in the future. The woman laughs in annoyance at me for keeping my mouth shut. This is not the view you see in your predictions, is it? I'm talking to you, aren't I? Amako. Hey. She was definitely talking to me. Not to me, who was there, but to me, who was in a dream. Who is this person? I've never been spoken to in a premonition before. No, if there is anything that can interfere with my magic, if it is not someone who has the same magic as me. We are connected. And it is through him that I know who you are. She, who had the ears of a beastman like me, smiled gently and friendly, and said slowly. With him, you will find me. The moment she uttered these short words, my consciousness was gradually brought back to reality. Realizing that I was about to wake up, I at least tried to ask the woman a question, but before I knew it, the woman I was supposed to see in my premonition had disappeared. What the? That's when I woke up. Rubbing my eyes, I got up from the bed where I had been lying to rest my body, and saw that the view outside the window was brighter. It seemed that I had fallen asleep until morning. Usato, by my side, had not yet woken up, but I realized that I have unconsciously held his hand. Who was that? As I lay back on the bed once more, I remembered the bizarre prediction I had just seen, and my shoulders shook. At least, I don't know that guy, but he looks vaguely familiar, to me. But even though I'd never met or spoken to him before, he was talking to me in a friendly way, as if he knew me. Anyway, I have to let you know about the prediction. I'm thinking of telling the people in the castle about the prediction. I don't believe in all the predictions, but I think it's worth telling them. But I'm not sure if I should tell them about the other parts. Find me, hey. I don't know who he is, and I shouldn't trust him. Maybe it's just a dream. When I wake up, I'll talk to Usato. So I hope you wake up soon. Maybe things are going to be more complicated than I think. Hoping so, I just had to wait for Yusato to wake up. Author's note. This is the introduction of the characters. I recommend not to read this if you haven't read Volume 8 yet, because it will spoil the story. Characters. Name Farum. Magic Darkness, Reversal Assimilation. Race Demon. She used to be a warrior called the Black Knight who belonged to the Demon King's 2nd Legion, but she was captured by Yusato during a battle, and after some twists and turns, she joined the Life-Saving Corps. Because of her dark magic, she was feared by the people around her and spent a lonely childhood. As a result, her dark magic, which was originally just a robe to protect her, turned into something with the property of reversing or inflicting wounds on others. After being captured as a Black Knight, he is thrown into a life-saving mission as a demon Felm, where he learns to interact with people and trust them. He secretly trusts Yusato, the first person who confronted him, but he can be a bit stubborn and not be honest with him. As a result of this process, Firm himself has changed, and his nature of reversing in order to hurt others has changed to that of assimilation. The conditions for assimilation are limited to those whom Firmu trusts with all her heart. If the conditions are met, her magic will cling to the person and give them more power. Because the magic itself has this property, it sometimes moves of its own accord and attaches itself to the target, whether she wills it or not. If she gets to know Nya, Amako, and others, she can assimilate them as well. Yusato Dark Magic Mode, Temporary. This is Farum's assimilated form of Yusato. The condition of assimilation is I want to be with you and I want to help you. The black knight-like armor on his limbs and the dark magic that covers his uniform allow him to transform his shape to suit any situation. It's the only thing he can do when he's assimilated, but Yusato took advantage of his assimilation and began to unleash his magic all over his body. This is the reason why it has been used in a way that is far from its original purpose. In this state, Farum looks at his surroundings as if he were at the controls of a robot named Yusato. Although Farum is able to control Yusato's body through his armor, it is almost impossible to do so without his permission, as his armor is too strong to win. Name Jurna. Magic Healing. A healing magician from the Kingdom of Nirvana. He is the boy that the Kingdom of Nirvana trained to become a healing magician like Rose and Yusato. He joined the war because he wanted to confirm the truth about the rumored healing magicians and because he genuinely wanted to help people. Name Kate. Magic Healing. A healing magician from the Kingdom of Comhelio. Basically, she's a fanatical heroic nerd, and was recruited by Comhelio and sent out as an extra member of the Life-Saving Corps. She was sent by Comhelio to find out more about the group, but she is not aware of this. She witnesses with her own eyes Suzun's rejection of Prince Kyle's confession. Name Sharn. Magic Healing. A woman from a village near the Kingdom of Sandara. She is a kind-hearted woman who has healed the people of her village as a healing magician, but when she heard about the war against the Demon King's army, she couldn't stay and volunteered to help. Name Hannah. Magic Illusion. Race Demon. The newly appointed leader of the Demon King's 3rd Legion. She specializes in illusion magic, and is a dangerous person who is willing to use any means necessary, even cruel ones. Her humble attitude towards the Demon King is an act to impress him. She was not a bad person from the start, she was a kind-hearted girl. However, living in the rough land of the Demon Lord's domain, she realized that kindness is not for her benefit and that the best way to live is to be cunning. After being captured by Yusato, she fainted from fear, but was rescued by an unnamed female soldier and her partner, a flying dragon, when there was a gap in the Allied forces' security due to a widespread attack by the Demon King. However, she is not safe after her return, and has been deeply traumatized by Yusato. Name, Nero Argents. Magic Wind. Race Demon. A magical swordsman of the demon tribe who is as skilled as Rose. He is said to be the strongest swordsman in the tribe due to his excellent swordsmanship and magic, but due to his history with Rose, he has become obsessed with fighting, and has spent all his time training until the start of this war. In the past, Rose nearly broke his shoulder, but after several years of training and rehabilitation, he has recovered and is finally able to fight Rose again in Chapter 8. Name the Demon King, name unknown. Ability, he can use all kinds of magic. Race Demon. The king of the demon race and magic, and the last hope of the trapped demons. In his prime, he was capable of using all kinds of magic, but since 70% of his magic and abilities were sealed away by his predecessor, his power was severely diminished. But even so, he still possesses a mighty power. It's a great way to get to know your friends and family.